Oh yeah, I can scoot over. I can scoot over.
How's that? Actually, yeah, it's good.
Sweet. Okay. Let me get some time.
This works. No feedback. Yeah, we're ready to go. Got water and everything. Welcome to the Maxon booth here at NAB 2022. I am your host, Matthias, aka Major VFX on all the social media platforms. We are streaming live on the 3dmotionshow.com. Hello, interwebs. I am here with our amazing internal training team. Some of you may know them for many, many years, as I have. Our good friends, Wow, we have Simon and Chad today from the Demystifying series, but I'll let them get into it because we had a little snafu, and I'm going to blame that on... I'll just blame it on... No, Chad, it's your fault. It was Chad. Chad did this.
Fault.
But we'll let Simon and Chad take it from here. The Demystifying crew are trying to... Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. It's great to see you all. It's great to be here. It's great to be real life. To borrow a phrase from Maxon, we're socializing in all dimensions. That's pretty exciting stuff.
Very good.
Simon, start us off.
Get the strap line in, absolutely.
Yeah.
So regular viewers of our training sessions will know that we do a demystifying session every Monday. And in fact, we do loads of webinars. So if you happen to go to the Maxon site, just go to events and you can see all these amazing things that we pretty much do a webinar every day. And so this session is the fourth in our April sessions where we're doing a voyage across all the different tools. Because as Chad was alluding, Maxon has tools that span the entire creative process. So we wanted to join the dots for this. And so Chad's then come up with this amazing thing where you can take something from cinema, you can put it through After Effects, turns up in Premiere Pro. So he's going to take you through that journey, that voyage, if you like, today. But if you want to catch any of the previous sessions that we've done over the last years now, just hop over to YouTube, go to the Maxon training team, and we've got all the recordings here. And then here's, for example, here's the ones that we've been doing over the last months and months and months. In fact, there's the one for the voyages across applications. So, Chad, I'm going to tee you up.
Okay.
Tag team. And by the way, if you've got any questions, please chuck them into the chat. We're doing this live, so if you've got any questions live as well, please ask us. Interrupt us, because that's the style of these demystifying sessions.
Yes.
Tell us what we're doing wrong.
So just to recap, like Simon mentioned, we're doing this series about voyaging, because the world's opening up and we're traveling and doing stuff. So it seems like a great theme. Like, here, let's take content in one place and let it hop on over to another one. So just as a recap, if you're interested, as the thumbnail might suggest, we covered fainting in the 19th century. No, I'm just kidding. So the first thing we did in week 1 was we went through transitions, and we created transitions in cinema, and then we went on like a little voyage to bring those over through Cineware into After Effects using the take system. And then we used Redshift and used light groups, kind of like Wusang did, to take a day render and a night render and combine them in After Effects using the light groups and relight it in After Effects using those render passes, which is really cool. And then last Monday, we went from Cinema 4D to Unreal and looked at the Cineware workflow, which is pretty cool. And we also did this cool thing, which is kind of fun and relates to today. We went through Trapcode Form and created a loop and then brought that into Unreal as well using Cineware, and it was a good time. So what we're going to talk about today, the voyage we'll be going on, is going to be taking stuff from Trapcode applications and After Effects and then bringing them over, traveling over to Adobe Premiere in the edit. And I think just really quick up front, there's a couple things that are beneficial about that workflow. Number one, once you get over to editorial, it's a different mindset. You're kind of like, you're telling the story, you're assembling everything, you're kind of getting a vibe for like the tone, and like you don't want to like fiddle with like sliders and buttons and visual effects things. You want to be like in that mindset. So if you are working solo, this workflow of using the Mogurts, taking data from After Effects to Premiere, can help you just kind of stay in that mindset. You can take over the data that you need from After Effects to Premiere without having to go back to After Effects and kind of get in that zone again, which is very helpful, I think. And if you're working on a team where you're doing After Effects and then handing it over to someone else, that someone else in the editorial might not have the same design aesthetics or the same preferences for visual effects or design or whatever. So we can hand our stuff over to them and control how much they're able to do with our stuff, so they can still make changes on their end without, messing up the whole pipeline, and just kind of make tweaks on their end without having to kind of like bring it back over to you. So let's go into After Effects, and I set up this project in Trapcode Mirror, and we don't have time to go through like every little step, And also that's kind of not as fun to watch, but we're just going to give you like the heads up, and I'm going to show you how we can bring this over into Premiere to fiddle with it. Because as I was preparing this, I was like, okay, like what can you not do? What is Premiere famous for not doing? Like what is famously a limitation of Premiere? And I was like 3D particles. Premiere just can't do it at all. So I was like, let's go get some 3D into Premiere. Let's get some particles into Premiere and figure out a way to make that happen. So I'm just going to give you, again, just like the gist of this. I'm going to go to the Effect Presets panel. I'm going to apply Trapcode Mirror. I like to start out with the solid sometimes, because then it's kind of like a magician thing, since we're in Vegas, like there's no tricks up my sleeve. I'm applying Mirror from scratch. We're starting from here. So then I open up Geometry, and if you've never used Trapcode Mirror before, it's a pretty awesome tool. It's very flexible. It's a weird one. It's a weird, unusual tool, but very, very flexible and powerful. So basically just creates a sheet of 3D mesh. And that's like all the backstory that you need to follow along with this episode. It's just a 3D sheet of mesh, and you can control it by a plane, or we can like displace it and just have like a sheet, a 3D sheet, or you could kind of like wrap it around a model. So I can choose 3D model, and if you don't do 3D modeling, that's fine, because you can click Choose Model, and then there's like all the Trapcode stuff, like Trapcode Form and Mirror, come with this browser, this library of 3D objects that you can use. So I could scroll down and peruse my way through the objects that ship for free with Trapcode stuff. And down here, and it's kind of like particulated, there is a speaker. What is, like, why is, am I not spelling this correctly? It starts with an S, a speaker. Speaker, there's S.
It's under S.
It's under S, yeah, which comes after SO, SP. It's in the right place. I have no one to blame but myself for that. So now I have this 3D object, and I could create a camera to prove to you that to prove to you this is actually a three-dimensional object. And that's not super amazing, but then I could go and add a light to this, which is also not super amazing if it's a white light on a white object. But hang with me, folks, it gets better. And I could give this a light, and now this is slightly better. And so I can move this light, and I can relight it. Now, this doesn't look that amazing yet because this texture that we have is just like white, and so it doesn't really feel believable. So I could go in here into the material section, and let's say I'll change the color, give it a speakery gray. And now you can see that we have this kind of like three-dimensional object. And then I could go into Mirror, and I could do some fun stuff to it, like with the repeater, I can create a bunch of instances, and then I can, by default, the instances are like on top of themselves, you can't see anything. So then I have to fiddle with them, like translate them along the x-axis. There we go, and maybe push them back in the z-axis, and maybe scale them down, and do this some more. And after some fiddling, and adding like a rim light and some other stuff, then we have this dilly bobber. And can you see that okay? Is that too dark? It feels dark on my screen. I'm gonna do this like a artificial thing. We're just bumping up the exposure artificially just so you can see what's going down, because I designed it all dark style. So now we have this, which is basically, like I have some rim lights and stuff like that. And there's a few layers of Mirror. There's one, the speakers on the left. There's one for the speakers on the right. There's one in the background. There's like a little like, one of the presets, the 3D objects is like this little like squiggle, little 3D squiggle. And so then I just like rotated those around in a circle on the left-hand side. So like I have these squiggles, and I can go to UU to see all my things. And you can see my instances. And I can take down my instances so you can see what that looks like. So there's one squiggle, and then rotate it around. We have 16 squiggles was the correct number of squiggles for this project. That's the accurate squiggle quotient. I'm going to turn this off. That's just getting in my way. The title action's safe. So what I want to do is I want to be able to take this into Adobe Premiere, and I want to be able to fiddle with this and adjust the 3D-ness in Adobe Premiere. And the way that we do that is by creating a Mogurt. And so what I can do is go to the window menu, And there's nothing like a Mogurt anything. So what we need to do is go to the Essential Graphics panel. So Window, Essential Graphics.
So Chad, just in
Yes?
case anyone doesn't want to, what is a Mogurt?
A Mogurt, okay, so thank you. Mogurt is short, it's a file format, and it's short for Motion Graphics Template. So that's where the MO, motion, and then GR is the graphics, T is the template, so Mogurt is the name for a Motion Graphics Template. And that's the file that's the Traveler thing that goes from the carrier pigeon, if you will, that goes from After Effects to Premiere. Now, for some reason, this is already set up, so I'm going to delete all this stuff. Pretend that this isn't here, because this is like a spoiler of what we're about to do right now. But what I can do, oh wait, that was the wrong composition. So this is an important step. I forget this all the time, and I just forgot it right this second in front of your very eyes. But I can go to, I need to select this composition from this primary thing, and that's really important. Then I need to give it a name. That's also important. And because we're in Trapcode Mirror and we're making Mogurts, I called this a Mirgurt. Huh? Right? Jokes are free. Jokes are free. Okay, so what I can do here is click on Solo Supported Properties. And once I've selected the right composition, then I can click Solo Supported Properties. And then what happens is the timeline populates with all of the stuff that we could potentially add to our Mogurt. So I am going to add, I don't even need these layers, I'm just going to close these up. Okay, so I come to this layer that's the left side speakers. And what I can do here is going to the geometry where I can adjust stuff. Let's say, for example, the rotate X, I could move that like that. And that's pretty fun. I'd like to be able to do that in Premiere. So I can drag this and drop this into this field. And then when I create this Mogurt and I go into Premiere, I can adjust the mirror stuff from Premiere. And what's kind of cool is it's using the After Effects engine and doing that. So all of the lighting and stuff that we set up in After Effects, like whatever we do in Premiere, it's going to be as if we were doing in After Effects. So it's going to react to the lights. It's going to do all that kind of stuff. So which is, that's pretty cool. But I don't want to do this just yet because I wanted to set this up in a more intelligent way. And I think when you're creating Mogurts, that's like my best tip is I get maybe it's just me. I get a little eager, get a little excited. It's fun. And so I'm just excited to just get in there and like, I'm going to make my Mogurt. But you'll have better results if you kind of like think through what am I going to want to do in Premiere. Because it's kind of challenging to fiddle with the Mogurt and start over with it. So it's better just to kind of like set it up the right way right off the bat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this because I don't want that part of my Mogurt yet. Because what I want to do is I want to make it so that, and that's why I already labeled this. So again, spoiler alert. But what I want to do is have one layer that controls the speakers for both. Because again, when you're going from After Effects to Premiere and you have the Mogurts, you don't want like every single property because it gets like overwhelming, especially if you're passing off to somebody in editorial who might be kind of overwhelmed by this as it is. So just like a handful of properties maybe is a better way to go. And this is going to create a better result anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the next layer, which is the right side speakers. And I'm going to go to the Effect Controls panel. Well, they're already open here. And I'm going to Option click on Rotate X, and I'm going to drag the pick whip over to a lot of properties in Mirror, so I'm scrolling a bit. And I'm going to go to Rotate X. And that's all I had to do. So now what that does is it makes it so that the Rotate X property of the left speakers is controlling, going to click on that right. Now they're both going together. They're both going together. So I don't have to adjust them separately. And so what I'm going to do very quickly here is do the same thing on the Y. Drag this up. Actually, you know what? I'm getting bored just doing this, so I'm going to skip ahead because you get it. So in the final, what I did a little extra something, something. I'm going to press E twice to reveal my... Nope. E twice to... Is that not the keyboard shortcut anymore here? Okay, no, it's freaking out. Okay, so what I did is I linked up the X, Y, and Z properties of the 3D object, with the right speakers to the left speakers. So the left speakers are the controllers. But then what I did is I added a little extra something at the end of the Y and Z, a little asterisk. So it's times -1. So that the right side goes in the opposite direction. So when I go back to my controller here, and I rotate along the x-axis, you see that they both go together. That's fine. That looks cool. But when I rotate in the y-axis, because the other side, the right side, is times -1, then it's going in the opposite direction. So then I could do some, kind of cool stuff. Same thing with the Z. So if we're doing clockwise, counterclockwise, it's going to go in the opposite direction. So let's say I've got all my stuff all ready, and I could just do this here. So let's say I deleted it. Okay, whatever. So let's say I have all of my settings here. And actually, I'll just do this really quickly. Okay, I'll just say rotate X. A couple things that are very powerful about the Mogurt. Again, before you hit the powerful export motion graphics template button, which kind of like seals the deal and makes that your Mogurt, we have two very important things to fiddle with here. One on the left here is the name. And again, we want to make everything as simple, clean as possible. So Mirror 3 rotate X is that's not great. We could condense that, make that a little bit more efficient. We're editors looking at copy, and being okay, what about 3D X-axis rotation? Or if we're dealing with somebody who doesn't know 3D, we just say 3D left, right, if we want to do that, whatever. And then when people see it in Premiere, they don't have to know that it's Mirror. They don't have to know it's the X-axis or whatever. They just know it rotates left, right, and that makes sense. And we know it's 3D artists, it's not left or right, but good enough, they get it. Another thing that's really important is, especially as if you're a designer and you're handing this off to somebody, if you click on Edit Range, this allows you to change the range of the slider in Premiere. So a scary thing that designers often face is if I'm going to make a Mogurt, I'm going to hand this off to somebody in editorial who is not a designer, that's kind of dangerous because that gives them a lot of power to mess up all this gorgeous stuff that I made. So by saying, okay, instead of the default -90 to 90 degrees, maybe we just give them -15 degrees to 15 degrees. And that's as much as we're willing to let an editor fiddle with our stuff. And also sometimes too, if you're a client, you're working with a client and the design's not finalized yet, maybe you want it to be over in this area or over in this area. Maybe you want it to be this big or this big, and they're going back and forth. You could still just keep going with your project and just let those options be the case in editorial through the Mogurt, where you can let the editors choose how big you want. Because the client's well, it's this big or this big. And so you can just set it up to be that big or that big and give that range to the editor to fiddle with it there. So when you're done, you click Export Motion Graphics Template. This does take a bit to load in Premiere, so I've done this already. So this is the cooking show, where I've done it and chopped the stuff, and then I can be oh, look it's already chopped, and you don't have to sit there and wait for me to chop a bunch of crap that's boring. So I go to, here's the workflow. In Premiere, I go to Window, and I go to Essential Graphics. And I open that panel up, which looks like this thing on the right-hand side here. And then this is a tricky thing too. There's a Browse button and an Edit button. And so if you're in the Edit button, that's where you fiddle with stuff. And Browse is where you go to find stuff. So when you're in Browse, you can add new stuff by going to this button in the bottom right-hand corner. Y'all seeing that? It's bottom right-hand corner. There's a little plus icon there. So if I click that, you can see the thing says Install Motion Graphics Template, the tooltip there. Click that button, and then you can navigate to your Mogurts or whatever. So I can sit there and I can try to find my stuff, and then click on Bring That In. Again, I've already done that here. And then also, this is another thing that if I don't use Mogurts for a while, I always forget. Is that the way to use this in your project, I always want to drag this and drop this into my project panel like an asset, and you can't do that. You have to have a sequence already going, and then drag it from the Essential Graphics panel into the sequence. And then you go get yourself a cup of coffee or chat with a friend, and then it will load up. But then here's the benefit then. You're seeing I'm here in Adobe Premiere. Look, you see Adobe Premiere Pro. and I have my 3D Mogurt loaded up, and then I go to the Central Graphics panel, not the Browse tab anymore, because we already got our right Mogurt. Go to Edit, and now I have here all of my properties that I set up, and I can then rotate this left and right, and it's pretty snappy also. I mean, for 3D in Premiere, it's pretty cool, I think.
So hang on.
Yeah,
You're in Premiere.
I'm in Adobe Premiere.
And you're editing 3D.
Yes. Are you mocking me because I overemphasized that?
Are we in Premiere doing 3D?
We're in Premiere doing 3D. I think it's cool. I know, whatever.
That is very cool.
It's fine. I think it's cool.
Hey, Chad, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So you started this off in Mirror, using the 3D tools in Mirror.
Mm-hmm.
But since Mirror can import 3D and objects, and in fact it can import cinema objects, could you start off in Cinema and end up in Premiere?
Yes, Simon, you absolutely can. So
what?
Yeah, and after I made this, I was like, oh, I probably should have shown that, but I didn't show it. But yes, you can actually use native C4D files in Trapcode Mirror. You could load those up, and you even animated C4D files, just like you do your stuff in Cinema, bring it over into After Effects, and you could use it in Trapcode Mirror as a 3D object. And then you could do the Mogurt business we've been doing into Premiere. So you can then make your whatever in Cinema 4D, make your cloners or whatever your business is, and then you go over into Mirror, fiddle with it, and then you could bring this over and adjust your Cinema 4D files live in Adobe Premiere while you're doing the edit. And it's pretty cool. You get a warning if you're using an external effect, like a third-party thing like Mirror. It's like, well, it's going to be slow, but I don't know. I mean,
There's some really interesting comments coming through on the chat here. Meme Game is saying, so this is some Harry Potter stuff.
That's great. Well, if I get burned at the stake for showing some dark arts, it was worth it. It was worth it. It was great. Okay, so in the time allotted, which is not very much, I'm just going to run through very quickly some other things. So I'm not going to show you step by step like that because we know how to do it now, hopefully. So then I'm just going to instead show you some other use cases. So one of the things that I did was I went into Trapcode Particular. Oh, so here's a fun thing. Simon taught me a thing. I'm going to give Simon some credit here. Simon taught me a fun thing because when I loaded up this project right now on this machine, I realized I didn't put this footage in the right spot. And by the way, you can use footage in a Mogurt now, so up to 2 gigabytes. So if you have a video clip and that's part of what's going on, if you're having particles that are referencing a video clip or whatever, you could actually bundle that up as a Mogurt and bring both of those over, and video can be stored inside the Mogurt, which is really cool. And it's going to save my butt right now because I didn't put this in the right spot, so it's offline, and I'm like, oh dang, I'm about to give this presentation in front of all of these tens of people. And I don't have this file. And so Simon's like, have no fear, Chad. But he says it really cool because he's from England. And so Simon, I'm going to give you control over the mouse. Show us how we can rectify my huge blunder.
You're talking about what's contained inside a Mogurt, aren't you, Chad?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
So the idea is that what if you've got a Mogurt and you want to access not only the footage, or you wanted to control some of the settings in the original After Effects file. So what's interesting is that these essentially are zip files. So we've duplicated this Particles Mogurt and put it into Particles 2. And Chad, would you be my assistant, please, and type zip there?
Yes.
And so if you just change the extension of this, you clicked too quickly. You're too excited.
Oh man, we're like Laurel and Hardy over here, Simon.
Okay, so that we want to use zip. So if we then go in and we double click this, then we can unarchive that and we see what's contained inside that. And inside that is an AE graphic file with the thumbnail that you'll see inside Premiere, and also a JSON object file, so which means that you can control, that's the data inside that is referencing the project. But if you do the same thing again and type
AEP,
zip, or actually
is it zip?
It's a zip one.
Oh man.
So this is a zip as well.
See, this is why Simon's the guy. Okay, here we go.
And so if we use zip for that, then we double click on this to open it up again, Then inside that file, or inside that archive folder, then you have the original AEP, the original project. So if somebody sends you a Mogurt and you just want to tweak it, or actually sneak around all the expressions that you found useful in it, sorry, as a backup, then you can jump into that and then you can see where the footage is hiding, and then here is that file.
Bike parts.
So you've hidden away there.
Because I had the Mogurt, I'm safe because the Mogurt was on my system, and the Mogurt has it, but it's buried. So thanks, Simon. That's an amazing tip.
So there's power tip right there, isn't
That's
it?
an amazing tip. So it's not zip AEP, it's a zip zip. That's the two things you're renaming everything to zip. Zip zip. And that is one of my favorite things that I've learned at this conference so far. Like that's some kind of like, that's, if I'm Harry Potter, you're Indiana Jones. You know what I mean? You're spelunking and figuring stuff out, which is pretty cool. So essentially, then I created some dust using one of the presets in particular. If you're not used to particular here, I'll just go ahead and close this panel and effect controls. Just gonna stash this over there. And I can click the designer to open up the designer. And over in presets, and over in dust and debris, there are all these like really awesome presets. And I think I use floating dust. And floating dust, it's really cool, but I really feel like I needed to do some tweaks for the particular footage that I was using. And so I adjusted some parameters. Let's see, where's my essential graphic? I close it probably. Yeah. Get all irritated by stuff being in my way. I'm like, get out of here. And then I'm like, where did it go? I'm not happy anyway, folks. So here's what I did. I adjusted the particles per second, the particle size, particle opacity, and the particle opacity randomness, and I enabled that to be seen in Premiere so that the editor can fiddle with it. But again, I adjusted those edit range values quite a bit so that the editor doesn't have like power to be like, and also too, like same thing with like the particle opacity. I made it so that like you can't go all the way down to 0 because you might, if as an editor who's not used to working particles, they might like take the particles down and be like, hey, what's up? I can't see my particles. So I just gave it a very narrow window. And then when I'm here in Premiere, particles, then I can see my particles, and it's a little bit more tactful here. Probably too tactful to see. I had this balance between like I want you to be able to see what I'm doing, but also not have it be like super ridiculous. So then I could select this here, go to my Mogurt and be like, oh, I want more particles. And so then I just changed it from like 45 to 65. It's just a very small range, and I could bump it up between 1 and 2, the size, stuff like that. So not too much control, but a little bit and enough so that we can have a little bit more control over our particles in Premiere, which is pretty cool. A couple other examples. I did one with a particular form because form is so versatile, and it's just really great for backgrounds. So, and I'll very quickly here. What I did here is I made another gradient, like a gradient layer like this, and then I used it as a layer map in form, which now layer maps are in particular as well. And so I made that so you can, see, let's go to form background final. So then I took the colors from because you can put multiple layers, properties from multiple layers inside of one Mogurt. So then I put the colors from the map layer, and then some of the size things and the particle options in this. And if we had more time, I would have shown you like just a bunch of variations of background objects that you can create quickly. But we don't have the time, so I'll just do this really quick and just show you. You can just be like, okay, I want this to be like more narrow, and I want like less particles than X and whatever, and maybe I want to change the particle shape from square to sphere, and maybe I want to adjust the fractal displacement of these, or I want to have the fractal noise affect the size, so it's just kind of like random there. So we could just really customize a background. We give some tools to an editor, and they can fiddle with it and make some cool stuff. One last thing I want to show you here is that a lot of people forget that the Cinema 4D engine is actually in After Effects. So I have this text here that I animated, in a not that thrilling way. But whatever, it's my text, I'm proud of it. So there it goes. get animated on. And let's say I want to make this 3D now. What I can do, if I want to make 3D text, there's a billion different ways to do this. I could obviously go to File, New, and create a Maxon Cinema 4D file from like right here, and then go into Cinema and make some 3D text, bring it over to Cinemaware, yada yada. That's subject for a different presentation. But another thing that we can do is like right here natively in After Effects, we can go to our composition settings. Let's go to the flyout menu and go to composition settings here with this composition for our text. Then we can hop on over to this kind of hidden 3D renderer area. And then the default renderer in a composition in After Effects is the classic 3D renderer. But I can change this to Cinema 4D, and that will allow me to use some Cinema 4D stuff right here in After Effects. I don't have to like do files and do the traveling business. I could just use it natively. And so I can go ahead and click OK here. And now if I open up my text, I got to make it 3D first. Yeah, I got to make it 3D first. But once I make it 3D, then I go to geometry options, and I can change the bevel style. I have to add some bevel. Let's just pretend that that's not there. And I could go to extrusion depth and make this like really thick. So, and this is actually like, again, full 3D stuff. Let's do a camera check so you can tell that I'm not messing around here. There we go. See? Full 3D text right there on the After Effects timeline. And what I did here, I'm just gonna, maybe I should just undo that, just get back to where it was. There we go. So what I did here is I made this concave. I went into the material options, added some reflectivity, and we got this kind of like toon shaded thing. And there we go. And then I used the popular source rect at time for this. I made like a background thing, background rectangle. Oh wait, this is my start thing. Let's go to the final version here. Doop. And I created this expression. This expression might be kind of hairy if you're not used to expressions, but we got time. We got like 5 minutes. I can do this. So what you do is you create some variables. So first we say, okay, S, let me make it like whatever. This is like something I got from the internet, but we'll just go with this because it's popular and it's out there. But let's say like, okay, the letter S represents, and then this thing. So what you do is just like, okay, well, I'm just going to do this, watch. So you say S equals, which is not hard, right? S equals, that's not hard. And then when I have this blinking cursor, I can take this little pick whip here, and I'm going to drag it to this text. Boom. And then it fills out all the mumbo jumbo for you. It's like already, it's already done. It's good. So that's one thing. We set the S. S represents that layer. So then we have to say, okay, W, that's another variable. W equals S dot source rect time dot width. So in other words, it's making a rectangle around that layer that's referencing, and then the W represents the width. And then do the same thing with H, and then put dot height at the end of it. So then, with this bottom and this brackets, that's where we use our variables. So the size of this rectangle is the width and height, or the W and the H of this text. And that's important and kind of cool, because then when we make this a Mogurt, over here, if like we have this text and it's all like designed nice, and then somebody comes in and says like, hey, instead of check out our fall travel deals, how about check out our September travel deals? And you're like, oh no, but I already did all this stuff. Well, what you could do is just type this here, September, and then it automatically, because of the expression that's being referenced, it automatically resizes the text box around there, which is like pretty cool. So
hang on a sec, Chad.
Yeah, okay.
You're editing new 3D text. Are you in Premiere Pro by any chance?
I am in Premiere editing 3D text. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out. That's great.
I just had to think about that.
I didn't want to miss an opportunity for that. Okay, so the last thing I'll say in closing, I said there was one more thing, and then this is like a bonus thing. So I'm still counting that as just like the one more thing, and then this is the bonus. But don't forget that through Red Giant Universe, which is like a massive suite of effects, I'm going to bring up the, actually, I'll bring up the RG Universe dashboard, which is the best way. If you're not familiar with Red Giant Universe, then I recommend doing it. Sometimes it does this where it like doesn't do stuff the first time, and then I got to close it and reopen it.
Imagine this is full of presets.
Imagine. Close your eyes and let me take you to a place where there are dozens of effects. Let's go to the effects panel here. Whoa, what was that? Craziness. Okay, so I have effects. And here we go. Select this layer. And there's no effects. There's not any effects at all. Okay.
You're doing all this without effects. That's
Dude,
incredible.
oh, yes. Look, Ma, no effects. Okay. Oh, wait, there they are. Just took a minute to show up, but they're here. So in the effects area, there's RG Universe. There's like all these different categories, but this doesn't count as like really like a traveling thing. You know, the theme is like taking one stuff and going over, but you know, one time there was like a story that I heard where some dude packaged himself up in a FedEx thing and then he shipped himself somewhere. So sometimes like the best packages they have stuff in them. You know, we can be the package. So stuff is right here in Premiere if you want to do some like awesome motion graphics. So this is a thing that I made, and I colored it in Premiere. I keyed it in Premiere using Primat. I cleaned it up. I added some kind of like polished stuff, and then I did this compositing. I created this this thing with like HUD components, HUD components from the RG Universe suite of tools at HUD components. And I added hollow matrix to give it this kind of like digital mess, and I added this glow with these streaks to make it feel like it's kind of like being beamed up by her little spy compact or whatever. Everything here done in After Effects, except the motion tracking. I tracked the thing in After Effects, but other than that, everything was done from scratch in Adobe Premiere. So Mogurts are amazing, and that's the theme, but also as a bonus, there are some great tools in Premiere as well. Simon, was there any like question thingies going down? I should have been like pausing and periodically asking that.
There's mostly people in the chat still going bonkers earlier on about the OMG. Did we mention doing 3D in Premiere?
Yeah, let's just do that a few more times as we sign off. Just take that with you, everybody. Just take this with you, 3D in Premiere. Don't think about how long it took me to get set up or any of the other blunders that I made or how I ran out of time. Let's just all take this with us and like only this. But
this, apart from being a wonderful excuse to do this exercise, there is a pragmatic approach to this. So if you're an editor and you want to have a slightly different background or effect, you don't want to have to go back to the graphics team and say, hey, do this, re-render this. Or you may be the graphics team. So you may have to think, oh, I don't want to have to render it out again. So you're giving the ability to, on the timeline at the last minute, be able to do a change and make a background effect change without having to do that whole process all over again.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, well, that's the whole thing. Everybody, thank you so much for attending. People online, Simon.
One more thing we could do.
Yes.
Would you mind, my trusty assistant, jump over to Safari?
Yes.
Since we have your attention.
Yes.
Let's go over to the Maxon Events page.
Okay.
Oh, we're here. We've got a tab already.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
There we go.
Okay.
So just check this out. If we scroll down slightly.
Do it.
I just wanted to say that starting next Monday, we have another whole series of demystifying webinars. And this time we're doing it entirely on Redshift. And we've got our Redshift experts, including our very own Ellie Wade, and we will be jumping in to Redshift, but it's a challenge. So we're going to, as it says here, we're going to say to our experts, you can't use your favorite tool in Redshift. You have to work around and find a different way. Because we find a lot of artists have their favorite way, but sometimes it can be limiting to the sort of style that you're creating. So we're going to get the audience to vote which thing the artist can't use, and then live in that 1 hour session, they're going to have to create something from a model, a ZBrush model that also the audience are going to choose, and do that without whatever tool they're choosing. So that it's a nice thing to kind of interact with, but the reason is to expand your knowledge and make you appreciate what it is that to use different tools that you would do normally.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Force you into different workflows. Like, how would you do this if you couldn't do stuff? So yeah. Whoa. Hey. There's a person there all of a sudden.
Hi.
What's up, Matthias?
You guys are just getting carried away.
We are.
So, is this thing on? Yeah, it is on. So, we have 0 questions here. Let's take a picture for the Hi, Internet. You'll see this. There we go. Great job. It seems like you're just like tormenting your fellow trainers. It's just like, hey, let's just,
That's my job.
why don't you twist an ankle and then run this race? That'd be great. So stay tuned. We're going to be up next with our next presenter, Wendy Duarte. So Duarte, yes? Yes. All right. So she's here. She's going to get ready. She's going to be up next, so give us about 5 minutes. We'll be back on track. If you have questions for Simon and Chad, they will be in the back for the next hour and probably the rest of the show. So, if you see them, come say hi. We will see you in just a moment.
Thanks, everybody.
Welcome everyone to the Maxon booth. Hey, we're at NAB 2022. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX on all the social medias. And for those of you who are tuning in on the web, say hi. Wave to our friends in the interwebs. There they are. Yeah, so we're streaming live at the 3D Motion Show as we do every month. We have amazing artists from all over the world who present and answer questions live. So this is an extension of that show, and I am here accompanied by another amazing artist. So I'll let her introduce herself with her amazing reel and all the other creative things she does. Wendy Eduarte.
Hi. First of all, thank you so much, Matthias and Lily, for having me here. It's such an honor to be part of this group of amazing artists, so thank you so much for inviting me. My name is Wendy Eduarte, and I'm gonna be kind of like walking through a little bit of my thought process regarding design, 3D, and also I'm gonna break down like 3 smaller projects that I've worked on and how I kind of like help to integrate some of the 3D in it and problem solve some of the things that kind of like sparked curiosity in the moment that I was trying to kind of like push through a deadline or just exploring some personal projects as well. So I'm gonna get started with a little sample of my work. Thank you. Like you could see at the beginning of my reel, I'm an art director, designer, and animator. I have worked previously at the Mill and Apple, and I am currently, just very recently, a freelance art director. So I'm very excited to start my journey into being a freelancer. A little bit of my background: I studied graphic design and photography. And then I came to the United States to study motion. So I think that kind of like informs a lot of my type of work, which I reside and I sit in the middle in between 2D and 3D work, mostly illustrative design. What does that mean? I think that means that my work expands from like a children's book to a 3D motion piece. I kind of like really enjoy illustrating in both spaces, and I really am curious about the exploration and harvesting of creativity of like how these 2 tools are complementary, either to like speed up the process and within a 3D project or speed up the process in a 2D project. How can you use both spaces as kind of like brothers and sisters in order for them to work better together in a pipeline? So like you saw in my work, I kind of like integrate 2D or 3D together most of the time. Either it is kind of like mapped in within cloth simulation, me drawing on top of a render, or just like there is like this sense of something graphical that also has been brought into a 3D space that I really, really enjoy doing. So I really like the stylization of concepts and bringing out like either objects, characters, or spaces into those 2 kind of like worlds of 2D and 3D. But I think like first and foremost, I really like interpreting the brief, whether it is something that is commercial. How do you integrate 2D into the 3D? How do you flat shape 3D in order to make it kind of like in within the style that the client desires? Or like the frame that you see on the corner, how do you just like embrace the 3D of it? And just like use different 2D textures in order to like create backgrounds for it. But also we can speak about like self-imposed briefs. In this one, this was created with my partner Marcus Baki, and our self-brief was just like to use as many software that we knew in one single thing, which in this one we kind of like just try to integrate like hair simulation, cloth simulation in Houdini, but also like lighting and rendering in Redshift and Cinema 4D. Illustrator to draw the illustrations, but also like After Effects to animate it. So this was like a very like fun challenge for us to kind of like develop. But if we kind of like also think about like my background in graphic design, like I also really like kind of like abstracting and reducing the shape of certain objects, or in this case characters. This project is called Rethinking Flags, and I just illustrated all these different elements into vectors in Illustrator and brought it into Cinema 4D in order to represent flags that don't necessarily kind of like create a separation, but translate kinship. How do people hold each other if they were to be creating a flag? But also very simply, just like a brief of like, I really have this like 2D sketch that I want to translate to 3D. How do I do that via like ZBrush and Cinema 4D and rendering in Redshift as well? And the last one that I think like a lot of people are very like R&D based or very method based, just like they created sketches and then they do that, or they play around with the software. I believe I'm a little bit of both, because in this one, my brief was to explore Marvelous Designer, just reducing the shape of what would it be to create landscapes through cloth, and then also bring in different patterns in order to create a color palette, and that's how Si Sentido came to kind of like come together. But I think in general, I really just like problem solving, storytelling, and making things with people. I like holding space where there is empathy and you're able to learn from everybody, and also just like spark that sense of synergy and creativity within a group. Like, how do you harvest something that is so important for us as creatives, in the sense of like, how do I bring like this fresh pair of eyes every time I try to approach a brief? That's why I always say I like to think of myself as always a beginner and learning in the process of learning. And like, I understand this is so weird, like syntax wise and like words wise, it makes no sense. But what I think it is I never felt so free than the moment I opened Cinema 4D for the first time, because I knew nothing. And that means that there are like no rules, no principles to follow. Yes, probably my scale was like all over the place and it was terrible, but I can tell you that it felt so vast in sense of like curiosity and how to press all the different buttons just to kind of like get a similar the concept that you're kind of like trying to go for. And obviously, as I build up in my career, you hold all these tools that give you principles and give you rules and guidelines on how to like integrate that into your pipeline. But I know that every time I approach a project, I want to be able to have those two boxes. One box that feels free in within this software and the vast possibilities, and one box that is able to like hold a full like production pipeline regardless of what the project is. So like trying to like bring that freshness into every project, I believe, is like very important for me. So I'm gonna get started with my first breakdown. Wisconsin Lottery is a project I did at the Mill. Very thankful for the opportunity that creative director Donnie Bauer gave me. This is a 3D project integrated with like 2D traditional animation. I worked with I was very lucky to work with an amazing team of like Houdini and Cinema 4D artists like David Nelson, David Rowley, Raquel Fernandez, and Luis La Roca as an art director as well. So this was just like, I think the breakdowns I'm gonna do are things that are necessarily not super complex, like expression of the 3D space, but these were things that I think like spark curiosity and creativity, like I mentioned before. So even if they're very simple exercises, I think I kind of like iterated on that base and continued to grow on it. So I'm gonna show what the render looked like. So like I said, this was a very fun project to participate on. I was brought in from very early stages of this project to kind of like bring in a very colorful world, and within the tickets will just kind of like shine through, because that was the main element in the motion piece. And I think like Donnie and I kind of like have a very good synergy, in the sense of like he understands how I like to integrate traditional kind of like frame by frame animation, or just bring like illustration into the 3D space. So this was a very fun project to like participate in since the get-go. It was also like very beneficial to have time to kind of like do some R&D, because we really needed to figure out how these tickets were gonna fold all throughout the motion piece in order to create a mailbox, an envelope, and some chairs. So like I think these two samples that are here are some of the kind of like IK chain based rigs that I made in order to fold the cards. But the one I'm gonna show, it's based on something different, because I think that these solutions, as we auditioned them for other parts of the commercial, they didn't necessarily kind of like felt right, because they needed to have more livelihood, as these tickets are supposed to dance on the first shot, right? Another thing that I think was very fun to play around with is this center frame, which at one point of the pipeline, we're kind of like very focused on the 3D, but we also need to integrate all these 2D strokes everywhere in the commercial. So Luis La Roca and I kind of like created like a little sample using spline wrap, where we drew those lines in Photoshop multiple times, and then as we animated them 3D, they actually look like a little cheat for 2D traditional animation. So even if there is a lot of traditional animation on the commercial, we also kind of like sneaked in some of it that was kind of like cheated as well. And we were very like proud to develop this technique. So what I'm going to be explaining is the first shot, which is the one that I animated. I was in charge of kind of like giving a very rectangular object arms and legs to dance to. So I'm going to walk you through to that little rig that I did that is based on an FFD box and a simple espresso kind of like network setup. I believe I used it for this, but I think that there is like so much potential to use this across other kind of like applications. It just happened to work for me very well when it was like a very thin extruded rectangle. So I'm going to get started here. So as you can see, this is the geo that was provided to me as a base. If I zoom in, you see that it's like very, very thin and very small. So what I wanted to do is kind of like create a base for me to be able to have controllers on the top part of the arms and the legs and the center torso, just to be able to twist it along. So the way I did that is I need the base for these nulls that I have right here in blue. So if I click one of those, you can see that I went to my null object and I replaced the shape for a circle and I put it in blue just to be able to visualize it better, because nulls sometimes are very hard to find in within your scene. So I'm going to come to this side and I'm going to use the FFD object deformer in order to start creating that setup. So I'm gonna make that a child of my ticket. And as you can see right now, it's like very, very big. So I need to press the button fit to parent in order for it to kind of like hug the ticket around it. And now what it's important to do is kind of like to understand how many segments you're actually gonna need for your setup. Depending on how complex or how simple you actually need controllers for, you can kind of like go up and down on them. For me, maybe 3 on the C is too much, so I set it up to 2. The points on X are perfect, those are 3. But on Y, I think I might need 1 more, because I definitely want to have control of what will be the top part, but also the bottom part of like the center part of the card. So now that I have that, what this rig does is basically use these nulls and put them alongside all where those segments live in order to be able to move them more specifically. So in order to get started with how to create my Espresso network for it, there is one thing I do need to open up, which is the structure manager. This gives me like an understanding of like where all my vertices live and within this FFD box, and without this we can't really know. So we will probably assign the points wrong, so it's important to have your structure manager open. So if I go to the vertex selection tool and I click here, I can see some values highlight, which they tell me what's the value of each point respectively as you click on it. So in this case, I know that the back vertex that I have here is 18 and the front one is 6. So I want to keep those values in mind as I start building my Espresso kind of like network. Which in order to do that, I need to right click, go to programming tags, and open the Espresso editor. So there are a couple of things that we're going to need before we even start building that. We're going to need to come to Systems Operator, Espresso, General, and find the point one, because we're going to be attaching these vertices to the nulls that I'm going to be creating in a second. So now that I have kind of like a respective point node for each one of the vertices, the front and the back, I'm going to create two nulls that need to live exactly in the same position as those. So I'm going to create these two nulls. I'm going to grab them here because I'm going to be doing the left side first. I'm going to rename this front, and I'm going to rename this back. And what I want to do is make sure all of this is zeroed out, as right now they're kind of like off screen so we can't see them. So I'm going to go backwards, and I see that they're here. Okay. So having your enable snap on, you want to be able to drag those and position them where those vertices leave in order for them to have exactly the same position. So if I drag this with the enable snap, you can see that you get that little circle around it telling you that it reached the position that it's snapping with another vertices. So I'm going to drag this other one to the back. So now if I kind of like toggle between the two, you can see that they're positioned exactly where the FFD box vertices are. So I'm going to go back to my Espresso editor right now, and I'm going to drag in these two nulls as we're going to be connecting them. Make this a little bigger. And then I'm going to also drag in my FFD box, as I'm going to use it kind of like as reference to tell Espresso in this one object is where these points live. Can you please attach them to these nulls? So like having all my pieces here and understanding where these points live and within my values, I want to be able to bring those values into the point index and within the parameter right here and within the point node. And change this one to 6 for the front. Change this one to 18 for the back. And just to double check, on the list it says 6 and it says 18. So now we can start kind of like integrating everything and connecting it together. And to do that, we're going to have to open a couple ports that are not necessarily open right now. We want to open the point position for both point nodes. And we want to come and open the global position for both of the nulls. And in the FFD box, we're going to need the object. That is what it's going to be referencing to kind of like link everything together. So the first thing we want to do is connect the global position of the front one to the front value and connect the back one to the back value. And lastly, you want to connect the object to both. So if I go to my front null right now, you can see that the card now changes with the null as it is kind of like attached to it, and the back one to the back. So if I zoom out a little bit, and you see that I have this blue null that I had created before as a controller, if I make these two children of that null, now the card moves with it completely. So I can just like make it twist, make it go like a little bit more like a bend effect with just one controller. So what I want to do is do the same thing and replicate it for the right side, right? So what do I need? I need to kind of like duplicate all this network that I have here and create other nulls. So I'm gonna hit Control and drag this, and it creates a copy. And what I'm gonna do is kind of like unlink this all right now because it doesn't have the right values for the right side. So I'm gonna go to my FFD box and look for the right values for this. So I know that the front one is 8 and the back one is 20. And I'm gonna come and change those parameters just so we're linking everything appropriately. Oh, that's the front one. Cool. And these nulls that we have here were kind of like the nulls for the left side. So we want to be able to create new nulls and set them on the right side as well, just to have everything lined up. So I'm going to come and create another set of nulls. I'm going to recall this again, front. Call this back. And the fun thing about it is like if you have it highlighted in with your Espresso editor and you drag it, it will replace it. So it's kind of like very easy to kind of like replace things here and there, just to be able to link everything together. But both of my nulls are also right now off screen, so I want to make sure to snap them even before I continue. So with the enable snap on again, like the other one, what I want to do is kind of like drag it to the front and the back to the back until it gives me that little circle, right? So if I come back to the Espresso editor right now and I start linking things again, position to the front one, position to the back one, object to object, you can see now that the back is connected to that vertex point, and the front one is as well. If I make these two children of the center top right controller that I have here in blue, now you can see that it's doing the same thing that the left one was doing. And if you want to take it one step further, I want to use the center bigger one that I have as my main controller to be able to move the left and right at the same time. So I'm going to make this two children of the center top controller, and you can see now that the card kind of like has this twist effect. So like I mentioned, this is kind of like the beginning part that you do in order for each one of your segments. It could be as simple as complex as you want it to be. For the purpose of the project that I worked on, we created all these controllers. So we would have like complete motion of whatever we wanted to do, kind of like with the card. It allowed for like some bending here. It allowed for kind of like for us to make the card dance, like it's like dancing disco. So, like I said, this was like very fun for me to do, as it gave me a lot of freedom on how I wanted to like make the cards dance to the tempo of the music. And it is kind of like a keyframe by keyframe process, but it definitely gave me like the closest results of what I was looking to interpret with the music. So if we look at how this looked in like the Wisconsin project with the camera and everything, it's gonna take a little bit. So you can see that the camera kind of like came top view, rotated, and each one of the tickets had their own singular kind of like custom rig to be able to like dance on top of the pillars. So like I said, I think this is kind of like a solution for potential like character animation with something that is very square. But if you have something more organic and you're able to kind of like interpret your mesh in within the FFD box in different ways, I think there is like expansion on how you use this tool. So why don't we look at how that turned out on the final render one more time. Cool. So that was Wisconsin Lottery. Like I said, a very fun project to participate on. Very lucky to be able to art direct it and get full trust from career director Donnie Bauer. Moving on, I'm gonna be speaking a little bit about my personal project. I believe developing personal projects are very important, not to learn, but to also kind of like understand yourself as an artist or a designer or an animator. So I tend to take a lot of the time in order to kind of like understand what is it that I want to express, and learn new tools and give myself like little technique challenges as well. So with Piece of Resistance, this is like a illustration of 3D and 2D integrated with each other. Since I like illustrating, sometimes I start with like a very rough sketch. With this one, I had a very clear vision that I wanted like all these slanted shapes with very blocky fingers that had very weird proportions, but they were kind of like expressing what I wanted to do, and this is how it turned out. So like I think if we toggle between the two, I like brought basically my sketches into Cinema 4D. I box modeled the fingers and then brought it into ZBrush and gave it like some little details in within the fingers, the wrinkles, or just like the little ear and the face. But I think this one was also like a very fun project for me to play around with cloud simulation. I was like very curious on how to like integrate kind of like my little models and use Marvelous Designer in order to map out all these patterns that I have created. So what I'm going to be demonstrating today is like a very simple weave pattern that I made with the finger trap. Again, I think that this is so simple, but I was so curious on understanding how do they actually weave that, one, in real life, and two, and like how can that be translated to like Cinema 4D. I grabbed a bunch of little papers and I started kind of like weaving them together to understand how I could do it in Cinema 4D. And even if it's like such a small thing, I was so happy to have learned this, just because it's like when you get hungry and you get curious about understanding something, just like trying to like figure it out was something that I definitely enjoyed. So this is going to be kind of like demonstrated how I made this. Like I said, I use it with a spline wrap for the fingers, but I think like even if this could be done via displacement or bump material, I think that I wanted to really have the geo to I don't know, to have like a more sense of how it hit the light and more tactile aspect of it. So this could be used in like a basket or like a placemat for a table setting. Like I think it can expand to different things. So I'm gonna go to my file. As you can see, I have one here that has been built already, but I'm gonna start from scratch on this one. So the first thing I want to do is I want to create a plane as is gonna be kind of like the main element for everything. Right now this is very big, so we want to have something similar scale to what the finger trap actually measures. So I'm gonna make this 1 centimeter and make this 12. When I zoom in, you can see that it has a lot of different segments. I don't think we actually need that many, because we're going to be applying like subdivision surface on it later. So just like to get very simply started with the process, I'm just going to reduce this to 1 and keep this one at 10. So I'm going to make this, I'm going to call it X, just to have like a better reference. And I'm going to hit C and make it editable, just because we're going to start creating kind of like the little zigzag that will then give you the weaving in between them. So I want to go to my edge selection mode, and I want to select every other segment. And I want to come and offset it in Y, just like a little bit. In my case, I'm going to do 0.6. I think depending on what the look you're trying to go for, you can go higher or lower. For me, I think this is what I was working out. So now that I have this one, I need another complementary set next to it in order to keep on building on it. So I'm going to duplicate this one. And I'm going to come to the object mode. I'm going to call this one X1. Call this one X2. And like I see they're kind of like intersecting each other right now. So we need to flip it and kind of like bring it in correlation to the other one to be parallel. So I'm gonna hit -1 and within my scale on Y, as you can see, we have like now this little tunnel right here. We're getting one step further, but not necessarily exactly there yet. So we wanna move this around -135 centimeter, but they're a little low on the Y. So I want to bring this to exactly the same Y position of the other one. I'm just going to rough it in right here. So as you can see now, I have the two kind of like little panels that I need. Why don't we add some color just to have a little bit better of a reference of exactly which part of the pattern is actually going to be making. So in order to keep on moving with the process, I need to make these two one single element. So I'm going to go to connect objects and delete. And as you can see now, they're both together as one single element. So in order for that pattern to start weaving with each other, we need another set of colors, which will be the Y or the yellow one. So I'm going to duplicate this one and call this Y. And set the color to yellow just for us to have a better reference of where everything is living visually. So for the pattern to work, they need to create a 90-degree angle with each other. They need to be perpendicular. So what I want to do right now is change the H rotation by 90. And as you can see, they're kind of like crisscrossing each other. That's still not exactly what we want to do. We want to be able to bring them to create that 90-degree angle right here. And we want to kind of like wiggle it around just so they're not intersecting each other. So as you can see right now, they're kind of like creating all these different little tunnels that go in between one another. So what I want to do right now is just use a cloner object to recreate that along both of those patterns. So I'm going to bring a cloner, two cloner objects, name cloner Y, this one cloner X. And as you can see, they're both positioned on the zero, complete zero where the scene is. And we need them to have the same correlation of the axis that the planes have. So I'm going to make this two childs of each one of the geos and zero everything. Just so we know that they live exactly where their axis lives. I'm going to unparent this and bring the X to the X cloner, bring the Y to the Y cloner. I change the rotation on this. Oh, this again. And we want to come to both cloner objects and set this to linear. And I'm going to do count 5. But instead of it being kind of like moved along the Y axis, I want to set this to the X one. So the X one, I'm going to give it 2.4. Again, -2.4. Give this one 2.4. And as you can see now, you have that little weaving pattern here. And mine has like some bigger holes in every other pattern. You can make it tighter, so yours is like pretty consistent, or you can make it wider in case you want like some other type of weaving material. And this will be kind of like the base of that entire thing. So in order for me to continue, I need to set this to be one single piece of geo again to bring some subdivision surface to it and smooth it out. So I'm going to call this pattern. Bring that subdivision surface, because right now it's very low poly. And as you can see, we have kind of like the base of how that one looks like. Right here. And I have some little intersections right now, but you can definitely be more precious about it and not have it intersecting. I can see that I have like these two stripes here that are probably kind of like left off. I don't think I need them, so I'm just going to delete them. And this is basically the weave material itself. Like you could use this and add another cloner, multiply it a bunch of times, and just create different patterns with it. But the way I kind of like created the finger trap is I use a spline wrap, which is what we're gonna do next. So I'm gonna select both, and I'm gonna do connect objects and delete as well, just so we have the smoother kind of like looking geo as our base for the spline wrap. Make sure that everything is at 0. So I'm gonna try to center the axis, hitting Shift and C. I'm gonna go to axis center, double click and execute. And then I'm gonna 0 all of this out. So it lives like in the center of the scene. And I'm gonna go ahead and bring my spline wrap here and make it a child of that pattern. And as you can see, just like the same with the FFD box, it's kind of like hugging the geo right now. But in order for the finger trap to kind of like wrap around it, you wanna have this at a 45 degree and set this at 90. So it's kind of like creating like a diamond shape that it doesn't necessarily is parallel to the weave pattern. And the last thing I want to do is bring a circle and use that as my kind of like the radius that I want for that finger trap. So I'm going to set this at 2, switch this to 45. And as I drag that circle to the spline properties and set this at +E, you can see that the finger trap is there. So the cool thing about this is like you can definitely play around with the radius and make it smaller, make it bigger, depending on whatever it is that you need. So that's how I created the finger trap, which, like I said, I think is just the base for a lot of other things. And this was a lot of fun for me to create. So I just kind of like wanted to show how I implemented in within my work. So the last breakdown that I have is a shorter one as well, which is called Tropical Fungi. This is a 3D, 2D illustration that illustrates some mushrooms that are very typical poisonous from Corcovado, Costa Rica, which is the place where I'm from. And again, I really just wanted to be able to draw on top of a 3D render. That's really what I enjoy doing. How to integrate like different aspects of Photoshop brushes, and like add little like animals to it. But the fun part that I'm gonna be kind of like doing on this one is I'm gonna try to recreate my redshift shader using a color user data. How to create that gradient using just one single shader instead of me creating one shader per mushroom, which can take like probably a little while. So for this one, if I come here, you can see that I have like some base geo that I box model and then tweaked in ZBrush as well. And you can see that I have all of these 15 mushrooms here, each one of them separate on these nulls. So the first thing I want to do is come to Mogurt and add a fracture object just to add all the mushrooms and be able to add effectors to it as well. You can potentially use that within a cloner object if you just have one single piece of geo that you want to kind of like just multiply and create instances for. For me, I really wanted to create where the mushrooms are placed and how all of them look like differently. So I just created 15 basically. So I'm going to drag all the mushrooms within my fracture object. And I'm going to come to Redshift and open my render view and keep it here just for us to see how everything is looking. So as you can see right now, we don't necessarily have any materials. So let's just start building one. So I'm going to come to Redshift material and I'm going to create a standard material. And I'm going to drag that into my fracture object. And as you can see right now, that just gives me like a very base, like shiny gray. So I want to like start giving it some roughness because it's kind of like reflecting a lot of these little particles that I have set on the scene at the moment, which I don't necessarily want them to look like shiny metallic mushrooms. So I started giving it some roughness. And I'm going to add a ramp in order to start creating that gradient that I mentioned before. So let's make this bigger. So I'm going to connect that color ramp to the base color of my shader. But as you can see right now, it kind of like just went black as it's only reading that last null that you have here on the ramp. What we want to do is to see that full spectrum of color and within all the mushrooms from left to right. So I want to add an effector, a shader effector, just to be able to start adding some of those gradients back. As you can see, the default of the shader just scales everything up like crazy. So you want to be able to come into your parameters and uncheck all the uniform scale. Make sure your color mode is set to effector mode and your blending mode is set to default, and uncheck the use alpha and strength. As you can see, nothing is really happening yet, so we want to come to shading and add a gradient. But nothing is really happening yet. So there's one more thing we need to do within this shader, which is add the color user data, which will be the one that will tell the other two gradients, hey, this is the colors I want you to use for all of these mushrooms. So what you want to do is first go to the attribute name and press this little arrow that you see here, and go to Mogurt and add color. You want to make sure that the attribute name reflects RSMG color. Otherwise, the setup won't necessarily translate both gradients into your geo. And I want to connect this to my input. And as you can see right now, we have the full kind of like black and white gradient across the mushrooms. But black and white is not necessarily the colors that I want mushrooms to have. So I'm going to start kind of like adding some tones here. Maybe like an orange. Maybe a pink. Maybe a yellow. So as you can see now, depending on where you move those knots, they will land on each one of the mushrooms. And if you really wanted to art direct it, you create 15 different nodes for each one of the mushrooms. So you're able to kind of like move them around. For me, I kind of like really like this gradient that is going on in between them. So I'm just going to like keep it like that. But if we go back to my render, you can see that I definitely have like a marbled effect on all the mushrooms. So I want to be able to grab this as a base and kind of like build on it. So what I want to do is duplicate these two nodes and bring in a color layer to be able to mix in between the two. I'm going to connect this to the base color and connect this one to the layer 1 color, and connect this back again to the base color. And let's switch those colors around just so we're able to see it. What it basically does is like it starts reading the second gradient now as the gradient, as we're not giving it information to reveal something. It kind of like I just kind of like added one on top of the other one. So the next thing we need is a max on noise to start creating a black and white map that will give it information to the mask to do some revealing in between those two gradients and connect it to the layer 1 mask. And it's rendering. Let me change these colors so we're able to see it better. Think now, if I take it to extreme, you can see that they're kind of like mixing each other a little bit more, but they kind of like got a little blunt. Everything got a little washed out, and we want like very saturated colors, or at least I do. So we can come into the max on noise and start making some adjustments just in order to reveal those a little bit more. So the most important thing is whether you want it to have a big scale or not, how much you want that kind of like noise to drive your texture. But also play around with the low clip and the high clip just to make that black and white noise just like way more evident by giving it more contrast. So for me, I was going for something a little softer, so I'm just gonna push it back a little bit. And as you can see, this looks still a little close to what I made, but I just had like this glow effect on it, which I got by basically connecting this to my emission as well. So I'm gonna bring this to emission color. And if I go to overall, whoop. Oh no. Oh, here we go. And set this to 0.7. You can see that now it's kind of like emitting a little bit more light that is also driven by those gradients that you added before. And that's basically how I built my shader for the mushrooms. Like I said, this was like a very fun kind of like shader to build. I think there's lots of room to use this across other things, depending if you use a Maxon noise or if you bring your own like black and white bitmap. You can use, like I would kind of like grab a tile and draw it in Photoshop if I wanted a specific pattern to it and use that as my mask as well. So if I have a couple of little chunks and within a character, I can add colors respectively to each of them. So I think there is a lot of possibilities on like, again, kind of like grow on that simple concept. And I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. I'm super grateful to be able to hold this space. And you can find more of my work at wendy.com or follow me on Instagram at wendyup. Thank you so much.
Amazing job. You know, it was a big compliment because the Grayscale Gorilla himself came out and said her work's amazing. So you just same thing online. So yeah, definitely check out Wendy. I'm gonna give you guys a chance. Everybody who showed up at the booth to ask questions. I have a question from the internet, but any live questions here? They've been so. Oh, here we go.
Oh my God.
From Woo. Ooh, no. Yeah, so the question was, where did her design sense come from? Like, so where did you develop your design design skill?
I think I went to school for graphic design. I think that's the answer. The very fun thing of it is like I think a lot of designers and artists kind of like grow up being drawers. Like, you know, like people that draw a lot.
Doodle?
I never drew in my life. Never, not once. I grew up with like a very talented like artist in my house, and I was always very intimidated. So I think like the pressure of like I really want to do design as a challenge for me, because it was not like my first kind of like nature, was something that definitely kind of like helped me to push myself, go to graphic design school. And at graphic design school I took a lot of electives in like illustration, ZBrush, 3ds Max, you know, like just like a lot of random stuff that don't necessarily pair with graphic design, just because I always felt like graphic design was like a little bit of a cube that I wanted to like explode out of, if that makes sense. So I'll say study.
Study your design. Did have a question from the internet. So the internet asked, hello internet. Internet asking, is there a feature in Cinema 4D to create custom parameters and use them as drivers? So yes, Espresso. You can pretty much drive everything with Espresso. Check out, it's really simple, set driver, set driven, but Espresso will allow you to drive just about everything with parameters. So you can check that out on Cineversity, and or ask any of our trainers during the training things. But that's about it here. If there's not any more questions, Wendy will be in the back for another hour. So if you're a little too shy, it's okay. She's super friendly. You can actually ask her in the back. So stay tuned. Up next, we're going to have our very own Paul Gabori with ZBrush. So if you're interested in something I have, right? There it is. Yeah, so get excited for that. So just give us a couple moments here. We'll get them all set up, and we will see you at the next presentation. Ciao.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
to love in stereo.
hello.
Hello.
All right. Welcome, everyone. We're getting ready for our next presentation here at the Maxon booth. I am Matthias, a.k.a. Major VFX, on all the social medias. We are streaming live, for those of you who don't know. Hi, Internet. I'm here with the one, the only, Paul Gabori. We've known each other since his start at ZBrush, and before I actually was even at Maxon. So long time, amazing community builder, amazing artist. I don't need to really introduce him because everybody knows the iconic work of this gentleman here, but I'll let him show you what he does. Okay. Please give a warm welcome to Paul Gabori.
Hey. Good afternoon, everybody. I got to come up with an AKA now, okay? I feel the pressure to come up with this AKA stuff now. Here we go. All right, everyone buckle up. This is going to be some fun. We're going to show the switchblading in essence of what ZBrush can do, of a lot of stuff in the different ways. I'm going to show a bunch of just different features today, show you guys what really the application's all about, especially that we're a digital sculpting application, being able to push and pull. So I'm going to start stuff with relatively some easy stuff, and then we're going to build and build and build and build, and depending on our time and how we go here, we'll see what we have. So in fact, I'm going to turn that off because we don't need to save. I'm confident I'm pretty okay with that. All right. So ZBrush, for those of you who don't know, is a sculpting application allowing us to, in essence, have a ball of clay, which I have right now, and I want to be able to start shaping and moving things around. So the idea here is having a freedom and not worrying about technical things or things like a polygon and an edge loop and all this stuff. So I'm going to be using this again, and I'm going to use one of our most popular features, which is Dynamesh. Okay, so this is a feature that's going to allow us to just change the shape of stuff and not have to worry about running into things. So the move brush is obviously something very simple to use. I can just start shaping my shape. So if I want to start, say, making a human skull, I can just start moving around and start pulling on this. And I'm not worried about what is happening to the surface. So if I turn on our poly frame, you can see it's being stretched. If I go, we're going to get really extreme here, so don't worry. If I start doing stuff like this, I can actually tell ZBrush, hey, relook at that, give me more clay, as I like to call it, right? So this is kind of like a blocking out brush for me, just trying to get that shape real fast, smoothing some things out. Then I like to switch to something like our clay buildup brush. You know, I don't know if you know this, but we cry in our orbital bone. It's a little bit of a crying happening, right? And then I got to start building up some bone structure through here for our nose, start having a bridge. So you can see it's just about moving quickly, about getting the shapes that you're going to need to have, okay? If I'm starting to build something like a human skull in this case, right? And of course, right now I'm just doing this off like some memory of me doing skulls from time to time, right? Which I think this, for those that are never used, people always ask me, what's the best way and the quickest way to learn ZBrush? I find like doing some studies, simple studies like a human skull, because we all have them and they're easy to find references, is a great way to do this. And I am going, so just starting to move things around, that looks beautiful, gorgeous, right? So, but obviously we want to have some reference, okay? So I want to have the ability to bring things in to actually use as a reference. So we happen to have some preset things like a human skull in here, okay? So these are now images that I have in here. So I'm going to undo and go back all the way to the beginning, okay? And what I'm going to do now is, instead of just doing this by eye, I'm going to use these images in here. So for me, I want to be able to see what I'm trying to match to as quick as I can and just moving those shapes really fast. So I'm going to come in the draw palette where our floor grid lives. This is where this is at. And then there are different modes. So I'm going to tell it mode 3, and now I can see through the shape and be able to see what I'm looking at. I do have the controls to change the mesh, okay, volume, and then you can also change the image. So a lot of times you'll hear the word, that magical word, silhouette. So this is a great way of being able to just focus on this first portion of the skull and really starting to figure it out. So this does work symmetrically, of course. Here we'll bounce that back up because now you guys can't see very well. There you go, up there. Okay, so this is a symmetrical. So as I'm doing one side, it's doing the other side. Okay, so if I was shaping this and I start shaping this and figuring out how to get that shape to the images, and I went a little too aggressive with that. There we go. And start figuring out just quickly the shape of this human skull, right? The thing that I have here that I gotta be paying attention to is we're in 3 dimensions, of course, right? So if we're looking at the floor, if I'm pulling in here, I don't want something like that happening down the middle. So we're always thinking in a way of like the way we would work as an artist. So for example, I'm going to switch to a completely different brush. This is the Move Infinite. And what that's going to allow me to do is as I move here, I know that it's going across the whole mesh, wherever it is, okay? So here I'll turn off the floor. So if I come like this and I pull out like that, you'll see I am getting consistent pull across the whole surface. So this is kind of also an important feature for me to just start quickly again, shaping up, getting a general shape of a skull head, right? And moving your positions, okay? You might also turn off perspective so that you can just look at the shapes. And this is why I'm using this Dynamesh mode, because I want to just keep changing the shape and then using brushes to finally get where I want it to be through here. So we're just going to quickly sculpt this up now, and I'm going to start building up now other portions of this skull, because it's not going to be enough of just like this. So now shapes, and then this obviously has every view that I have. So then this is again, once I'll start switching to something like this, start putting in those orbital bones and start matching that. I want to start landing bone structure in here through here, and then I'll keep re-dynameshing as we call it. So again, I'll turn off the floor. So this is building up the surface, and as I'm going here, I keep adding that volume to the surface so I can keep playing on what I'm trying to make. And then in a few minutes, right, you can start really making something happen here. So this is your zygomatic. Put a little area in there. We got to start making some stuff for your mandible, right? So we'll put the floor back on again and start again looking at this and start shaping this a little bit more what I want in here. Okay, good, right? And then now I'm going to start coming through here, put a little bit in here. So you can see this is about having a ball of clay and then just quickly adjusting things, moving things around, dynamically pushing into this, right? Switching to other brushes. The Trim Dynamic is a really nice brush to start blocking things out. Kind of, if you're anybody out there that are artists, getting the planes of something, right? So this brush is really good for the planes. Now, there's going to be a point here where I just don't have enough, in essence, clay, right? It's really still getting very faceted, right? When I look at this, it's got some faceting in here. What I'm talking about that is this look in here. So the Dynamesh has a resolution to it, right? So this slider over here is saying its resolution set at 64 right now. So that's just saying how much clay do I get to have while I'm trying to block this out and get this going, okay? So I'm gonna say, hey, let's give some more. So I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna double it, 128, why not, okay? And then, you know, we care, so you gotta, you know, touch the sculpt a little bit and then you can update it. And now what we've done is added more clay or polygons in this case. So that way when I start now refining this a little bit more, right, I can really start to shape this up. And again, start switching to other brushes, really get that bone structure to kind of land. I think it's so important as a sculptor too to understand bone structure as much, because it really is going to be beneficial. So you just start moving around the surface, start shaping that up, getting a little bit. And this is why also things like this ZBrush is used in the medical field. It's used in the medical world all the time. Then I'll start switching to another brush, which this is one of the popular ones from the user groups, the users. This is the Damien Standard brush to really start really hammering in some of these details. And you can see in minutes here, live, on the floor, we're making a skull. You too can make a skull. Huh? All right. By the way, sound effects are so important when you're sculpting. Whoosh, just really brings you right in to the piece. It really hits home, right? So this is all just, you know, I've done a lot of skulls over the years, you know, doing this, and as an instructor too. Again, I can't harp this. This is a great, in fact, my students, I give them 15 minutes to sculpt a skull. That's it. They get 15 minutes, go, right? And I usually have them you do 5. So it's like, that's your homework's an hour. Come on, you can do an hour of homework, right? And you can see the progression of movement, right? Because the really goal here I want them to have is just understand switching brushes, switching a couple things. As you notice, I've only been using a couple brushes to do something like this. I haven't been getting really in the nitty gritty of a lot of the brushes in here, okay? So we start doing things like this, and I can keep going all day on this if we wanted to, right? So the next step would be, once I have something that I kind of enjoy and I'm kind of landing what I want, And we can put a little, this is my art now coming, I can't not look at this and not do this. And if that even makes sense online, I don't know, probably does not. So and then I would probably again say, hey, let's do some more move. To see my eye is now seeing things and I just want to make adjustments now. Okay, so as we move along here, there's going to be a point where maybe I want to get out of this mode because I really want to get high levels of detail, right? So I'm going to come out of a mode that's our Dynamesh mode. So now I don't have the ability to just swipe and add more clay. I want to have now a little bit cleaner topology. So I've been making some major landmarks here, and now I want to say, hey, those are important to me, so I'm going to remesh this because I want to get now a flow. So if we look at this, these are just, Dynamesh is kind of, the thing about it is like a grid, and we're just giving the exact same size, pretty much the same polygons across the board, so it gives a consistent, beautiful sculpt no matter where you go. Again, this is probably the #1 favorite feature in all users of ZBrush. It's used by everybody. So I want to remesh this, and you're going to see the difference here when this is done, and you can see specifically, right, you start getting rounded, nice flow in there, which makes sense, because as we start adding more and more to this, we're going to want that. If I want, getting a nice flow through here, because I want to start adding a mouth, you're going to need that flow topology going that way. But now this has opened up other things for me as well, right? So let's have some more fun with this guy. And I'm going to say, let's divide it up now. So we're going to add, the difference here is I'm creating levels of information. So I'm calling subdivision levels is what we're calling this. So I've got 4 levels. So we're sitting at 577,000 polygons, give or take, right? And we can go up even more. I'm at 2.3 million. Again, you can go to 100 million per mesh in ZBrush. If you want to use HD geometry, you can actually go to 1 billion with a B if you really want to, right? So all those films you guys are seeing, a lot of those artists are using HD geometry and like pushing it, right? Because the characters now, digital characters have to carry films through. So this is sitting around 2.3 million, which in the grand scheme of things isn't much. So reason why you have this ability is as an artist, if I now really want to start defining things, right? You're going to see some really sharp angles now through here. Like if I start really pumping that zygomatic bone out a little bit more, okay, you're really having enough information to go there. But as I'm working as an artist, I might see something that's off. Like that is the smallest jaw right now on the planet. That is totally not even accurate, okay? So I would need to go, well, that's not accurate. I would need to drop down. So what I've done is I've dropped down in the levels, and I'm sitting at like 9,000, right? So I'm sitting at pretty low numbers. Why we're doing this, okay, is so that, that is completely off. You don't know what you're doing. And now I can make big adjustments through here, okay? And then I am doing it at a lower level instead of trying to do it at the denser level to get that right size where I need. Oh yeah, that's perfect, right? And then I'm doing this all at a certain level. And then what's the nice thing about this is multi-resolution. So when I walk back up, you can see some of the stuff I've been putting in here is coming back, right? So at any point, if I want to come at a higher level and start adding details, okay, and start doing stuff like this, add a little bit more bone structure through there, I can walk down and up. Okay, and then now we can start having even some more fun with this. All right, so he needs an eye, so let's throw an eye in there. Bam, perfect, sphere, done. So we're gonna resize this down. I can move this, so this is a separate piece of geometry that I'm moving. So this is how I would start building a character like this. I would just start finding out, getting that point, right? And I'm looking at certain things in the bone, like that's off big time right there. Okay, so I can say, oh, I need 2 of them, and I forgot to draw out 2 of them. So I'm going to throw one on the other side. There we go. We got one on the other side now. And now let's continue having some more fun. Let's go back up to this. And I'm going to start showing you now some other brushes here that we can use to have a lot more fun here. And I'm going to show you different ways to use this brush as well. So we got some chisel brushes in here that are going to allow us to do like, hey, you need an ear. Okay, I got an ear. You can just come in here and draw out an ear. Right, and now you've got, yes, I am making a self-portrait. There we go. That was a joke, people. Stop laughing. It's not that funny. I don't have that big of ears. I do. Right? So this is like I can throw a mouth on there, right, if I want to, and it's just drawing out and conferencing, right? So these are brushes that, it has to be done. Put a dog nose. Dog nose, man. Okay? So what this is opening up for me is even some more freedom. And this is why I'm stepping up and giving more clay, because I want to have this. Because if I walk down, right, you can see that ear shape isn't really holding as well as when it is higher, right? So this is like a process that people would start to do. Okay, so now let's look at taking some of this and using it also different ways. So I'm going to load something. Instead of me making a skull, why don't I just use the one that ships with ZBrush? So here's a full anatomy figure. So this will be an example what artists are doing in ZBrush, right? This is all done inside of ZBrush, doing this, and we got a full skeleton in here. So I'll open this up. You got a full skeleton, so I've already got a skull. I've already got a whole skeletal system. Ryan did all the muscle. This is from Ryan Kingsling. So I'm just going to say, let's grab this part of the skull. So right now, this one mesh is the entire skull, right? It's the entire skeleton. I want to separate and get the skull head off and use it. So I'm going to use this now and say, let's take this, let's grow out all that. So if you've ever sculpted in clay, when you sculpt in clay, you kind of break stuff apart. Because if you're going to try and sculpt an arm, you're not trying to sit there and do it on your character. You're going to take the arm off and then sculpting that with it in your hand. Just don't let it fall on the ground and accidentally step on it like I do on occasion. And then I cry. Then I say, where's the undo? Okay, so this is, in essence, giving that mindset of artists will do this. I want to separate the head and look at just this and be able to work on this. So I'm going to say, actually, let's go ahead and just delete the rest of this, okay? So I only want the skull, so I'm going to say delete hidden. And you know what? I don't even want the rest of the skeleton, so I'm going to delete other, say yes, okay, go ahead. So now I'm back to having just a skull here, okay? So let's go ahead and let's move this to the center of the world, and let's go and use that handy dandy Z-remesher real quick again. So I'm going to say this time for it to give it a little bit more topology. So I'm going to say just go ahead and have about 20,000 polygons range, let it Z-remesh, right? And look at this. This is like a very triangulated mesh, which we can use in ZBrush. We can do whatever we want, and then boom, we got a skull. We're off and running. So you all can make skulls. Done. It's over, right? So now, what I want to do is taking this concept and ideas of, obviously, if I would have kept building that skull, the one I started with, we could have kept going, but why waste our time? We've already got one. Now I want to use this. I want to use this a little differently. I want to build something like kind of maybe a medallion. Maybe I'm a jeweler. Maybe I'm making something for a graphic. There are any ways that we can do this, okay? So I'm going to add now, let's add a sphere to this. There we go. And let's go ahead and switch. In fact, I'm going to switch out that sphere for this one. I just prefer it. It's a user. That's just me preferring. Yes, sphere on the head. Let's go a lot bigger. All right. And let's squish it a little bit like this. And let's move it to the back area here. And then now let's go ahead and give it some more love, i.e. those subdivisions that I'm looking to have. Okay, so I've now 1.5 million is what this is, which in the grand scheme of things, again, isn't too much. Now let's take this skull. Let's go ahead and size that up. Let's put it there. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of rotation. Let's center it. So we're rotating around the center of the model. And let's size that down. Okay, and now I'm gonna go a little bit bigger. This is, again, my art part bug is coming into play. Right, so this is now a skull that's sitting in front of this little squashed sphere, right? And what I want to do is I want to take this sphere part, right? I want this skull, in essence, or we'll pull it even further apart. We want this skull to actually end up on this piece in the back, okay? So I'm going to switch to that. Down here we have some projection options, and one of them is a bas relief. You can even turn these into any mesh into an alpha bas relief. It can work that way as well. So it's really simple. It's literally one click button. I say project in the bas relief, and it's done. That's it. Yay, amazing. So let me turn off the skull and really show you what happened. Bam. I just have now that skull projection in that sphere. So what I'm trying to point out here is you guys can use anything. Bring in any mesh, click a button, boom, bas relief, right? We all can make coins now, yay. All right, but you can also turn that into an alpha too. So if I look at just the skull again, you can also just adjust it. We also have it in our alpha palette. You can come in here and you can say, you can make a bas relief this way. And what that's going to do is actually make an alpha of that. So you can click and drag that wherever you want, right? So you can have the global way of doing something, and then this is obviously more of like local way, because you are now turning this into a brush that you want to control. So as a user, I would just switch to a standard, something like a standard brush, grab that, do a drag rack, right? And then we can go back to this one, and you can start drawing out, see? Draw out those skulls as well. And I can say, change your focal shift, right? So you can really, you decide what you want to do. Okay, let's keep having some fun here with this one though. All right, so let's switch to gold. So it's a little bit more nice gold look. Let's go ahead and add another piece here into the mix. So we got a little something like that. We're gonna keep that on because I wanna see what's happening with this. And I'm again going to switch to a different cylinder. It's just a personal preference. Okay, so there's these type of cylinders. We have different shapes in here. And the reason why I'm switching to these is I want to open this up a little bit, and then we'll turn this off so you guys can see it. We're gonna make like this. We'll put this right about there. That looks pretty good right there. Now I'm gonna switch to something I even showed yesterday. So our Z Modeler brush. So we've been talking about clay and millions and millions and millions of polygons. Okay, now we're the opposite. We're on another spectrum now. We're on low polygonal items, okay? So I'm gonna switch to Z Modeler. I'm gonna say, let's go ahead and bevel, and I can start just quickly making some bevel changes through here, adding an edge loop, coming through here, doing a little Q mesh by a poly looping, pulling things out, and being able to just make some kind of quick little nice little medallion here. So I also will bevel this, okay? And then I wanna see what this is gonna look like, because right now it's obviously, that's no good. I wanna see what this looks like divided in essence. But now what I'm doing is introducing you to something else. I'm not actually adding any polygons, right? So this is sitting at 160, but I'm showing a version that is being divided up. So we took our idea of having multiple subdivision levels and let's make it dynamically also happen, okay? So then I can come down right below our dividing. I've turned this on. I'm a big shortcut guy. I just live in the shortcuts, live, breathe, eat it, okay? So this is now saying, how many divisions do I want? So I can go all the way up to 4, so you can see how smooth it starts to get. But again, the benefit here is I'm very, very low polygon, okay? So I have very low polygons happening through here, and then I can say, you know what? What's it look like with some creasing? Okay, that looks good. I like that creasing happening through there. Let's drop the creasing level so it softens it just a little bit. So maybe that's what I'm looking for. And again, I can playing with something that's very low, so I have the ability to keep adjusting this and moving this along. If I want to come in here and say, let's add another edge loop, right? I can insert another edge loop wherever I want and move it in through here. I want to do any beveling. If I want to Q mesh this down, just a single polygon, I can start Q meshing things down, right? And make a hole if I want to. So this is allowing me, this is what Q mesh is, not so much a extruder per se. It's more of something that's going to allow us to just move faces. And in fact, you know, this makes me want to have some more fun here. We're going to do some symmetry, radial symmetry over here, my favorite over here, my boss's favorite over here. Start moving that in, creasing that, and now I've got it, boom, happening across everything, right? This is the benefit. You're combining now multiple workflows. Okay, let's continue playing with this. Let's make this look a little bit better, cooler. Let's have some more fun with this. So let's append something else again. We'll append a cube again, and then I'm going to switch it to this cube in here. It's just, again, I just like this because if I'm gonna make something, changing my spans really quick, we'll go a little bit smaller through here. And then now I'm gonna introduce you to something else again. I told you guys, this is gonna be a switchblade show, okay? I'm trying to give you as much as I can. I'm gonna start Micro Machine guys. You guys are really rambunctious today, I have to say that. It's really, really good to see smiling faces. And when I mean that, you're all looking like this. Thanks for coming up. All right, so array mesh, okay? This is an instancing system. So I want to put like some other design elements around this thing, okay? So I'm gonna say, how many do I want? Okay, so I'm gonna say, let's start with 8. I don't know. I don't even know how many I want. I wanna start with 8, okay? And I'm gonna say I want this to rotate around this. So I'm gonna go to my rotate. I'm gonna say along my Z, because that's what I'm looking at my camera. I wanna go 360 degrees. And then now we're gonna have cubes rotating around, right? And as I do this, I get more or less. So you can see what's happening. But here's where it starts having more fun. I start pulling it off away and then now start using this to shape, make another little design element in here. Let's go a little bit smaller, something like this. And once again, I'm gonna start changing the shape of this really quick and saying, okay, I like where that's coming. Let's go ahead and divide it. This is the dynamic thing coming back into play, right? So do I want it to look like this or do I want it to look like that, right? This is where now I'm making a decision as the artist. And I like to say my buzzword of non-destructive. This is a non-destructive workflow where I'm not married to this has to look like this now. I can go back and forth and change things if I want to. I can say, let's crease it, get back that design a little bit. Let's drop the crease level. Let's put up again more smoothness. No, we don't need any thickness. Let's not go there right now. Okay, and add some of this. So now I'm softening up those edges a little bit. Okay, and then let's go back to some Z Modeler again. Let's go ahead and now inset this. Let's do a single polygon. And then here is going to be the benefit of us having array mesh. As you can see, what I do to one, it does to all of them, right? So whatever, I'm really only working on the one that's on the top. ZBrush is handling the rest of it for me, right? So it's nice to be able, like I've found this to be really a great design element for me because looking at this and this, even in this scenario, I'm like, do I want this number or do I want more of them, right? Or even just go crazy. Or, like I've found like I don't know what I want and sometimes this tells me what I want when I see the design of it. I start figuring out, okay, that's the number that I want to have on this little medallion thing that I'm making here in front of us. Okay, so let's do one more thing again. We'll add another element in here. We'll take this cube and then we'll size this one down as well. And then we'll do a little bit of this. Okay, and that looks good. We'll go right about there. Yep. And then let's go back down to array mesh. Once again, let's do this. Now, you have the ability, I can go up, copy the above one, and then paste it. So now these both have the same exact array happening. Okay, so as I move this one, they're gonna line up, see, with the other parts. So I'm copying and pasting one array into another to try and make some cool little design element in here that I wanna have. Let's add another thing in here. Let's add a torus this time, or a ring, as we will, and then say, I want that to rotate. Say something like this. Let's make that a little bit bigger. You know what, I don't like this one. I don't like it. Again, freedom, swap out, right? I'm just swapping out stuff and just creating. It's really about having that design freedom with inside of ZBrush. Just kind of come up with whatever you want, right? And then again, doing something like this, let's say. Let's smooth that one down. Okay, and then now I'm gonna do again another array mesh, but this time I'm gonna do a little bit of a different array mesh. I'm gonna say, how about let's do 6, and then let's do a scale change. So let's go 2, well, not 23. Who said 23? No, 2 by 2 by 2, right? So now I'm changing the size of this over time, right? And then I can adjust this and it's happening as a unit, right? Because they're arraying. So really the only one that exists is the one that's in the middle. The rest of them don't actually exist right now. And then I can say, well, let's have some more fun with that. Let's also do a little offset, and this time I'm gonna switch to my other tool here. This is our transpose line, okay? That allows me to move things, so I can move them in space as well. And what I'm actually doing is moving the sliders over here without actually touching the sliders, okay? So you can see there's a lot of flexibility with this system, allowed to just shape things out, figure out what I want this to look like, keep adjusting things, moving things around, and then there you have some kind of nice little medallion. I'd probably, for this case, I don't like the faceting that's happening, so I'd probably go up and more, right? And then I can render it out, and then now we've got a render happening in ZBrush that's in seconds, and we can use this render. And in fact, just to have a little more fun here, sticking with this idea of designing things, I'm gonna go to our filter system here. So we've got rendering systems, NPR, is non-photorealistic actually, where these are just preset filters that you can actually double click, and then we'll turn the render into this. So like, hey, I want a blueprint of it. Yeah, it's a blueprint, yay. Right, so these are filters that we have. These can be adjusted in real time as well, because once the render's done, I'm just loading ones that we've done, some artists have done. This is someone trying to make it look like kind of oil painting stuff. Someone trying to make it look like watercolory look. So there's a lot of different presets. There's something that look like pencil, old school for us that used to have to draw on paper in school. I don't think my daughter even knows what line paper is. Okay, so things like this opens up lots of freedom to just really, it's an 8-bit, it's Nintendo. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so moving on. So there's just a general workflow for you guys. Again, we started with a sphere, and I just kept expanding upon it, expanding upon it, expanding upon it. So continuing on this process, I want to be able to maybe make something else. So how about a dragon? Okay, so these are what we call Z-spheres. So you got to start somewhere at any time you're creating, whether it is you're going to be. So we really focus on that idea. Where is an artist going to start, and how can we get them immediately in being in their workflow, being artists and being creative as fast as possible? So Dynamesh was one way. This is another way. Okay, so these are what we call Z-spheres. It's going to allow us to shape things around. So in fact, let's even bring in another image in here. So let's go ahead and I'm going to import an image that I have. Dragon reference. Okay, so and then I'm going to say I want this image, right? So you can see that dragon reference image. I'm going to put this one now also on the floor. So we'll turn our floor back on. And you can see we have these, like the skull. This is what it was doing. It has just images of the front, back, left, right, because as you rotate, you see the back side, then you see the front side. So we're swapping the images as you rotate. So in this scenario, I only want to use the dragon. So I'm going to turn most of these off. I don't need them, right? So you can click on them, turn them off. You can pull whatever images you want on here. So just so we don't have a distraction, I'll turn these off for now. And then let's go and say, take that dragon image, right? And so you can see now that you have this, how do I get to just a basic shape of what I'm looking at in an image, right? So this is what Z-spheres can help me do. This is where I prefer using Z-spheres. So you think about, when I was doing the skull, that's simple. It's just a head, it's just a skull. This is not simple. This is a creature or a character, right? There's a lot more going on. So for me, a Z-sphere makes a lot more sense to start shaping. So this is really easy to use. I'm just going to start moving and then scaling and rotate this. So what I'm going to do now is say, okay, this needs to be probably the main portion of the body, somewhere around there. And I'm going to start using hotkeys now to start positioning this where I want, okay? And then now I can go back to draw and I say, okay, I want one of those, another one, and now I got another one, and then I just pull this out. Let's go here, let's put another one there, start shaping that out, moving that where I want, okay? Now there is, here, we'll turn the image off. So you can see there's 3 Z-spheres, and in between there's chains. And so what I can do is I can actually click and add even into the chain, start moving that around. And this is about moving as quick as I can, okay, to start getting that shape that I need to start matching this. So of course, this is why you also would want to start scaling things up, moving them around, getting it exactly where I want. Right, we're gonna need we need a neck, gotta have a neck. So let's start putting that in. So you think about this almost like bones a little bit, right? I'm building kind of the bone structure of this from the image, in essence. Okay, and then now we go to the front. We'll put one there, and I'm gonna I'll put that one right about there. And then coming down for the front of the face, just making another one. And again, I'm switching up the top. I'm making shortcuts. So as you can see, if you watch up here, I'm only switching between these modes up here is what I'm doing, right? And then let's put a little tail on this. Why not? Come off. And then to make it simpler for me, I will go ahead and just move it all the way out here. And then now I'll just add some spheres along the way and then just move those into position. And then once again, I need to start tapering and bringing this down, stuff like this, right? And start getting that shape. Oh, we need legs, obviously, okay? So you're gonna be able, I would say I wanna put the legs right about there, okay? And then I'm gonna draw out, and now we're branching off another direction from these Z-spheres that I started going off of. And now I wanna put that in, and now this will be forming a leg, right? Start giving me that form that I need. Add another couple Z-spheres, start shaping that up. And then remember, the goal here is not trying to make it perfect, it's about getting a base of something, right? I gotta start somewhere, and then the Z-spheres are allowing me a freedom to just start quickly blocking out something. So once we have these done, we need to be able to do something with them. I.e., we're a sculpting application. I want to be able to sculpt on all this. So we'll turn the image off now. Oh, yes, it's Cartoon Dragon now. Right, so what I want is now the geometry. Boom, there you go. So these Z-spheres get converted, and now I have the ability to sculpt on this if I want to. It's that simple. Okay, so this is using Dynamesh once again. So by default, it's going to use the Dynamesh ability. So I'm just turning this preview on and off. Okay, and right here, there's a Dynamesh slider, so I can even turn that off and hit preview, and now you get completely different geometry. So there's flexibility and freedom here, right? So now you can see you're getting something that you were getting more from like ZRemesh, or nice, clean flow topology. And then now this is where the point where I break off and start wanting to sculpt on this and start making something. So because of my time, I'm gonna just move on to the dragon that I started messing around with and show you guys some features with this, right? So this is all starting from a Z-sphere and being able to just start quickly shaping and figuring out where I want to go with this. And in fact, ironically, in ZBrush, there's actually a brush in here that already has dragon skeletons. So this is, again, from a user, Damien. So you can actually, there's a skull cranium right there, right? And then throughout here, I'll show you it this way, there are multiple things. Like there's the complete head skull. You can actually rip it out of the brush and then have the skull ready to go and start forming from this if you want to. Okay, so it's an idea of combining things now. I can start now with this and go, let's now take Z-spheres and Dynamesh and let's make them work together. Let's have them start working together. So I'm gonna append a Z-sphere. So now it's sitting here in this space. And then I just wanna start maybe quickly again, once again, now combining all this. I'm gonna quickly just put a little bit of some geometry in there. We'll go right about there. And let's start building off of this, coming down and start building a neck, right? Some volume through there. Put this up, coming around. So this is now giving me that, right? So now I got this new topology flowing through here, okay? So this is, I want to use this skin. So this is a skin preview to allow us to keep changing and adding things. And yes, you could even use these to pose inside of ZBrush if you want to. So I'm gonna make that a skin. So right now I've got this, and I'm going to now append the skin I just made of this. So here's the skin. And then now I'm gonna go ahead and even merge these down, hit okay. And now they're all one, okay? But the key point here is, if we go to the poly grouping and we do an auto group, they're all separate pieces of shell still, okay? So like the cranium still is not connected in any way. The horns are not connected. This piece that I threw together real quick is not connected. So this is another benefit of me wanting to use something like a Dynamesh. I'm gonna say, I don't want this, this. I don't want those, I don't want those, I don't want those, right? So I can hide and show what I do and I don't want. In fact, I'm gonna say, let's get rid of even the teeth. Let's do something like this. This is all I want. So let's split this off. And now that I have this, they got this parts are now, so you can see they're gray. These are their own subtool, is what we call them now. They're their own mesh, right? So I'm gonna come back to this, and then this, when you start to sculpt on something like this, all right? And you start to build up, the clay brushes will definitely build up, but you notice as I start smoothing, you'll start seeing a little bit of shape. See, like that shape just disappeared and went in, right? So if I'm really gonna sculpt on this, I'm gonna start from here with a dragon. It would make more sense for me to tell it, let's weld everything together. Let's make it one big clay right now, and that's one of the things that Dynamesh is also gonna do for us. So I'm gonna throw on a Dynamesh, and now it's welded. Everything's together, and now as I'm sculpting across, smoothing, I can start backing again, bony landmarks, and keep re-Dynameshing and getting rid of things, start adding more clay, start building up the volume quickly, and boom, we're off to the races now and running. Right, so I just start placing things real quick. Okay, we'll turn this off. So you can see how quickly we can start getting something pretty fast, switching, and then now we're just taking this another level. Okay, and then again, I'm a big fan of these trim dynamic. Whoops, I don't want black. And start just landing some marks for my eye to see things really quick as I'm sculpting. I want to be able to really see some kind of really important landmarks in this piece. And in fact, I'm going to even fill this in a little bit, okay? Because Once again, we're going to go back into our VDM brushes. Okay, so we call them, they're chisel brushes. So ironically, there are some things here that would fit on a dragon, right? So we've got a couple eyes through here, right? I can start putting in an eye, and then there you got an eye, right? So this is an example of, hey, I don't have enough information there. I don't have enough clay there. This is like, let's come out of this mode. Let's go back and let's make it a clean, nice, remeshed version. So I'll remesh that, okay? And then now I'm gonna divide up a little bit. Let's give it a little bit more love. And so now when I pull something like that out, right, I start to see what's happening. Yeah, see, I'm not so good at sculpting now that you guys seen this brush. It's like, you're not impressive at all, right? So you can start, you too can make a dragon, right? And you got a couple little horn pieces in here, start coming through here, right? You start building some stuff out. We got scales. You can start putting some scales on this if you want to. Okay, so you got a lot of different ways to be working. I'm just looking at my time right now. You got a lot of different ways to start attacking and building up this surface, right? You can even take, scales like this, right? So maybe I don't want to scale like that, okay? I want to actually come across the nose a little bit. So I'm going to switch to lazy mouse in here, and I can control some things with lazy mouse. So I'm going to say, let's do a stroke like this, so I can start doing things like that, right? So maybe I just want to come across with that scale, right? And start putting in just some dynamic changes on him. Now, this is repeating quite a bit, right? So I want to adjust that a little bit. So this is where the lazy mouse is going to come into play. Like I'm liking putting something like this over his brow, kind of protect his eye even a little bit more. So in this here stroke here, I can say this stepping slider, what kind of stepping do I want? So right now I've got these scales dropping really fast on top of each other. I want them to space out a little bit. So I can come in here and say, let's raise that step up a little bit. And then now just sculpt right across the surface. And then now maybe I'm looking for something more like that, right? Just having a little bit better gap that might fit better within our dragon, okay? And coming through there. So this is just opening up now a lot of different ways I can start working. And in a sense also I have some other brushes that we have. So as a user base, there is a plugin called XMD. It's made by a gentleman, Michael Dunham. He's made a ton of brushes for you all. So you can go download them for free. He's also got an account where he just keeps adding more and more and more brushes. So it's a really great system. We made a one-button solution click for inside a ZBrush. So I'm just gonna grab a couple of them to give you guys some examples. So I'm gonna load some brushes that I have. From that system, you can actually load right from the system, but I forgot to install it. So here's a couple like even dragon brushes that he made, right? And this is an example of just dragging out, some form with an alpha, right? I'm just using an alpha to pull on this. So he's got a couple really nice brushes that I grabbed from here. So here's some spikes. So this one's really nice. So this one's actually using a different technique. So I'm actually gonna duplicate this dragon and do that. And this is now, we'll go a little bit bigger, start drawing this out. I'm gonna draw a curve first and then populate, bam, you got a dragon scale, right? So speaking of all this, right, you can see how quick you're building brushes, you're making things, and live on the showroom floor, we're making dragons, right? But here's something else now, again, that I want to show. Now that I'm used this brush, I want to make another version of something like this. So let's again go really quick and grab a cube and make our own scale brush now, okay? So I'm going to say, yeah, we'll make that a mesh. And once again, I'm sure you know by now, I prefer the ones in here. Okay, and now let's start shaping something up real quick. Like this, maybe do a little bit of that. Once again, I'll go to Z Modeler. This time I'm gonna insert multiple edge loops. So this will insert multiple span and edge loops. And those colors are important to us in the world of ZBrush. Those are called polygroups. For those of you maybe using other programs, think of them a little bit as like selection sets, I guess would be the easiest way to explain it to you all. Because then I can do stuff like this. I can say, hey, QMesh, all faces have the same polygroup, and then they all can move stuff. That's why it's important to us. We can do a lot of really cool stuff really fast with this. So I don't need that many. That's not necessary. And just because we're all here, you can even make it interaction flowing stuff too. There's a lot of really cool stuff inside of this brush. So I'm just gonna go, that's enough, that's enough. Okay, and now I'm gonna start shaping. Just because we're live on the floor, let's show another feature. Okay, so we got our deformers. I'm using it symmetrically actually. So this is a lattice deformer that you might all be used to, but you can see the white dots are not available on the other side because I've told ZBrush to actually not use those dots. So what that means is whatever I do to this one over here, it happens to the other side, right? So this is working symmetrically, which for me as an artist, I'm gonna wanna have that symmetry. Just quickly shaping this again, doing something like that. Okay, that looks good. Let's do an inset. Let's do a flat island. So I want to take all these green ones right here and just do an inset real quick. Okay, so our inset by default, we worked really hard on this, so the triangles are being made is actually a good thing. This is making sure that volume doesn't change. So there's different types of actually insets that we've made. So you have a bunch of different ones that you can have. This has been a big one for me, our recent add to us. So you can add things like this, right? You can create an inset of stuff. And then I can say, all right, let's take those, Q-mesh that, and say polygroup all, push that in. And then now we're gonna start getting like a little scale start to happen through here, right? And then I'm gonna say, let's take this and let's start adding some volume inside the scale, right? And once again, I'm working really low to make some big adjustment and changes. And now to the fact of, I'm gonna go once again into array mesh, okay, because I love to now combine these. This is really what it's all about too, is taking these features and it's like an onion, or like, if you're like me, a fat kid, a cake, it's layering, layers. God, that joke usually hits. I'm bad today, I'm off today, let's go. All right, so I wanna now do another rotation, okay? So I'm gonna say, let's do, again, 12, I don't know. And then we'll do rotate, and then we'll do this time along the Y. Okay, so I'm gonna go 360 degrees along the Y, okay? And let's see, in fact, I made this backwards, upside down, I think, when I did this. So let's see where I'm at in this. Let's see what axis I wanna be on, actually. Okay, so you have all axes here, so I actually want the Z, because I built it the wrong way. Shame on me. Okay, and then now, pulling this out to start creating a nice repeating scale going on through here. Okay, so that's pretty good. That's enough. Okay, and maybe even can play with the rotations. But I'm now going to do this. I'm going to say, how about let's add another version of that? Let's add one more. So what I've done now is I made another stage to my array. So now I'm not just doing a single circular shape. I've got the same exact thing again happening above. So I can even do this, and I can even repeat these as many times as I want. So what this is doing is taking the first, it's like a child-parent relationship. It's taking that first array and then making that exact same thing again. Because then that's what I want to do, because I want to sit one of these. I want to sit this row kind of on top, right? And then I want to rotate it so I can look from above and kind of rotate, because scales need to have an offset to them, right? So you can either do it by here or you can do it by the slider over here. Now this is what I mean, what I love about this system, the array mesh for me, is there's a lot of overlapping, but the beauty is, once again, we are only looking at the one, that's it. So I can keep adjusting and getting this where I want it and start even making them go, do I want a little bit longer? Do I want shorter? Like, what do I want these scales to really look like? And then I can even continue messing with things and say, let's Q-mesh. Let's do, again, polygroup all, pull this out. You can change things around. I can say, how about this one? How about we just do one, right? You can add a little spot in it in the middle, right? And then it's gonna happen to all of them as we're going along here. So I wanna now turn this actually into a brush, okay? So I'm gonna say, let's take these and let's not have them be instances anymore. So I'm gonna say, let's make that a mesh, okay? And then make that a mesh. So now it's a unit. So they're all, as you can see, my polygon count has changed. And now I'm gonna say, let's go brush. Let's create an insert. I'm gonna say new. This now allows me to draw out as many of these as I want, okay? And then what I'm going to do, and here we'll switch to, so you guys are gonna be able to see this better. We'll switch to a plane. We'll make that plane there. And where are you? There you are. There you are. Here, let's use this guy. There you go. Okay, and then I'm going to say, I've got these drawn out, but what I'm going to do is tell it, let's make this go along something else. Let's make it go along a curve. Okay, so then as I draw out, I get a bunch of them, just repeating over and over and over again, right? So here, I'm going to turn off the color so you guys can see it better. Right, and now what I want to do is play with this even a little bit more. Okay, so I'm going to say, what do I want? I want my curve stepping to change. Let's try 0.8 because I want these to actually start overlapping. So I'm going to say that's not enough. So let's go even lower. Let's try 0.6. And then I can just touch up there. That's looking good now. It's starting to get in the right position where I want those. And then I'm going to add one more other element onto this. I'm going to say, how about I have it even taper? So I can start having them taper over the curve over time as well. I don't like the direction of that taper, so I'm going to flip it so it goes the other direction. I don't like how quick it's tapering, so I'm going to come here and make a graph adjustment. Just move this dot up so that the tail part can get a little bit fatter and then not be so tapered down going on there, right? And so now that I have this brush, it's just draw whatever I want. And then you can even adjust the curve after the fact if you want. I'm even going to tell, let's add another element into this. I'm going to say, let's add a little bit of resolution to my actual brush. I don't want it to bend a lot on itself. It's a dragon tail. Shouldn't bend that much. And then now you can start moving things around and adjusting things. I can even come in here and tell it to lock down things. So I can say, lock the start and end. So as I move this, you see the rest of it? The tail's not moving now. If I come to the tail, right? This isn't moving up here, and I can move anywhere in the middle and come across like this. So I think, Matthias, that's my time, right? Except for questions. Do you guys have questions on the floor? Yes.
There it is.
Yep. Okay, so she's asking is when you're making something for a game, it's low polygon in a video game in a lot of cases, and then we're super dense. Well, now with Unreal 5, you can plop literally a 20 million polygon mesh in their engine, and you're fine. Actually, but for characters, they're going to rebuild and have new topology, and they're going to use like normal maps and cavity maps and things like that, which you can create normal maps inside of ZBrush. So they would take, they would go all out, sculpt everything crazy, bring and then have the game ready version, and then you can come in here and we have displacement maps, texture maps, and normal maps, and then that's what would go in the engine. So you're going to take, in essence, you're going to take the sculpt and make it live in the map. That's all you're going to do. That's it. So that's going to be what you would do in that workflow. So depending on the gaming studio you would work at, they might start, here's the game ready mesh already, everyone's already using it, this is what you're starting with inside of ZBrush, and now go work on that. And then you're good. Or artists will just go, who cares? I'm going doing whatever I want, then I'll make the game ready mesh, then I'll make the maps. It really comes down to the studio, who you're working for. Are you a mobile game? Are you like a AAA game studio? But I'm telling you, Unreal 5 is a game changer. Like, that's a big time game changer. Like the fact that we can just plop models right in now without engines. And I'll be honest, I've been to a lot of studios where some of them are even just using the Z-Remesher version, and that's what goes in the engine. They don't have to be so low polygon anymore like they used to. Like, they got a lot more freedom now, especially at a triple game studio. And then they're using multiple UDIMs now too, multiple UV sets on a game character too now. Did that answer your question? Okay, good. What else? Spagoli?
More
Bueller.
from the live audience.
Bueller.
If not, we'll go to the internet and they'll take over.
Oh my
You
God,
guys
be
know.
careful with the internet.
I know, they already
Yes.
they started where? Here we go. In the front, Anthony. What do you got?
I'm fascinated by the foundation you have of anatomy, and just if you could speak a little bit to that foundation and the good things that we can do to build up
Yeah.
that reference.
Absolutely. Fantastic question. So This is always an ongoing question. You don't need, I do not know anatomy like a doctor or anything like that in that sense. Like I couldn't name all the bones and stuff. You don't need to know that. Know it in an artistic sense. The most important thing is your bone structure, understanding major bone landmarks, and finding things that, if anybody that lives in Vegas, one of the best people you can train and learn from is Andrew Cause. He's here in Vegas, Anatomy Tools. He holds workshops. He's holding one right now with Sir Richard Taylor from What a Workshop is there as a guest sculptor teaching people, right? He's one of the best on the planet. Scott Eaton's one of the best on the planet to learn from. They all have classes that you can learn from. So I'd say anatomy, don't overwhelm yourself like every bone, every muscle. Like figure things out. Like Da Vinci gave us stuff like our eyes, besides having an extra eye here, there's actually 5 across, and that's the furthest point. The zygomatic, this bone, that's the furthest one that sticks out the furthest, and that's the only way I know that. It's 5 eyes, and then he flipped them, and he found out if down the body, every major bony landmark is 5 eyes as
Away
an
from
artist
the next?
down the body. Yeah, so like it starts at your sternum, goes, yeah. Andrew showed me this, and when he was doing it on the model, I was like, dude, trust me, watch. He was like marking the model and going, holy, are you kidding me right now?
5 eyes.
Yeah, it's 5 eyes, and for artist landmarks.
Okay.
Okay, not a human body, it's artist landmarks, right? Which are important for me. Where's my mandible going? To the sternum, to the bottom of the sternum. 10th rib, that's important to me as an artist, because that's what you all see when you guys are moving. It's your 10th rib. You don't see your 11th and 12th, it's way back here, right? So those kind of things would become important, right? Understanding that, the basic stuff, and then you can start going and taking away a little bit at a time. If you want to see me after, I'm going to be in the back and give you some other recommendations as well.
Artist landmarks.
Anybody else here?
Yeah,
I like
we
the
can still
live
go
people.
live. Yeah, we can still
Jessica,
go live. You get
Anthony?
priority over the internet. Sorry, internet.
paid to be
we
here.
still love you.
You paid
still
to be
love
here.
you. But
Or your company did. I don't know.
all right, moving on. Someone was asking, is there any way to control the pivot point of array mesh?
Yes, you can use either the sliders in array mesh, or you can actually, my preferred method would be, I don't know if I have any of the array, here we go. My preferred method is using the actual transpose line to control it. So if you turn on your transpose line, on this one here, we got to undo, get back to an array mesh, there we go. So in array mesh, I turn this on. This transpose option is just telling ZBrush, when I turn on the transpose, use it as the GUI for array mesh in essence. So in this, there's going to be, oops, help if I didn't turn it off. See that yellow circle right in there? That's so you can move your pivot point. So you can either come here, use the sliders, or you can come over here, and then this is moving the pivot point. See, that yellow circle
Nice.
is my pivot point. If I had more time, I would show you something really cool to do all this with, but
But they can always visit you in the
Yeah.
back. Sorry,
Yes.
internet. In-person bonus.
Yes.
All right, moving on. Let's see here. What does the convert to nano mesh button do in array mesh?
oh, it's going to convert all your array meshes actually into a nano. So it's going to take these, and it's going to take each one of these. So here, we'll take one of them. And they're talking about converting a nano. So what that's done is nano, nano, nano. It's now a nano. And what a nano is planes. So it's another instancing system. So in essence, each one of these scales don't even exist now at all. And they're all sitting on a plane. So really quick, really quick. The easiest way to understand this is like this. Watch, I'll show you guys very fast here. Let's take this. Let's take a brush. Where are you? Let's take this. I'm going to convert this into a nano. Okay, and then now I can draw out. And what this is doing is drawing out anything in here that I grab. It's drawing out on the actual planes. Okay? And so what else is very cool is I can take something like this and go wee, and actually even paint with it. And you got to make that sound effect when you do this at home, people.
Otherwise, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work unless you
Doesn't
make the
work.
sound effect. So in essence, that's what it's doing. It's taking my scales and turning them into a nano sitting on an actual polygon. That's what it's doing.
Very cool. Moving on.
Yes.
Let's see here. Can models in ZBrush be opened in Element 3D? The answer would be yes, because of the export options, like FBX, OBJ in Element. So you'll be good there. Just make sure you use those export options. It's not opening ZBrush files natively.
No.
Let's see here. Next one, Matthias, for characters, can you rig as well? Can you rig
Yes.
within ZBrush as
Yes.
well?
Z-spheres are the rigging tool. You can use Z-spheres to rig. Then we have a plugin called Transpose Master that allow you to take, because again, you're in a different world when you're talking about millions upon millions upon millions of polygons. So we have something that allows to take all the meshes. So this is actually made specifically for posing It's going to take all the meshes, turn them into one. You pose your character, and then you kick them all back, and we'll kick it back.
Awesome. And last, 5 eyeballs or five eye openings, left or right.
Five open eyeballs, not closed eyeballs. It's 5. The gap that you would have in the eyeball. It's the same thing when an eyeball doesn't go past your orbital bone, stuff like that you learn. Because that's why we have an orbital bone, to protect our eye. That's why we have them, right? So those little things is all you need to know. Yeah, so it's 5 just eyes.
Five regular eyes.
Yes.
Don't get fancy.
Don't get fancy.
Just keep it simple.
No anime eyes. Regular human eyes.
That's very, very different. All right, everyone. Paul will be in the back. And I think this is the last day, right? We don't have you any tomorrow.
Yep,
so
I
if
leave
you do
tomorrow.
have ZBrush questions, ask Paul. He will be here
Thanks for
the
coming.
rest of the day. And stay tuned because we have next the man, the myth, the legend, the rocket lasso himself, Chris Schmidt. He's going to be showcasing a lot of the new stuff in R26 within cinema. So thanks again. Stay tuned. We'll see you in the moment, Internet.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Maxon booth here at NAB 2022. So happy to see everyone. I am accompanied by one of the legends and icons of our community, Chris Schmidt, the Rocket Lasso himself. He's going to be showcasing some amazing things. For those of you who have not already, jump into 3dmotionshow.com, hit sign up. We've given away thousands of dollars of prizes, and we can keep you informed of great shows like this. So Chris has so many great things. I can't take up any more time. I'm going to let him take it from here. Chris, it's great to see you. Thank you again. Chris Schmidt, everyone. Big round of applause.
Hello, everybody. I'm Chris Schmidt. I recently just released the What's New in S26 video, and I promised that I'd be going deeper into some of the new simulation stuff today, and that's what we're here to do. We're going to be talking all about cloth and rope. So, I am from my company Rocket Lasso, and there we make plugins, and we do lots of live streams. Every week I do a 2-hour live stream where I just answer questions live from the audience, and I'm going to be presenting from the booth again on Wednesday, where I will be just doing the whole show, taking questions from the audience. So if you've got any questions, especially about the new version, come and I'll just be taking them straight from the audience. And then we also do tutorials. So if you're not already following Rocket Lasso, you should totally come and check us out. A couple of quick announcements. First of all, HalfRes 2022. We have the date, it's set up. If you don't know what HalfRes is, it's a one-day conference that we run in Chicago. And it's going to be exciting this year. We're going as big as we ever have. We're going to have presenters and speakers and a panel. And it's just a one-night party, a bunch of motion graphics people talking 3D, doing games, prizes, giveaways. It's really fun. So you should head on over to rocketlasso.com. Save the date. It's going to be on September 9th. It's a Friday this year, which is a big thing. Join the newsletter. We'll be releasing the tickets very soon. And then there's an NAB sale right now. We make plugins, so I've got Ricochet and Slicer and Recall and Mesh to Spline, and currently all of those are on sale. So you can head on over to gumroad.com/rocketlasso, use code NAB2022, and get 25% off all of our tools. So, and that's this week only. Anyway, let's get to the presentation proper, where we're going to be making connections with S26's new dynamics. Now, I've got probably way too many projects here, so we're going to pick and choose what we're going to be playing with here. So to begin with, let's start talking about the new cloth. Closing this up. Okay, we're going to start out basic. It's pretty much the first thing you do in any simulation system. We've got a sphere here, and we got plane. It's going to be a blanket. So if I right-click on the sphere, I can go to the new simulation tags, and you're going to see we've got, well, they look different than they did in 25. And you might be like, well, where's like the rigid body? Where's the old collider and everything? Well, that has moved up to the bullet tags, because that's based on the bullet simulation system. But now we've got the all-new one. And in spite of this being, say, named cloth, and then we had the old spline hair dynamics, these are completely rewritten. They're completely new simulations behind the scenes. So there'll be some similar parameters, but all the math is completely different. So let's begin by making the sphere into a collider and making the plane into a cloth. So we just start out like that. We hit play, and it's set to GPU right now. It's important to actually mention that there are two modes. I'm going to hit Control-D, and under our simulation menu, you'll see that we can run this on the GPU and the CPU. So depending on your machine, one will be faster or the other will be faster. The CPU is typically going to be faster, but what has to happen is it kind of has to send all the information over to the CPU, or I'm sorry, the GPU, and then it'll kick in and run nice and fast. So you'll see that little delay as it sends it over, and then it'll start running really quick. So with that as our start, let's look at a couple of the basic settings. So clicking on the cloth tag, you can see we've got bendiness. So let's crank that up. I'll put it up to, say, 5, and you can see it bends a little bit more. Let's jump it up to 55, and you'll see it bends even more. Then we've got our stretchiness, pretty straightforward. We can enable that to relax a little bit more. These two work in conjunction with each other really well, and you can start pushing that like really, really far while it starts drooping way down. I'm going to put it back to, I kind of like 55 and 15 is a good level for this mesh density. And the mesh density is actually a really important part of this. What's happening is kind of little mathematical springs are being created in between every single polygon that are telling it to stay a certain distance away and to only be able to bend a certain amount. So the more polygons you have, the more it will bend. You can imagine if I grab this plane and drop it way down to say just 5 and 5, very few polygons. So even though I said that this is pretty bendy, you can see that it's not going to bend all that much because there's not that many polygons. If we put this back to even some relatively small number, you see it's going to be very stiff. We drop this down to 0, it's all, let it come back again. You'll see it's almost a rigid body because there's very little for it to bend. But even with 0 bendiness, if I start subdividing this a lot more, so let's go and jump this to say 44, 44. So we said 0 bendiness, but you're going to see that it still bends quite a bit because there's just so many polygons. If each one is just bending like 0.1%, that adds up as they go. So mesh density, very important. And then the way that the polygons are set up, actually, another thing to mention is we've got these quad diagonals, and that's stopping a polygon from twisting sideways. Now, currently it's set to single. You can actually kind of make everything stiffer if you set it to double, so keep that in mind. If I play, actually, let me put back to our original 22 by 22 and hit play, and you're going to see that it can be stiffer overall, and I do like turning that on. But then you can drop this down to none, and at none, it's not worried about them squishing. It's like the old shear in soft body. So keep that in mind, important to turn on when it is appropriate for what you're building. Next up is, depending on the way you subdivide this, you can get very different deformations as well. So let's put this back to, let's do the 25 and 15, and look at the way it looks when it bends right now. You see we're getting pretty good wrinkles. It's falling over pretty well. But we can start modifying this, and what I've been enjoying doing a lot lately is using the capsules. So the capsules are entirely node-based. They're node-based tools, but we can now bring them into the object manager, and there's more of them now than ever. So if I go over to nodes, go to the list view, I'll shrink this down, click on our geometry modifiers, you're going to see a giant list of parametric ways of manipulating your object. And we got a couple cool new ones. To start out with, I would like to grab a parametric triangulate. I'll drop that as a child, and you see the mesh gets triangulated, and I didn't make it editable. So when I hit play now, it's a triangulated mesh, and it's going to, you see on the angle where we've got the flow direction that the triangulation happened, it's bending a lot more. But now we've got some of the new modeling tools, and one of them is the poke polygons, and here's a really good use case for it. If I grab the poke polygons and drop it in, it's kind of like a super triangulate where every polygon's kind of crisscrossing each other now. So we've got all these additional directions that it can bend. So only by doing that change, you can see how much more it's bending over and how many more wrinkles we're getting, how they really fill up that space. Okay, let's jump to the next file. And, okay, that's a reminder. Okay, so let us talk a little bit about the new Z-remesher to set up for the next bit of cloth. So here's your standard text, and it's just a text object. It's nice and it's got a lot of depth. I would like to feed this into the volume builder, holding down Alt so it becomes a parent of it automatically, and holding down Alt again to make the volume mesher. You can see we've got this nice geometry going. But if we wanted it to be a little sharper on there, of course, you've got to grab your voxel size and drop it down. Maybe you want it sharper still, so we'd have to drop it down. We start getting to a mesh density that starts getting really difficult to run a simulation on. So I'm going to put this back to something sort of in the middle there. And we've got a new algorithm inside of the remesher. If I go inside of this remesh, by default, it's set to the new Z remesher, which is an algorithm from ZBrush. And it does an amazing job of fixing your topography. Like, it's so quick, so automatic. It's worked on everything I've wanted it to do. We can grab it. You can see right now, look at the mesh flow that we get now. Look how it's following these curves. Then we can change our mesh density, drop it down to 50%. And now, once again, perfectly following the shape. Nice, clean, even polygons. And then we've got adaptiveness, which is pretty powerful. Typically, you're probably going to want to have a lot of adaptiveness. If I pull it up, you're going to see that these flat areas, like there's not as many polygons, but on these corners where it's more important, you see more polygons. But if I'm running simulations, it's always good to have your polygons be as similar size as possible. So I'll drop the adaptiveness down to 0, and now you'll see that all of the polygons, even as they follow this curve, are trying to be as even sized as possible. So now that we've got a lower poly object, yeah, and I'll leave that at 50. Let me right-click on it, simulation, and go to cloth. And let's throw a nice material on there. Okay, so hitting play with this all at the default settings, we can see that's just going to, let's also make the ground a collider. Simulation collider. So we hit play, send it to the GPU, falls over, squishes, bouncing around really nice, like not passing through itself. Like, it looks really good right out of the gate. We got a bunch of different settings to play with here, though. So, of course, we already talked about the bendiness. When we crank that up a bunch, we can make it a little bit a little bit more stretchy. You see it falls into a really nice pile there. But now let's move into some additional settings like balloon. If we go into balloon, we can now apply pressure to the inside. Now this needs to be a volume. It needs to be something that holds water. Otherwise, it can't maintain a pressure. So turning this on, you'll see we have something called overpressure. And right now it's set to 1, so it's the same inside and out. So it's going to try and maintain its current volume. So without changing anything, if I hit play, you see it's squishing to the ground, but it looks like it was inflated. Very important thing when it comes to the setting. There's something called expansion time. And what that's going to do is transition into that number over, it's going to take 30 frames for it to get to a pressure of 1. So that means if I were to set this pressure up to something higher, let's jump this up to 5, instead of it instantly jumping to it, it transitions into it, which is really good. If you played with rest length in soft bodies, that you always had to keyframe it, but now you don't have to keyframe that. We can just say expansion time. So set to 5, it'll take 30 seconds, but now you're going to see it inflates up over the course of 30 frames. And then we could do the opposite. Let's go to 0.2. And now it's actually pulling air out from the system. And maybe, so now, the air gets pulled out, and then we can reinflate it, and slowly over time it'll reinflate because of the expansion time. So balloon, really fun to play with, very intuitive. Jump this back, and let's make this not quite as bendy, and talk a little bit about the plastic deformation. I'm going to keep it simple. If we turn on both the bend and the stretch, I'm going to say if you bend even just a little bit, and if you stretch even just a little bit, just 101%, then it will remember that deformation. So, in fact, let's try and make that not bendy at all and see what happens when I drop it. And you can see it squishes, and instantly it's kind of like wants to maintain this current shape. And if I then inflate it, you see how it's not going back to that natural balloon shape anymore. It's going to what it crushed into. Alrighty, let's move into continuing this concept over here. So, almost exact same setup here. We've got a collider set up on this torus. We've got another cloth on this ring, and then some cloth set up on this text. Exact same setup through the volume builder, mesher, and then remesher. So, with all of this in mind, I should be able to hit play. And it's going to fall, and it's hanging there, and you can see how each is bending. It's doing a great job here, running in real time. Let us push this a bit further using one of my favorite features inside of cloth, and that is the new tearing. Now, we had tearing in the old cloth, but there was definitely some limitations that made it frustrating to use. The main one being when something would tear, the polygons on either side of the tear would disappear. And so you always had you'd have to crank up your mesh density so you could kind of hide the fact that was disappearing. Well, now I can just turn that on. Let's see how it looks here. Hit play. You're going to see we got a rip instantly on it. And let's hit play and let that keep on moving around. Let's weaken this a bit, 120. And you can see a tear, and look at, oh, that's so good. Look at the way this is tearing apart. The polygons are not disappearing. The seam travels along, ripping as it goes. So there's two settings here. There's the tear pass, so if it stretches beyond both the rotation and the stretch, if it goes beyond that point, it will break. We've got the tear guiding, and if we put this to 0, it's going to say, I want the tear to keep heading in the same direction, like maintain a 0 angle. So that's going to result in straighter lines on the tear. Yeah, you see a nice straight cut across that. If we put this up to 90, which is the highest it can go, it's going to be trying to make harsher turns as it tears. And you see how much messier of a tear that was. And this is just with this being like perfectly rectangular polygons. If this was triangulated or you had some sort of a crazy mesh, you'd be able to get crazier looking tears. Very nice on top of this. We could throw this entire thing directly into a subdivision surface, hit NA, and as that runs, the tears will run on there where it gets nice and smoothed out and rounded. So a lot of opportunities directly with that. Something important to mention here is both the rope and the cloth, these tags are deformer tags. So if you had been using soft bodies for a while, you know that you might make a mistake sometime where suddenly the mesh would get baked down into the shape you didn't want it to be, and even if you hit undo a bunch of times, it would still be gone. You couldn't bring it back. But this is a deformer, meaning the original mesh is never changed. It just gets deformed. So essentially, that could never happen. And also, it was always really dangerous in the bullet system to change anything, not at the time of 0, because that type of thing might break. I haven't run into that at all here. I've been making changes as it's playing, and it'll just reset the simulation at that new time. So very nice there. Let's combine a couple of the things that we've just been looking at. So we've got the tearing. I'm going to turn that off. Let's go back to the balloon. And I would like this to inflate again, but we're going to go pretty extreme. I'm going to say I want to inflate up to 8. If I hit play, you're going to see it's going to look super crazy as it inflates. And I'm going to say I want this to happen pretty quickly. I'm going to have this happen over maybe the course of 5 frames. So very quickly, you see it kind of shoots out really quick. So now if we combine that with the tearing, remember, tearing can only happen while it's a volume. So it should be pretty mild right now, but when I hit play here, you see, actually, no, pretty extreme, actually. Let's put this back to 0. Oh, it's not on the default. If I go back to 150, we should see it popped, and it only popped in a couple little spots. And as soon as there's a hole, it couldn't hold the pressure anymore. But instantly, I was able to make this tear. So depending on how you set up your tear past value and how quickly you expand it to a large size, you can get different looks. So look at how it tore in that one. Now I'm just going to speed it up. It's going to expand in a slightly quicker time. And now when we run, way more tearing, and now let's drop that down to 2. So I didn't even change the tear past value, but when I hit play in there, that's going to super explode, and we get this super shredded mesh, and you see it's still continuing to tear as it goes. It's so quick, it's so intuitive. Just being able to tear things, inflate things, with just a couple of clicks. This is such an amazing addition to the Cinema 4D simulation systems. Let's jump into the next file. We're going to actually skip over this one. I've got more interesting ones I want to make sure we get to. Okay, vertex map. This one's really cool, really powerful. Okay, here's a text object, kind of a default there. I'm going to make a couple changes. I want this to be completely flat, so I'm going to get rid of all the depth. And what's cool in the text object, if you make it flat, it's now just like the front cap. It's not like an invisible squish down side. It's just the front cap. And then I want to, it's set to subdivided, and I said that on this, essentially the spline that's making this, every 5 steps it's making a point. So now that means I can go into caps and change the cap from this nice clean Ngon to a Delani. So now it's getting subdivided in a nice kind of random way, so that's why I built it like this. And we can say the density should be cranked up all the way, so you can see a nice even triangular polygon count. I put it into a connect so I can make that editable. We don't need any of these tags, so I'll delete those. And that's been baked down to a single object. Adding a new simulation cloth, let's take a look at some of the dressing features. So I'll say I want the dresser. Let's go to points, look at this from the front, and let's make a rectangular selection. I'll select all of these top points, select all of these top points, and let's say fix, just like the old cloth. So back to object mode so we can see it, and hit play. And the simulation goes. You can see they all tilt over, and it's working perfectly fine. I was able to belt those just to where they are globally. So now, let's see if we can get this to tear a little bit. You can see the E's are bending the most. So let's go into the tag, back to tearing, activate that, and see if anything happens. Nothing there, so let's lower this down to 120. Still not quite anything. Oh, there, if I reset it, you can see that E started to tear just a little bit. So that's a good threshold. I like where that's at. But now, let's put a vertex map on top of this. So I'll go to point mode, selection, set vertex weight, and just feed whatever we want. So that's a nice empty one. It's all set to 0. And this vertex map is assigning information to every single point, saying, are you a 1 or a 0% or a 100% or anywhere in between? So now we've got that. We can control it via fields, and I love fields. They're so good. Let's clear out fields so it's super empty and create a spherical field. T for scale. I want to make it nice and small. And we'll create a couple of keyframes. So I'd like this to begin over here. So I'll go to object mode, grab our spherical text, coordinates, and keyframe it at this time. I'll hit play, and just 1, 2, 3. Yep, right around there seems good. And I'll animate it over to this side. Keyframe. Go forward just a tiny bit, and scoot it over to here. Keyframe again, hit play, and right around there. That should be all the keyframes I need to do. And you can see that what I've set up is this to pass through every one of the letters at a different time. So if I play, you can see it's going to flash yellow only where that selection is, just for a split second. So we want it to remember where that is, but not only remember where it is, but grow from that point. So selecting our vertex map, I will create a modifier layer called freeze, and I would like the freeze to grow And I think the defaults just are working really well on this particular scene. So it's going to grow a radius of 10. So if any point's within 10, it'll grow to it, and it's going to give it 100% strength. So having done that, I'll set this to add. So it's going to see what's below it, and it should automatically update. And if we hit play, hopefully we'll see as this passes through, it's growing after it touches each one. Now it's going a little bit quick right now. I think I'll set it to 50%, but we'll see how that affects things as we go. So that should just make this grow a little bit slower. So now that we've got that working, we can go back into our cloth, twirl down our tear past value, and feed this vertex map in. An important thing to note when it comes to feeding vertex maps in, and by the way, you can feed a vertex map into the mass, thickness, like all of these, you can feed it everywhere. So there's going to be a lot of cool, crazy experiments we're going to be able to do in the future using this. Anyway, I've now fed it into the tear value, and now it wants to know what the minimum is. So I'm going to say when it gets infected, it'll be 101. So essentially, normally it's 120, but now it'll change to 101 as it goes. Now this might be pretty subtle, so let's check it out. I'm going to hit play, and it's going to travel through. And let me select the vertex map so we can actually see what it's doing. So you can see how it's growing, and that's going to make it a little bit weaker as it goes. And yeah, you see a tear randomly happen in some different spots. So that's with this value set the way it is, where things are kind of randomly breaking. Now, an important thing to note is this isn't breaking where it's at 100%. It's not breaking where it's yellow. It's breaking at the highest point of contrast between red and yellow. So it's the points of contrast that matter. So along those lines, what I'm thinking is let's drop this to 100. So even if it's at, essentially anywhere, if it starts getting affected, it will begin to tear it. So now as I hit play, as it grows through, you can see that it's just shredding itself as the growth happens. As long as it can tear anywhere, it's going to continue growing and tearing the entire thing apart. We could keep going and going on just this particular setup where we could add on all sorts of modifiers and slow this down, put in a random effector so it's traveling in different passes throughout the entire thing. But we got more things to cover. So that's just a nice little overview of being able to feed in a vertex map. Okay, we are going to move into the rope now. So rope, really nice as well. It's the same system that's running in cloth. It's a new particle-based dynamic system. So we're going to start out with noodles. Noodles is just a good way of doing any dynamic simulation. So I got a sphere here, set this hemisphere. I'm going to throw in this taper to make it a little bit wider. Use one of those capsules to solidify it, and then bevel it. And there you go, nice little quick procedural bowl. Hide that taper, we don't need that. And let's make our first noodle, which will just be my old friend, the helix spline, where we can turn it into a straight spline by saying 0 radius, and now we get a straight line. Tell it to aim upward. I'll set this to, let's do 800, and there's exactly 100 points, and I'll get rid of the intermediate points. An important thing to note is the soft bodies on splines didn't used to see intermediate points, but this system does see the intermediate points, which is really good, but that also means you got to make sure that if I want exactly 100, I better make sure I'm not accidentally subdividing it with these intermediate points. So there we go. It's exactly 100 points traveling up. We'd like to see it a little bit better, so let's feed that directly into a sweep, adding in a end side, and we'll drop the radius to 1, give it 10 sides, and hit NA so we can actually see it nice and clean. And let's add on the simulation. I've already got a collider tag on the bowl. Let's add a simulation rope tag onto our noodle here, and then hit play. And immediately you're going to see it fall into the bowl, happening super crazy fast. Okay, let's make it a larger noodle. So let's jump that up to 800 and 1,000 points. So it should be going way higher up. Hit play, and we'll see it continuing to pile up into the bowl. Let's see. Let's slow that down. I'm going to go into our collision settings. We don't have a lot of time to talk about these. I just hit Control D, and here's your global simulation settings. Keep in mind your bullet settings are over here, and then we have our simulation settings. So there's a lot of settings here that I will be continuing to explore in the future. Right now, it's a little bit more art than science, as far as I can tell, where we have a lot of things that sound like they do the same thing. We have substeps. That makes sense. We've had substeps for a long time, and that's the one. I'm probably increase that up to 40. But now we've got something called iterations. We got smoothing iterations. We've got collision passes, post-collision passes, and polish iterations. And it's like, well, what does what specifically? The two most important ones are going to be your substeps and your collision passes, where that's just going to help your simulation overall, and you can keep on increasing those if you want. Keep in mind, when you change your substeps, you are changing the properties of the dynamics as well. You're essentially making them stiffer. But in any case, let's hit play. So we've increased that, and now we've got a noodle falling into the bowl really well. Let's push that further, though. Let's throw that into a cloner. In the cloner, I'll set that to radial. And let's make, I don't know, let's go way up there. So now we've got we got 67 different noodles, but you'll see that the sweep isn't seeing it. Why isn't the sweep seeing it? Well, the sweep can only see the first object that's fed in, and right now the cloner is feeding out 67 individual objects. So all we have to do is feed that directly into a connect object, and that will merge them down into one object. When in doubt, use a connect object. And just a tip, if you're on, especially if you're on a slower machine, this one is not, but if you're on a slower machine, if you're generating a lot of different splines and you can get away with it, turn off your caps. When it comes to a sweep, the caps eat up a majority of the calculation time. So that should just make those run a little bit quicker. I think it's going to overfill the bowl, so I'm going to jump this back to 800 by 100. And let's go into the settings, and you can see we've got a bunch of different settings here. How bendy is it? How stretchy it is? Bounciness, friction. Let's give it a radius of 1, because that's the radius that we gave the end side to actually create the geometry. And when I hit play, you're going to see nothing happens. Unlike the soft body system, you want to put the tag onto the cloner, not the child. So now that we've done that, we hit play, send it to the GPU, and then we get a giant pile of noodles all falling in at the same time. And instant bowl, filled up. Look how fast that's running. Like, it's so much fun. One little trick you can do here that I've been enjoying is if you kind of want to get everybody likes making piles of string or rubber bands or noodles, whatever it is. But if you want to get a little action from it, we can take this and just increase the radius to 1.5. So we're suddenly popping that radius to be larger. I'm just going to hit play for a couple of frames and then pause it immediately. And then I can drop it right back down again. So now it'll continue that explosion, so like instant explosion of noodles with no forces, nothing. Just like one little keyframe, you can get a nice little pop going there. Moving on. Okay, so this is just kind of doing a stress test for you. There's a bunch of different splines cloned around a torus, which has got a collider on it, and I just threw the default rope on top of these. So just a bunch of splines all kind of tangled up with each other. So let's zoom out a bit and hit play. And sending to the GPU, and they all fall, and they tangle up, and they're staying properly tangled. Anyone that's passing through another one that's holding on, like, it's working so well. Now, let's rewind and tweak a couple of things. I would like to select both of those and turn on tearing. We can tear splines now. So I think if the setup is working well, these shouldn't really break too much. I should be right at the correct level. Let's see. The GPU's not liking this one too much. I am going to switch it to the CPU like I was practicing with. We'll see if it likes that a little bit better. The CPU will typically like start playing a lot quicker, and in this particular scene, the CPU seems to like it better. You see a couple of them are tearing, but I'm going to go and turn on this emitter, and that's going to start shooting these spheres, which also have a collider on them. And as the spheres hit it, you see that they're getting torn wherever that collision happened. So immediately you can start to see some of the potential of this. So let's make something a little bit more practical. Probably a common thing that people have to do for client work. Let's just make a nice simple sign here. So we've got a nice little simple sign. I've got these ropes, and just to save time, these are just a couple helix splines I made editable. They have exactly 25 points traveling up. And the important thing to note is, you see I lined this up so it's very close to a point on here. And also important to note, you don't want them perfectly touching. If this rope has like a radius of 1, you don't want that point fighting another point in the exact same spot. So give it a little bit of distance, not too much. So the sign's already dynamic, and then we've got this torus up top that we want to hang the object from. So here's our ropes. Add a simulation rope tag. And currently everything will just fall away. So we need to start connecting things. So we've got two different ways of connecting things depending on what your situation is. So first, let's belt this onto this, unrelated. It's not a dynamic object, so let's belt to it. Right-clicking, we go to simulation, and keep in mind there are two different belt tags, one for cloth, one for rope. So I would like a rope belt, and what do I want to belt to? I would like to belt to the torus above. What do we want to belt to it? Well, let's go and select some points. I've already got the top two selected. That's what I want to belt on there. So if we zoom way up, and I hit set, then you're going to see it's going to jump to the closest possible surface, and it should now be connected. It's belted on there. It's a good idea to have your influence not necessarily be cranked up all the way. Like 90-90 should be good. That way it's not constantly trying to pull it and intersect it. But in certain situations, that should also work work fine for you. Okay, and now we add a simulation connector tag, and we're going to be talking a bunch about this in a little bit because it is amazing. Okay, so this connector tag is like super smart. It is looking for all the other simulated objects in the scene, and it is going to make connections for us. There's two modes. There's look at the same object and look at different objects. So we're in other objects right now, and something that's cool is you can click on this Update Live button, and you see that there's no connection between these right now. But because we're saying Update Live, if I start increasing this radius, once I hit the perfect length, you'll suddenly see that connection get made. It's like, oh, okay, cool. I can turn that off, and it's now remembering that connection. And that's only for immediately adjusting it. I think right now you can only do a connection at the start. But anyway, having said that, we have now connected the rope to the sign and to the torus up top. Now I've got a little turbulence in here just so we can see some motion. When I hit play, you can see the sign perfectly hanging from the rope, hanging from the object. We can go and move them around however we want. But let's rewind that and then turn on this sphere, which is a really heavy sphere, and you can see it smash it, bounce around like instant, easy sign. Two different tags connected to the objects, like just automatically working for us. So that's a nice, simple thing, probably practical in a lot of people's everyday project situations for a client. But let's go make something a little bit more fun and maybe impractical. So let's make a rope bridge. Again, I've started out with a spline exactly 1,000 long, exactly 100 points, and they are separated by 100 centimeters. Okay, I would like to make a bunch of connections. Well, let's make it dynamic to start out with. I'll say simulation, rope, and then I would like to set the points so I can just fix a point. So a quick way of selecting the points I want, I can hit Control A, select all, UK, shrink, UI, invert, and now I've grabbed the outermost points. So if you had 1,000 splines, you could automatically grab the outer points by doing that. But anyway, I've got those outer points. I can hit set. Those are now locked in. You see they turned pink. And now when I hit play, that's going to now run. The rope seems to, on this computer, it seems to like the CPU better. So I'll switch it back over there. And now you can see that we get the rope bridge. Nice, simple connection there. Now, let's start making a couple of planks going across it. And I'm going to keep this in the world of splines. So going to this top view, I'll just click on the spline pen tool, and deselect that one. I don't want to draw on the existing one, and just kind of eyeball a single one across. Hit escape, and then I'm going to hit Control or Command A, select all the points, open up our coordinate manager down here, and I would like it to be, I'm going to make it precise, so exactly 0, 0, 0, so it's a perfectly straight line, perfectly at 0, and I'd like it to be exactly 99 long, so just barely not touching the bridge, just like we talked about. So now, just to save some time, I've got a cloner set up, and I'm going to feed that spline into the cloner. The cloner is set to be 1,000 long with 100 different ropes. So I'll just turn that on, and you see a whole bunch of those cloned across. Okay, now, without even making this cloner editable, let's add a simulation rope to it, and now we want to make some connections. So right-clicking on that, I'll say simulation connector, and let's zoom up on one of these and see if we can watch. So you can see you get that little bit of gap there. So if I say, give me a live update, that was close enough to automatically connect. And you can see I got an automatic connection between every single one with a single click. If they're a little further away, I would just increase the radius. But with those now connected, let's zoom out and hit play. And now we've got all those instantly interconnected between them. Now what you're seeing right now is those individual lines are really heavy. So let's say that those lines should have a lot less mass. So let's go and set that up where those will only weigh 0.01. So they'll still be connected, but those outer ropes are way heavier, so now it's not going to be dragged down nearly as much. So let's make this fancier still. Grab those bottom supports, duplicate them, go to object mode, E for move, hold down shift, and I'm going to move them exactly 100 up. And now I'll copy those planks that went across, rename that to up so I don't confuse them. And this time, let's have them be rotated 90 degrees, so now it's vertical. And then back to object mode, I'll say I would like 2 of those set to 100 parts. You can see they're perfectly lined up. Back to transform, I'll say, and now offset up 50. So there we go, exactly the same setup, mirrored up to the top, except I don't want quite that many. So what I'm going to do in this instance is create a null and drop that in. And now you can see it's doing null, spline, null, spline. So I'm going to say, actually, I want 2 nulls, and then a spline, and then 2 nulls. And that's just a nice clean way of making sure that those ropes are still lined up perfectly where they would have always been, except the empty spaces are just filled up by nulls. So again, we've got, it's already a rope, it's already lightweight, but we need to make new connections from this one. So hit clear and hit create, and let's zoom up a bit just to make sure that we did indeed get the connection. And you see the little yellow line right there, so we did. So those are all now interconnected. This is the upper support, so I'm gonna just call that upper, and I'm going to select that and say it's going to be the least bendy and have the most weight. So essentially this one is going to have the most support of all of them. So we've gone and made those changes. Should be working, hit play, and all of those are instantly interconnected. We locked just those corner points and everything else is being driven by dynamics. So a lot of fun, really quick to make those connections. Love it. Let's turn those into geometry really quick. So I'll put this one in here. Again, it has to be in a connect object to see all of them. And let's drop this one in here, get a little bit of geometry there. Hit play, there we get some planks going, and I can turn the sphere on and drop it down, have it smack the bridge, boom, instant rope bridge, just ready to have fun with. So easy and fun to put together. Close that up. Okay, we have to see, how am I doing on time? Okay, we're gonna do this as quick as possible. I've got the ready-made scene, which we will jump to, but I think this is a really cool technique, so I want to at least talk about some basics. I want to interweave some ropes together so we can make a really nice looking net. So there is a spline called the segment spline, and it's a straight spline made of capsules. So I would like to drag that in and say I would like a length of exactly, is it 1,000? No, it's 500 in this file if I recall it correctly. Okay, exactly 500 long. I would like exactly 20 points, and I'm going to make it editable because we need to change that to linear and none. So now, if I select points, you can see exactly 20 points going across. Really straightforward. So what I'd like to do is make a zigzag out of this. So here's my favorite way of making a zigzag. I'm going to make a plane effector, which normally is for MoGraph stuff, but you can change an effector to deform points. Now, it's a plane effector, so pushed it up by 100. So I don't want it pushing up everywhere by 100. So let's go into the fields and feed in a step fall off. So now it's taking the index of each point and multiplying it. So the first index is 0, the last one is 1, so it's stepping from 0% all the way to 100%. So okay, nice linear line, but now we can remap that. And I like using the formula for that. Now by default we're going to get a sine wave from it, which is nice, but what I would like to do is type in, and you can find this in the help, but if you're going to remember one formula, it's this one. If you type in mod for modulo, M-O-D, and then you click bracket, and then you click ID, so that's the current ID of the point, and then semicolon 2, so I'm saying every other, and then close bracket. So just remember that, click off of it, and now instant zigzag. Now I would like it to, maybe right now it's pushing up, I'm going to say I want half up, half down. So at the very end of this, I'll say minus 0.5, and you'll see the whole thing moved down, but it didn't, the bottom points didn't move down, and that's because this field is currently clamped between 0 and 100. I'm going to say don't be clamped, and now is allowed to go down. So now this is kind of a procedural. Even if this wasn't editable, this would still be working. So it's a nice zigzag deformer. And now just because it's a plane effector, we can modify it however we like. In this case, I want it not to zigzag quite as much. And then from here, I would throw this into a cloner. We would set that to, I think, 1 by 20, and then we see get some nice zigzags traveling this direction. I want the end point to be exactly 500, so we got 20 of them in a line. But what I'd actually want is every other one to go the opposite direction. So if I duplicate that, I could then say, go back into the effector and go to the field, and then under ID, I'll say actually do ID plus 1, so it's just going to offset them all by 1, and now you see they're doing the opposite, as quick as that. So then I would take the cloner, hit R for rotate, spin it around, and now we have perfect, not intersecting, zigzagging lines traveling both directions. Now, I don't have time to go and build the entire setup if we're going to get to everything, but I would put these into a cloner, make them editable, like feed them through sweep and everything. But let's just jump to this file where I've now done that process. In the exact same way that we belted the ropes on the torus to hang the sign, I belted these to these bits of geometry. And let's turn off the sphere for a second and just take a look at a couple of these settings. So if I hit, here's a brand, I even set these to default just so we can step through. So I gave it a radius of 4. That's exactly what these have. That's the thickness of the sweep as well. So if I hit play, we should see all of them perfectly drop down, but they're trying to maintain their shape a little bit. So I'd like them to be very bendy. So I'll jump the bendiness up to like 55, and now I immediately see them relax and all fall down. And then right now they have a lot of friction. The friction's up at 5. If I get rid of the friction, you see that they're kind of free to slide down. And if the radius was even smaller, I think you'd see them like sag down even more. So immediately it's like, okay, this is really nice. This is a fun setup. But let's go and kind of put those back to where I had them. Maybe a little bit of stretchiness. And let's get that, well, I'm gonna leave the friction, actually I'll turn the friction up. And now let's create this sphere. So, and the sphere just has a default, I think, completely vanilla cloth tag on it. And now we hit play on that and let that fall. And it will catch the sphere. But let's make that more interesting still by going to this vibrate tag, which I slowly animated up. So we don't want it, a vibrate tag always kind of pops in. You always want it to transition in, especially in a simulation. So I will enable that vibrate tag, hit play, and now the entire thing is going to be shaking around. And we've got a super awesome running in super real time net catching a different dynamic object, like everything just working great there. I'm going to show you how direct this is. If I grab the rope and say that the friction, I'm going to lower the friction, maybe not even all the way down, the sphere is going to want to start pushing through there. I guess you see, because there's less friction, the ropes could move out of the way, the ball could push them out of the way. So like you see what a great and immediate effect that even the friction could have in a setup like this. So we've got so many cool opportunities we're going to be able to do with this stuff. Okay, moving on. Okay, so this is one that we can't, it's very, I don't have a full demo on this, but I wanted to show a little bit. So here's a basic clothing setup I've got. And we're not going to build it from scratch. Here's a couple important details we will step through. Let me temporarily disable that and hide it. Okay, so here's a character I brought in from Mixamo. And it was really important that I kind of set him to a T-pose and let him go from T-pose and then transition into the final. You don't want to be modeling clothing on a character who's already in a pose. So Mixamo character, it's just running based on being, bound to all of these different joints. If I hit play, you're going to see that it's just a character transitions in slowly, and then he starts this animation. Now, the tricky thing that you have to keep in mind if you're going to try any kind of clothing is if some geometry passes through other geometry, and you had cloth in between there, where's it supposed to go? So you would automatically be forcing it into the mesh. And right now I don't have a good workaround for that. But if you got the right animation and you got the right model, it's not passing through itself, we've got really great opportunities here. So having said that, here's a nice simple shirt. All I did was select his own polygons, extruded them out just a tiny little bit, and let's activate it. And then there's a belt tag, and the belt tag is just, pinning it to the mesh, but you see very weakly. It's allowed to move around quite a bit. So having done that, if I just hit play here, you're going to see running in real time, the shirt looks awesome. The way it's shooting up, the way it's barely overshooting down, it works really, really well. I'm very pleased with the potential for where we can go with this. Just to show you the limitation, here's a simple pair of pants. And if I enable that one, it's going to look pretty good from the front, but because of the way the character's bending over, right at his waist, it pinches, and on the back of his knees, it pinches. And so here's the problem currently. So you see it looks really good, but if I pause and zoom around, where it pinched, it forced it through the mesh. So I'm exploring ways of getting around that. But you see how well that's running, and if it wasn't for those intersections, and these are almost default settings on these, you can see that the way the cloth is behaving is really nice, and we've never had anything like that directly in cinema. So we got fun possibilities there. And just to make it a little bit weirder, let's jump over here. Here's the same skeleton, that same animation. If you didn't know, you can actually convert the joints. You can convert the skeleton into geometry. So and if you don't know this is a great trick. You can middle mouse button click on an object, and it'll automatically select every child at the exact same time. I use that all the time. Anyway, all the children are selected, so I could say, I want to go to character, convert, and you can say convert joints to polygon object. And now you can see that I've got a polygon object that, if I move, scoot it forward, we've got geometry. So I could go to polygon mode, select it, hit D for extrude it. So anyway, I went and did that process, and I jumped over here, and I took that skeleton, fed it through a volume, and then fed it through the Z remesher, and I ended up with this nice skeleton. It's super easy to bind a character. I'm going to middle mouse button click, selected all the joints, also select the skeleton, you go character and bind. That's all you gotta do. That's now bound. So, that will be animated, the same animation we were just seeing before. I would like this to be a collider. So that's something we can collide with, and now we're going to have an animated collider. And I'd like it to have a bunch of friction. Okay, now I've got that same character that we had from before. Here he is set up like pretty much default settings all the way across the board. But this time, the cloth tag is directly on the entire body. So we've got a tiny little skeleton and the entire original character. I'm going to leave it default from now, and let's hit play and see what we get. So yeah, instant creepy skin suit guy. We can rewind that. I'm going to try switching that to CPU, see if it likes that. A little bit smoother. Yeah, a little more consistent there. And then let's go into the cloth again, and let's set the balloon. Actually, I haven't tried inflating him. Let's see what happens if I do that. Okay, we're going to inflate him a bit. Okay, good start. Now, the one I have tried, I'm going to hide the skeleton. And let's deflate him. So I'll put it to 0.2. So now it should pull the air out. And you can see where, almost you can see the skeleton inside of it now. So, that's so good, so weird, so creepy. And then, let's make him a little bit creepy by putting a shirt on him. And so we'll activate that, enable. There we go. So now he's a friendly, creepy skin suit guy. And then what's great here is because now his, all of that, this geometry won't be self-intersecting anymore because it'll push each other out of the way. So I think this is actually a better setup to do clothing than the entire animated character because it won't pass through itself. So yeah, more fun. I expect to see a lot of daily renders doing that type of thing. So let's move over. Let's see, how's our time? Well, not a ton of time. I'll see if we can come back to this one. If we don't have enough time, then I'll save it for my Wednesday presentation. But something I wanted to spend just a little bit of time on is showing how a couple of our plugins are working so awesome with these new systems. I had no idea that this new simulation was coming out, and the way it ties in with our tools is really cool. So let me show you a quick demo of a Rocket Lasso plugin. And as I mentioned, these are all on sale right now. So here's a similar setup we were seeing already. I fed some text into a volume, into a remesh, nice even polygon count everywhere. So we have a plugin under extensions that I made called Ricochet. And what Ricochet does is essentially it's making a spline and it's shooting a laser. But let's say that laser should be, I guess we'll go right to the advanced one just to save a little bit of time. So I'm going to put this just barely above the model. Actually, no, we got to show the good demo first. I'm going to move this in, and I'm going to say, hey, Ricochet, I want you to see an object. What object is that going to be? It's going to be this entire mesh. Instantly see it disappear. What's happened is it's trapped itself inside. So this is now a laser bouncing every time it hits the mesh. So now you see it's a nice laser. We can do all sorts of things like keyframe this to be bouncing through the model. But let's go and crank this up all the way. It's okay, that's kind of cool. You can read the letters now. But let's make that times 10, and instantly you see it fills up almost instantly. But let's do another times 10 and fill it up that much. Ricochet, it's super fast. It's really cool. I have no idea how you do this stuff otherwise. You can see how dense all of these splines are. Let's pull this back to something semi-reasonable, and let's bring the object back in again, because what I'd like to do is a little bit more advanced setup inside of it. I'm going to move this just barely above the object. Inside of Ricochet, we have the ability to kind of create a shell. So there'll be an inside and an outside. So if I just turn on Visualize, I'm going to say I want a shell, a surface, or I'm going to say I want a shell of 2, and whoops. That should be creating kind of it's like a little thin wall in between there, virtually creating it. So what's happened, and then I think I'd like to offset it out a little bit. So now you see it's kind of trapped on this outer wall, traveling around the entire outside of the object. I'm actually going to offset it a little bit extra so it's not intersecting anywhere. So now, yeah, we've got these bouncing around, not 1.5, 2.5, please. Okay, so that's bouncing around the outside. We've got additional settings where I can say, I would like Ricochet to align to the surface more. So let's do some surface alignment. And instead of just bouncing off it like a laser off of a mirror, it's going to start aligning with it and following the curvature. So you see we start getting these nice smooth lines traveling around. So let's crank this up to, I don't know, maybe 3 times the length. And I can keep on hitting random to get different bounces until I get a really nice distribution of lines. That one looks okay to me. Okay, so we've got our a parametric ricochet. We've got parametric text set up. Let's right-click on there and add a simulation rope. And I don't even think I'm going to change any numbers here. Let's just hit play and see what happens. Oh, let's make this a collider. Okay, yeah, this remesh is a collider as well. So hit play and send it over, and instantly we got ropes completely wrapping this thing up. Let's rewind, go into ricochet, and I'm going to say I would like the spline to be subdivided. So let's say it's linear is fine. If I'm going to give it a subdivision of 5, I think it's a pretty big scene. Let's do 10 just to be safe. Big old angle. Okay, so I subdivide, there should be more points. And it was running really quickly, so why don't we double the amount, so even more lines going. Let's feed that into a sweep and a end side. And drop that again down to, let's go 10 around, radius of 1, NA to see the actual geometry. And that's a radius of 1, so we'll give the string, the rope, a radius of 1 as well. Okay. Let's hit play again and see what we get. Okay, oh, look at that. Like instantly just dangling off the object. And this is pretty much all default settings. Let's crank up the bend so it can maybe sag down a little bit more. I'll push that even further, so very bendy. And let's make it a little bit stretchy as well. That's able to stretch. Let's see how far I can push the stretch. Okay, yeah, you can see it sagging down really nicely there. So yeah, absolutely wonderful way of... How would you make this otherwise? I can't even conceive of how I would attempt to build this. And you see, completely clean parametric setup. I love doing this type of thing. So where things can get a little bit even more interesting here, I want to see this a little more clearly and visually. Let's jump this even higher. Let's do more twisting around. But I would like the radius to be a little smaller, so let's drop to 0.5. Yeah, there we go. You can see that a little better. And radius 0.5. So... currently, these are all just going to be dangling off the object. It's just purely from the friction of the model that's stopping them from sliding. In fact, if we said, hey, spline, have no friction, when I hit play, with any luck, those should, like, look at them just sliding off the top. So, like, really cool there. So let's leave, oh man, that's cool. Okay, so let us go and turn that off temporarily. If I right-click on any spline object, but Ricochet is doing a really good job of it, I can say Simulation Connector. Now, before, we did some connections between different objects, but now we can say, I want to look at the same object. I'm going to turn off other objects. I only want to look at the same one. And now, if we turn on Update Live, let's zoom up a bit, and now I can start increasing my search radius, and you're going to see little yellow lines interlinking all of these. So all of these have now gotten connected to each other. I don't want too many. Let's just get a couple of them going. Now remember, the friction's really low, so it should start sliding. And let's see what that does out of the gate. Let's turn off Update Live and reactivate the sweep. And we've got those connections now. So when I hit play, hopefully we should see that different splines are stuck together, and look at this nice webbing we've got now. Almost no friction, but they're still trapped because look at this like netting that we have now. Zooming up, those are all interconnected. So we could crank this way up and make tons more connections, like going really far. You can imagine making all sorts of like spider webs and nets and just going completely crazy with all of that. So taking this concept into a slightly different file. I'll just jump to the end of it. So you saw how I was bouncing around the Ricochet already inside of it. So this is that same setup with the Ricochet bouncing around inside of the text. And just to show you, here's what the text looks like. It's all separated. So having done that, let me hit play. Oh, it's almost the exact same setup, except instead of outside, we're inside. So just to be clear. Okay, turning on. Here's our rope set up. And I think we just hit play. And we'll see all of those. Oh yeah, important. I hit Control D. And under the global simulation settings, I changed gravity to 0. So they're just floating. So you can see instantly, first of all, it's really cool because you can make sure that nothing's intersecting each other. Like now, there's no intersections going. It just fills these up. So pretty cool there. But then I just make a tractor. Let's make it from scratch, I guess. Let's go to simulation. And all of these forces work with it, except not field force yet. So I'm looking forward to a future where that is integrated. But here's just your basic attractor. I'm going to slow the speed way down. So that's going to be attracting, that might be too slow, but we'll have this attractor going nice and slowly. And I'll just move it here into the middle of the 6. Now, I think by default, that should apply to everything. And now when I hit play, you can see all of these lines getting pulled let's make it even stronger. Jump it up 22, and we'll make it a little bit faster. So yeah, you can see all of these getting pulled towards this attractor. So, and, I mean, we're using my tool here, but you could just be filling this up with any spline, and you can see me interactively be able to pull this around and make things travel, fill up. You could set this to a negative value, I believe, and now it's going to push things away. So, you know, so many different possibilities. This could be a ton of tiny splines. This could be filled with cloth if we wanted it to. You know, again, the endless possibilities. It's another new playground. Like, we haven't had a playground like this since, like, R12 came out and we got the bullet dynamics, but now rope and cloth, like, absolutely incredible. And I think I have a minute just to show that our other tool, Mesh the Spline, can also do a similar and fun thing, where if you want to keep this parametric, and, well, here's the setup. You see I've got some very basic text here. Again, very nice and low poly intentionally this time, because I'm going to make a duplicate, and inside of a volume, if you haven't done this with volumes, it's really fun. If you create a dilate and erode, a better way of thinking of that is just kind of like inflate and deflate your geometry. So if I start increasing that geometry, you can see that I can inflate it to be larger. So now I've got a smaller mesh and a larger one. So now this outer mesh, I will feed that into another one of our tools, which is called Mesh to Splines. Holding down Alt, what that will do is parametrically consume your geometry and return a parametric spline. So this is a live spline built out of any geometry we feed in. We can update it however we like, but that's looking really good right there. Okay, so let's make this into a simulation. Actually, one change. Right now, all these lines are trying to interconnect in the smartest way they can. I'm going to say, no, don't do that. Just explode. So now every one of these lines is a separate spline. Okay, so now let's add in the rope. So, and you can imagine very meticulously creating this type of thing. But now we can just right-click on that and say simulation rope. And to start out with, let's see, that's a collider. I don't want that to be a collider. Okay, now I said those are all separate little spines. We didn't do any connections yet, so if I hit play, we're going to see all of those just kind of explode away from each other. And then some of them got flung into the mesh. But now let us right-click and add a simulation connector. And right now they're all perfectly on top of each other. Actually, I forgot, we can fix that too. We have a setting called length, and I'll set that to percentage mode and drop that down a couple percent, and you can see the gaps start to appear in between each one. So, okay, handy. Now, with the connectors, I'll say I want to connect to the same object, not other objects. Give me a live update, and you can instantly see connections were made. But because there's so many little spines here, I'm going to up this to a couple extra connections and turn that off, so those should now be interconnected really tightly. And I think that should be all I have to do. Let me hit play, and like instant net set up perfectly around the object. So yeah, instant netting there. That can be fed into this prepared sweep. And yeah, let me turn off the geometry. And the sweep should, yeah, okay, caps are off. So yeah, now we've got a nice little Spider-Man logo automatically created from a net. Until Matthias comes out to kick me out, let's go back and take a look at this. We don't have time to walk through the entire thing, but here's a really cool technique. Again, we're going to be using vertex maps in this one. Let me turn this mesh off. So we're back to, here's just a wall on the back and some text, and let me hit NB. You can see it's techniques we've already talked about to generate this type of text. So I made this into, the wall is a collider. This text has cloth on it. And then I belted all of the points onto the wall. So it's completely stuck to the wall. Let me actually clear that out. So just to show you, if I hit play, we should see, hopefully, that the text got pulled to the wall and just stuck there. Like gravity's still on, but you said it got pulled over there. But now I've got a vertex map. And the vertex map is, we got a setup where I've got a couple points selected. So then into this vertex map, I fed, let's just step through this. Here are those selected points, and then there's that same grow technique we already did on the vertex map one. And then there's a random field just to put some variation in. So you'll see that if I hit play, this is going to nice and slowly grow through the letter. Okay, makes sense. And then I created a second vertex map, and what this one is doing is just taking the previous vertex map and inverting it. So yeah, a nice clean inversion of that setup. And because we've got that now, I can go into our belt and change what is being influenced. So if something goes down to 0, it starts getting 0 influence. So all those different connections, every point having a different connection. Let's go and make it look nice. If I hit play, as that vertex map grows, this is going to peel away from the wall. So like, oh my God, like so cool, just letting that peel away. And I mean, just think of all the crazy applications we can do here. And then to push it even further, I was like, okay, what if I did the exact same thing, but I inverted it? So first it's going to all fall, and then it's animating on, and the influence is pulling the text back up again. And this is happening live. Like, this wasn't baked and rewound. This is saying, no, my connection is back again. Let me go to where I'm supposed to be. And then the text gets regrown. So, yeah, so much fun. I only got to put this demo together this morning. So we've been playing and experimenting with the soft body stuff since R12. We've had years and years, and we've still been discovering new, fun, powerful things you could do with that. We're only in the first week of this, and we've already got so many cool new things that we can do. So as we move into the future and just keep on, even if nothing changed, if this was the implementation just done, we'd have years and years and years of continuing to come up with crazy new techniques, new ways of doing different motion graphics. The possibilities have opened up so much with this system. So let me just close out all of these files. And almost there. Okay, so thank you, Maxon, for having me out. Thanks, everybody, for coming and watching. As I said, I'm going to have another demo on Wednesday at, I think, 10:30, and I'm going to be taking questions live from the audience, maybe with a focus on some of the new features, because we got all the modeling tools and all the crazy stuff we can do with Z-Remesher, stuff we haven't talked about. But anyway, a reminder again, we've got the 25% off sale just this week, so go to gumroad.com/Rocket Lasso, 25% off all of our plugins, and even the model pack that I put together. So please follow at Rocket Lasso on all the different things, on YouTube, on Twitter, Instagram, everything. And thank you so much for watching.
Big round of applause for Chris. Amazing job. The other presenters actually said, you know what, give him more time. Give him more time. It's fine. It's fine, because you're covering stuff that they wanted to cover anyway. So let me see. Let's see how this... I keep hearing this feedback. Hold on. All right. I think that's good enough. You guys can hear okay, right? All right. All right. So we do have a bunch of questions for Chris from the internet. But guess what? You guys are live. You get priority. Priority here. Question in the front.
You're saying the Z-Remesher? Yes. Yes.
You want to just repeat the question?
Yeah, to the extent I heard you, both the CPU and the GPU are running on different machines. I've had them run at different speeds. They're both working great as far as running simulations, in real time on parametric objects. A lot of the simulation stuff we can do there is parametric, that. Being able to do the ropes and the connectors and nothing was made editable opens up a lot of possibilities. Once you want to belt something, that's when something has to be made editable. But yeah, everything else, all this integration with the GPU, opening up a lot of new avenues for Cinema 4D. And you combine that with the task manager that's new in S26 as well, so you can open multiple files, multiple CAD files all coming in at the same time, that process being able to be split up, pretty huge.
Roger? So
Yes.
So the question was about precise precision tearing. So
Yes.
how would you accomplish that?
So I can't build a demo here. Actually, we'll build it in the back, and then I'm sure we'll end up doing it on live streams. But like I said, if you have a vertex map, it's not. If you have something be 100% or 0%, that's not where it's tearing. It's tearing where there's heavy points of contrast. So if you had a letter S, and then you painted one side of it yellow and then the other side of it red, for 0 and 100%, it would want to tear in that particular spot. And what was really cool is when you dragged the vertex map in, you could say, what is the default tearing value, and where is the tearing value when I'm looking at the vertex map? So the rest of it, you could be it's 2,000%. It never wants to tear. But over here, it'll tear at 110%. So you could probably, that'd be a really good demo now that I think about it. Grab those two different parts and pull them in different directions, and I almost guarantee you'll perfectly travel down that seam. So.
All right. Well then, internet, you're up. Don't worry, I didn't forget about you. Oh, wait, here we go. Go ahead.
Do I need to do I need to add volume to it first before I do the balloon, or can I just go straight to the cloth material? material and then add the balloon. You know what I mean?
As long as the geometry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
the-
Yeah, to
the
repeat.
question
Yeah.
again.
It was so if you had like, let's say, flat text and there's no volume to it, can you inflate it? And it's like, well, flat text you can't, but anything you do to give it a volume. So if you put it into like a cloth surface, or if you put it into a solidify, or if you extruded it, or no matter how you get the volume, that would count for the balloon. And you could just put the tag on whatever object said, like, okay, it's a balloon now, or a volume, and then you could balloon it. Yep.
All right, here we go. So these are deformers that we're working with. Can multiple cloth tags be on the same object with different balloon and expansion times will both be applied? Just like you build deformers, can you stack them?
Interesting. I don't think you can. I think you can only have one tag. If you make a second one, it'll just consume the previous one. There can only be one at a time.
Based on the order of operation.
Yeah.
Okay.
But almost everything can be fed a vertex map. So, and we didn't get into it, but you can belt objects to each other really well as well. So potentially, I wonder if you could belt two things. That probably wouldn't work. Anyway.
So no, use
yeah,
the one tag.
Yeah, use the one tag and vertex maps.
All right. Let's see. Does the connector tag only connect to one object, and can the radius be keyframed during the simulation as well? I think you showed it for the spaghetti, or the spaghetti, but you, I guess it was just keyframed. So yes.
Yeah, you can. Well, you can't. It can't form new connections. So the live update is just for building it. So if you had two different strings and they touch each other, you couldn't get them to then stick. That's not a thing. That's a big request I would have, because that would open up even more
Right.
opportunities. But yeah, that you set that up at the beginning.
All right. Can bullet physics as well as the new physics system interact at all? They have an old project or wondering about the simulation system.
I haven't pushed the limits of that. I think they'll see each other, but only as like static geometry essentially. So I'm pretty sure if you did like a rigid body sim and drop a bunch of spheres, and then maybe even cache it, could be a good idea. And then you run some rope simulations, like those rigid bodies will just go crashing through the ropes. But I think the ropes would see the resulting geometry, so that would still work. But you couldn't get the rigid body in a simulation type of way to see like the rope, so they couldn't push against each other. One could see the result of the other.
Okay. Is it possible to make the skin as stiff as cloth or some other type of outer clothing that it can't penetrate?
Can you say the first part again?
So they said, is it possible to make the skin as stiff cloth? So they're
Yeah.
trying to make the skin really, stiff, so you don't have any, type of penetration.
Right. Not so much. It goes to, there's not a lot of very powerful controls right now for stiffness. It's very much like, no, this is supposed to be cloth. You're not supposed to be making very stiff things.
Right.
It's not a
Lot of
rigid body
starch.
system. Yeah. So the most you can do is zero bendiness. And as I showed in the beginning, zero bendiness is still some bendiness. And unlike soft bodies that had a stiffness control that kind of like said, no, keep on returning to your original shape, there's no setting like that. So it mostly goes to balancing having a lower poly count, maybe even doing a low poly proxy on something, because that will make it stiffer. And as you increase your sub steps, that will also stiffen everything up as well.
Last one. This one's for me. With the splines, is there any way besides using a tractor for you to be able to like shrink the spline so it actually feels like it's tightening? So right now, because you would use deflate normally in a volume or on a cloth, but is there anything you can do with the splines to actually shrink them down? So almost like, like a Spider-Man type technique where it'd be like the rope's getting tighter and everything.
Right. There's not currently a length. There's no like rest length right now, so I think they are the size that they are. But I haven't gotten to explore all the way.
Like most spline, maybe?
What pops in my mind immediately would be. It's possible that you could maybe just scale the physical object down, and maybe that would see it, but I don't know.
Interesting. Okay. Things we can try in the back. So, folks, if you have more questions, anything technical, Chris will be back there for another hour. And he does have another presentation on Wednesday. We got you Wednesday. So, Wednesday, check that out, Internet, for more questions. If we didn't get to you, definitely get us to you on Wednesday. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to be up next with Anthony Barr. He's going to be showing you some amazing movie magic. So, stick around for that.
pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, creatives from around the world. We are here at the Maxon booth, live 3D motion show. Hello, Internet. We are here in the early late afternoon. I don't know where you are, so it's who knows what time it is where you are. It could be late, it could be early. One thing is you're tuned in to the right place at the right time. I am accompanied to my left by post-production master consultant here, Anthony Bari, and a filmmaker. And he's going to be sharing all of his amazing technique, not all, we'd be here for weeks if he was sharing all of his knowledge. He's going to be sharing some of what he does and how he does it using our tools, bringing to life some of the most amazing footage that I saw just even as you were warming up. So take a big round of applause, take a moment,
Right.
big breath, big round of applause for Anthony Bari, everyone.
All right. Can you hear me? All right, great. So I just want to first take a moment to say that this is probably the first live action video session. I'm not showcasing 3D. Remember Red Giant? Red Giant's a Maxon product. And we're going to be talking about color, and we're going to be talking about effects, and we're going to show some video, we're going to show some cameras and some behind the scenes. So I'm going to be talking through a few of these things, tell a little bit of a story, and showcase some of the work that we put together in a very short time. So with that said, again, my name is Anthony. I go by Tony usually. Let's just go down the list here. Cameras, lenses, and settings. Settings being very important. You can have the best camera in the world, but if you don't dial it in correctly, you're going to end up with really terrible footage. And RAW does not save you. The edit, of course. So with that, working backwards from post, thinking about post first, sometimes can help you craft a even better looking image. And of course, using set tools to kind of enhance what you have. For instance, we have this little light and a wand, and we kind of accentuate certain things on a car and kind of give these natural highlights, and then we can accentuate that in post. So, and then also, like I mentioned, post-production tools such as the full Red Giant suite. We'll talk about the dynamic range of the cameras, using the color profiles correctly, and then also a footage showcase and a little bit of behind the scenes. So, cameras used on this, these pieces that I'm going to show you, I'm only showing you 2 full pieces. We shot a ton of footage, but you'll see some of the behind the scenes as well. So we use the Sony FX6, which is 4K camera, shoots up to 120 frames per second, and I think it does about 15 plus stops of dynamic range. And then the Canon C70 with the new update for Canon RAW, and that shoots about 16 stops of dynamic range, along with the Canon R5, which is a DSLR. So 2 cinematic cameras, sub $10,000, still in the affordable range, and a DSLR. And we'll talk about the difference in the color profiles using S-Log3 and Canon Log 2 and Canon Log 3. And we'll talk about pushing the exposure, doing some unconventional things, and basically just because you might blow out a shot doesn't make it terrible. There's some things that you can do on purpose. So, and of course, the lens filters, whether you're using physical lens filters or you just do them in camera, or meaning pop on, screw on, or through a matte box, or in post. And in post is where you actually have the most amount of flexibility, because it's basically baked in when you screw something on the front of your lens. So, we will talk through stylizing your footage and the difference between kind of traditional methods, and I like to do a little balance of between traditional, meaning just basically color balance, and then adding a little spice to it with the Red Giant tools like Magic Bullet and Colorista. So we'll also show some of the new universe effects, and I won't be able to show all of the effects here right now. I'll show you a few, but on the back side of this booth here, there's a place where you can ask whatever questions, and I'm open to anything. And if I don't know the answer, I'm going to point at Chad or I'm going to point at Simon. So let's just pop out of here, and let's just start with, so I will show you, and we're going to showcase some of these different looks, all right? And I have a timeline of basically all the different shots here stacked up. And I'm going to kind of build some of these with you so you can see how they work, and we're going to deconstruct some of those. But at the same time, I'm also going to, let me show you the full piece that's actually graded. And we have another colleague of ours who's not here right now, named Max, and he has a show called Max on Color. I'm a regular guest, along with Chad and Simon and Diego, who's not here. But let me go ahead and I will play you a quick promo that we have. And here it is. All right. So here's our first one. Let me play this.
Not knowing what's gonna happen next. Chills. That feeling gives me chills. Reminds me of riding a roller coaster because it gives you the same feeling of butterflies when you're going super fast or riding a twisty. It's terrifying yet liberating. On a motorcycle, you could be going up and down and around curves like a roller coaster does. Being someone my size, at first it felt intimidating, but then being able to dominate such a big beast like that, it makes me feel like a tough badass. The sound of the engine is amazing. Most of my friends that I have met through riding motorcycles. It's an awesome community. It's a great feeling just to be on two wheels.
All right. So these, I have one more for you, but let me just kind of step through that and just give you an idea. So we shot a lot of stuff at night. We shot a lot of stuff with bright headlights just directly in the camera, kind of muddying up your shot, but it actually has a really interesting look to it. So there's a reason to capture that. And then also, RAW doesn't necessarily save you, but RAW will give you an interesting look as well. So if you're doing it with intention, you can actually pull back on some of that so it doesn't look so washed out. But let me see if I can pull some up. So here's one of those shots. So I'm going to break down a couple of these shots right here, and then I'll show you our next promo. So in here, what it started out with, let me go to my controls. Let's just open up Magic Bullet Looks. So inside of here, if I just reset, and let's just show you this look here real quick from scratch, right? So this is dialed in, right? And I can actually make this a preset. So I know for a fact that this was shot using this Canon C70, but this is actually a flattened ProRes 444. But it still will, there's a difference in the footage in the Sony and the Canon. So you can still grip your footage better and have a little bit better control if you know exactly what the recipe of that shot was. So I know for a fact that this was shot on the Canon, right? So let me go ahead and save this preset. This is my Canon, and I spelled Canon correctly, right? Canon C70. And that's C log, or Canon log 2, right? Now there's a big difference between Canon log 2 and Canon log 3. Canon log 2 gives you an extended range, so you can have up to 16 plus stops, versus Canon log 3, which will crunch your image. So just because it says 3 doesn't mean it's the newest version, doesn't mean it's more advanced. So if you're looking for more range, C log 2 or Canon log 2. So I've saved this as a preset here, all right? And then let me just take this back, and I'm just gonna show you. This is how the image started out, right? So this is what we had, this like muddy looking image, and you don't really see too much of what's going on, but in the newer version here of Magic Bullet Looks, which was just released, you can see we have open color IO, and now if anybody does 3D, this also works in 3D too. This works in Cinema 4D, and you can use Magic Bullet in Cinema 4D. So in here, now you can utilize ACEs. You can jump in, and you can actually, let me change this color handling here, And this right here will allow me to do some really interesting things. So let me just dial this in first, and I'm going to show you my recipe. So this right here, let's go with daylight. Right? Already you can see a little bit of a difference immediately. And then look, I can dial in my exposure values here. So before it was really washed out, and it was really just kind of, you have this wash across the screen. But now the footage is gripped a little bit better, and then I want to do my preview, not in sRGB, but in Rec 709. Right? And then I can even go in here and let's grab a couple of tools. One of my favorite new tools that just came out was the optical diffusion. Right? So this tool right here just kind of has that inverse, the inverse square law fall off. So you have real natural light. So if you look right here, you can see this glow right here kind of just falls off naturally. It doesn't clip, and you don't just see high bright and then it just kind of cuts off. So you can actually see that it looks a little bit more natural in the environment that it's in. So if I go over here, I can actually add a couple more things. Let's see if I'll go, there's another one I'll do shadow highlight or even hue saturation. And I'm just dialing in one or two things, and then from there I can actually sort through all the preset looks. So if I go here, I'll drag this down, and here's my shadow, and then here's my highlights. And I can pump up the highlights, and if you look, I pumped up the highlights like a full stop, and they're still not clipping. You know, they're still kind of like blooming, and they still look beautiful. It's kind of has a nice vibe to it. It's not necessarily, let me bring this down just a hair. And if I brought it down, I could bring it all the way down -0 as well. So you have a lot more control. I typically like to go with like half down, but in this case, we want to blow them out. So we can use it also as a fill light, right? Fill light is just literally going to pump up only shadows, but I'm going to bring this back to, you can always reset by double clicking. Let me just bring this up. I'm going to pump up my highlights here to 1.0 like that. And then let's just go shopping here through the looks. All right, let me hit OK first. After I bring that back and then hit edit. And my looks are still not there. Lovely. It'll come around. So in the meantime, let me kind of skim through some that I already have prepared, and then I'll kind of do some compare and contrast here. So with this one right here, I'll just toggle it on and off. And you can see just how much punchier it is and how it kind of gives you this nice fall off whenever you add the highlights to it. So if I do this, turn this one off. Let me go to this one here. So on this one here, see if I can get my looks to cooperate. Okay, on this one I have a few things. There they are. So I knew that if I just closed it and opened it back up, now we have all that huge menu of presets that were all built by professionals, all right? So in here, these are like great starting points. Yes, you can literally just click a button and there you go, instant magic, but it's not really about that. It's about shopping through these, using these as a starting point, and then dialing them into the settings based on the footage that you already have. And now the fact that ACES Color is available inside of here, you can go and change your input, and you can dial in the exposure values, or you can change to, if this was shot with a different camera and you actually have that information, you can go in and you can dial that to the certain spec of the camera. And also, if you're lucky enough, I mean, I know in the editing world, you don't always have access to the raw camera footage. Sometimes you're just getting transcodes. So that's why the more you know, the better your footage can turn out. So in here, I've done a few things, and I can actually, let me just toggle this off so you can see. All right, so when we started out, this is just with adding, you know, making sure that I took it down a little bit, not even a half a stop, maybe a quarter stop, and I made sure that it was in Canon. All right, so this is the Canon, Canon Log 2, and that's in Cine Gamma Daylight, right? And that's Log 2. And then over here, like I said, you can actually pump up that exposure. So this isn't a raw clip, but I can actually treat it like it was a raw clip. And if you look at it, it's keeping, even though I'm bringing this all the way down, all the exposure all the way down, you still see the sky, right? You still see the blue of the sky, and then you pump this all the way up, and you can still see all your shadows are kind of staying in place too. So this is a great little feature, and the color handling using Open Color I/O really helps standardize, and now this works hand in hand with so many other industry tools. So let me just bring this down a little bit so it's a little bit more comfortable, right? Like this, right? This is about where I had it before. I'm splitting hairs here trying to move this mouse. Okay, there it is. So if I were to turn this back on, right, now you can see I have a little bit of bloom. I also have halation turned on. That's a new effect by Red Giant and Magic Bullet Suite. So you can actually have that natural halation, the little subtle effects, and you're really going to notice them when you are dialed in this far in. And it's just a little icing on the cake. So that shadow highlights and optical diffusion. This is on the same engine that the optical glow effect in the VFX suite is on. So it has this really natural look to it, very organic versus just being pushing the colors to extreme values and then they just blow out and they don't look so pleasant. So it's really about keeping the image looking organic even though you still want to candy coat it, right? So this can get really stylized really quick. So let me just pop out of here. So in this promo we had a bunch of skies, and then we had some drone footage, right? And one great thing about that, and I'll show you that in a moment, is that even if, let's say you get GoPro footage, and GoPro footage doesn't have that much room for you to do any color grading on. When you're using Open Color I/O, using that engine inside of Magic Bullet, you can actually grip that sky and keep things intact and adjust the exposure values. I'll show you that in just a second. Let me show you this second promo here so you can get an idea of kind of like where the highs and the lows are inside of this. Let me show you here. All right.
Everybody's bike identifies who they are, and all the little things you could do, seeing what else is out there, and being comfortable, being uncomfortable is like a balance, because anything could happen. But overall, it's just an exhilarating feeling. Even though you ride in a group, at the same time you're an individual. When you see somebody on the side of the road on a bike, you stop, you wave. When you see somebody riding by, even if they're on a different type of bike, it's just like a rule of the road. You're a part of that environment when you're on a bike that you never would have known existed. It's a full spectrum. And it's beautiful.
Thank you. So, let's just break this one down a little bit, and I'll highlight and show you some BTS. So on these, we actually did some wanding on these, and this one I have some effects on already. Let me turn this off. So there's I have to do it the manual way because my shortcut is not in there, but so here we go. So that's what we started with, and we actually, there's a highlight that's right here on the outer edge of that speedometer, right? And we just use this little aperture light, kind of like these little LED lights, but instead of being a wand, it's actually just a little square. It's not bad, it's about $100, and you just put it on, it has a 1/4-20 screw on the bottom of it, so you can just use it and kind of wand in these ideas of what you want to do, and then later on you can use diffusion or you can use optical glow, and you can kind of pump these areas out so you can see all these little areas you want to highlight. You can see it. It's very, very subtle. So let me jump over here. This one right here in particular, we shot this pretty low light. Again, we're like shooting in almost complete darkness with just headlights, and then on the back of a pickup truck, and a lot of different things can happen. In this one in particular, we wanted to kick up that dust right there. So you can see the dust over here kicking up. And that only comes about if you knock down your light all the way. You want that exposure to go down all the way and kind of focus on what the light is hitting. So this right here was just kind of when I initially shot it. Let's see. Look kind of like this, really muddy, because also you're shooting directly into the headlight, right? So if I go into here, and I'll just show you some of the looks that I've already applied to it. And forgive me for the whole right-clicking thing. Again, I don't have my shortcuts on this machine, but let me right-click. And let me zoom in, too. That always helps. Make this a little bit taller. There it is. Okay. So right-click, enable, and this one here. So this one right here, we're just focusing on the headlights, and we're kind of just beaming the headlights and getting them to kind of have a nice little glow to them. And you don't see as much dust in this one, but then when you look at the other one, all right, let's go here. You can see on this one kicks up a little bit more dust, and this one has that texture because the lights are kind of, we kind of cranked up the exposure, and I did that in post. So majority of the stuff that we shot, the Sony didn't shoot raw, but the Canon shot raw internally, so I was able to bring up anything on the raw profile. But let's say, again, as the editor, sometimes you just get baked footage. You get stuff that's just flat, it's log, and then you have to kind of do the work yourself and guesstimate. So if you know, right, if you know the answer, then you can go in. Let me just add looks to this clip right here. And there's got bullet. There it is. Double click that. And I'll apply it to that clip by just double clicking it, highlighting that clip, and then I go edit look. All right, now we have the looks builder that pops up. And there's so many things in here. And if anybody wants a tour, I'll give you a tour on the back side after this is done. And then you can, like I said, you can start by just shopping around and just see what kind of gives you a good feeling for that clip in particular. Or, right, I like to go in and build it first, meaning I already know what the color profile is. So I go to this input right here, and this is actually set up to mirror the input and the output together. So a lot of the times, if you use older versions of Magic Bullet, you're going to see that when you change your input and then you go back into Premiere, you go back to your regular timeline, it looks like a completely different color. That's been fixed. But there's a couple hiccups that you should be aware of inside of Adobe Premiere, and I'll show you that. This also works really well in Resolve. Just in case anybody uses Resolve, this is like a nice little flavor packet that you can put in Resolve. So you can do it on the edit timeline, or you can do it on the color nodes on the color page. So do not be afraid to use this if you do use Resolve, okay? This is the secret sauce. And believe me, a lot of colorists use it. They just don't like to say out loud that they use this stuff. But it's amazing, so check this out. So I'm gonna go here. This one in particular was Canon, all right? And I'm gonna go here, and I'll go to C-Log 2, daylight. And you can see already that we already kicked up some dust. You can see that. And then we can bring this down a little bit. And now you can see what's going on in here, all right? This is just my starting point. Like, again, you can already start to mold your clip where you wanna start before you even start to work on what the look is, all right? So I go in here, and then I can start to shop around and see what works. All right, maybe I don't want something so eccentric. I just want to go with something like film looks, right? And then again, let's say for instance, I like it, but it just looks a little too much. There's a potency slider right here for strength. So if I double click this, and I'm just going to say 80%, all right? Or you can even just kind of scrub the value to just see if that works for you. But I'll do like, typically, I like to start at 80 and just see where that goes. And then that gives me kind of the same idea, just kind of draws it back a little bit so I don't have so much sheen and it's not so candy-coated, all right? So I'll hit OK. Now the thing is, let's see, I have two looks on here. That's why you're getting that. So let me disable this look right here. So now that's where we are. And like I said before, an issue that has happened in the past with color management, right, is that you didn't have full control like you do right now. So in here, now I can actually, what you're seeing right here, and I click OK, that's what you're going to end up with on your timeline. Okay, so that's a huge improvement, and using Open Color I/O is something that standardizes across the board. So, if we were to go, let's say for instance, you're just starting from scratch, all right, and when you get into your timeline, let me just show you two things to be aware of under the preferences, under general. These two right here they work to your benefit in some cases, but in this case, they do not work to your benefit. So like display color management and extended range monitoring don't necessarily work in your favor. Let's say you're working in standard range, not HDR. All right, so turn these off so then that way it doesn't look completely oversaturated, or if you go to drop a clip in, all right, so pay attention to here, preferences, general, display color management, and extended dynamic range monitoring. I turn those off, all right? Then go into your sequence settings, and then just make sure, all right, let me just click inside of here first. Sequence settings, that's another thing, you need to click on the actual timeline, then go to sequence settings, all right? So go from there, and then go look here, and you'll see, where are we, color profile. There it is, working color space. So sometimes, depending on what clip it is that you put in first, the metadata might point to the wrong color space. Here's one place to fix it. Under the sequence settings, and then look for working color space and change it to 709. Once you do that, I will point it out a few other times that, like I have some here. Let me just go to this one immediately so you can see. And then we'll talk through this BTS right here. So in the meantime, when you drop a clip in, if it looks like this off the bat, it's hugging onto the metadata from the camera. And it's immediately saying, this is S-Log3. And that's just kind of like a safety. So it's assuming that you want to work with that LUT off the bat. But instead, what you might want to do, right? So let me turn these off, and I'm going to go here, right-click, reveal in project, and then from there, right, I'm going to go to this clip. Even it looks normal in the thumbnail, if you notice, like let me just double click it. So this is something to know. And when I'm looking at it in the source, it looks fine, but as soon as it goes over into my timeline, it'll look like this, all right? So that's just a safety done by Adobe to kind of keep things in context. If you shot with a specific LUT and that's in the metadata of the file, that's what you're gonna have immediately. So to avoid having that happen, or if that does happen, you could do this to batches of clips. But if you see this problem in the timeline and things are blown out automatically, just right click, and then we'll go down here, and you're gonna see there's an option for, what is it, modify, interpret footage. And then in here, see how it says, use media color space from file, all right? And it's already set to S-Log. Go over here and change that, and this is right here, color space override, and just change that to 709, or whichever color space you're working in, and you're gonna watch, as soon as I hit OK, it's going to start to look more like that. And this is something by default that happens. So be aware of that, and especially if you start to use any of these effects and you're just wondering why is everything so crunched? Why is everything so saturated? That's the number one reason why. So there's like 3 places where this will get in your way. It's a safety thing, but it's kind of like the child lock in the back seat if you're an adult trying to get up. You know, so like think about it like it's there to help you, but it's also kind of understand where you unwind it, okay? So those are 3 different ways to turn off any metadata that enables a LUT or enables a color space. So let me just show you, let's take a moment here, and I'm just gonna kind of showcase some of our behind the scenes of those last 2 clips, kind of how we shot it, and I'll tell you a couple of things and that have to do with the way that it was shot or the reason it was shot. Like right here, you can just kind of see this is all like shot in the back of a pickup truck from like early evening into the night. And we kind of were just aiming to shoot the flares and aiming to shoot the headlights and kind of blind ourselves and just sit there and freeze on the back of a pickup truck. But it's all in good fun. So this is the finished product, the raw, what we got afterward. And you can actually see right over here, that's from the highlight, from the reflection of the pickup truck right here. And again, this is kind of like what we ended up with stuff like looking like this. And that has an embedded LUT on it too. So again, same thing, embedded LUT. So So I'm just going to kind of skip through this. And one thing that's important, especially whenever you're doing this stuff, if one thing doesn't work, try, and I will jump up and I'll get 3 different angles of the same thing, as long as I buy myself enough time and make sure to buy people dinner afterward, then I know that I can pull these things off. But, we got the gimbal shot, then we have the shot with the Sony, and then we have the other camera going at the same time, doing a tight, and then this one right here is just on the back of the truck for some leverage. Then we had our little RGB setup here. Those are with the aperture lights. And again, I'll spare you the whole going through and unwinding those LUTs, but so this was our interview setup with the red, the green, and the blue, like the video channels. And then this is kind of some other part of this whole thing that we have not used yet. We're doing another whole piece on just the automotive paint, the texture, and that's going to turn into a Maxon session. So this right here is kind of, we ended up shooting initially just kind of black paint with the lights on, and here's the Sony camera. We're using a lot of Sigma lenses with the Sony camera, and then Canon lenses with the Canon cameras. Always shoot Canon lenses with the Canon cameras, and I tend to like using the Sigma lenses with my Sony. So this is the kind of stuff we ended up doing after we turned the lights off. Then we just threw a light on that dust that was coming off when it was sanding down these pieces of this fender that we were going to paint. We ended up getting up these things that kind of look like particles. It almost looks like Trapcode. So all this right here is because it didn't work in the light. Shut off the lights, then change our lighting setup, and then pop on a different lens, and this is what it kind of looked like. And this right here is when he actually was blasting it with this purple here. And then on this end, this is our RGB hood. We were still trying to keep with the color channel tradition we had going on here, and he painted a little fire on it. And we had several different, so we had 2 rooms going with different painting setups. You can see Chad here, and Chad was jumping in, and Chad was just kind of checking the monitors, and we would go back and forth and try the shot. The shot doesn't work. Let's try this. Let's move this. Let's change angles. Let's put a light on it. Let's turn the lights on. Let's turn them off. Building enough time. The most important thing is that we actually went out and did a scout and a practice shoot. And we took the footage home, and then we tried it out, and we saw what things looked like before we shot every single thing. So this right here is day 1, but we had a pre-shoot day, and the pre-shoot day is when we actually got some really interesting gems. And you can see Chad right here kind of looking at the balls here in the chart and just saying, what is this? And the whole point of this is kind of to measure your light and kind of this is basically so you can do this in Cinema 4D down the line. I'm not going to speak on that because that's not my realm, but we shot everything right here so we can integrate elements into our scenes later on. And then right here we have some paint. We are shooting some textures with a macro. And we just kind of went to Home Depot, went to Target, ruined a bunch of cooking supplies, some Pyrex. We got some interesting things like this. Keep in mind, these are still flat, and they still have this much color in them. So once you actually, I can put some magic bullet looks on there, and you'll see. And this also just kind of wanted to get down with the light. And then we mix all the paint together. So, there's also, and we definitely had some drone stuff in there. So EJ, who's around here somewhere, was filming, and I kind of felt like I was standing next to somebody that was in a whole different world. He was in the metaverse, and he was controlling this FPV drone. He got some really interesting shots. And actually, the tail end shot was came from this FPV here. And that thing just flies. And then it flies, and then it crashes. But luckily, we have our daredevil here who's sitting around here, Sammy, and he ran to pick it up, looks into it and says, "I got you, bro," and then runs it back to us. We swapped out the ND on the front of the GoPro and then continued shooting. So over here, we were shooting, initially it was just with overhead light and then black paint so we can have some contrast so we can see some texture. And we tried that for a little bit and it looked okay. But then we flipped to colored lights and the same contrast. And this is kind of what it looked like. This is the other angle where it's kind of cheating, right? This is just our behind the scenes camera. And then again, without color, it started looking like this. So it's actually, that purple is just from a colorful light. So we're kind of just, we're mixing the two, right? Using something practical and then using something in the software. And then from there, we can end up with some pretty interesting looks. And here's another thing we did. We hung some plexiglass, went to the hardware store, even bought some glass that broke in our hands. Somebody got cut by that glass. And, kind of use it as a transitional element, right? So we have right here, right? And we ran this back twice. We did it once with the overhead lights, and it's in slow-mo too, so bear with me. Right, fills the screen, you get the idea. Same thing in the dark, fills the screen, and that just kind of gives you another idea of what we were doing. So we tried a few artistic ideas, some practical things, some practical in-camera effects, and a lot of them were just kind of like, you know what, that doesn't work, let's try that. We've got a couple of shots of this, not happy, let's do this. And half of the things that we did was just trying it, attempting it, and if it fails, so what? We could probably do something with it in post. You never know. So, but besides that, let's just go back here. Let's just kind of revisit this. So, as far as, let me just take it back to here. Like I mentioned before, the cameras nowadays, the range, you can go up to 16 stops of dynamic range, even more, I'm sure. But with something that's sub $10,000, a nice cinematic camera like the FX6 or the Canon C70, a lot of them have internal RAW now, and you can shoot on SD cards versus buying a ton of super fast drives, right? So, the tools have gotten a lot more affordable. I used to shoot, if anybody's familiar with the Canon XL2, that's what I started shooting with. I still have that camera to this day. It's a tank. And now we make filters to look like that camera. So, but besides that, the post tools have enhanced the way that you work with your footage on the timeline. You don't have to transcode everything. You can work with the RAW right on the timeline. You can utilize your RAW profile and then come in and use Open Color I/O inside of Magic Bullet, and you can adjust the exposure values even on a flattened video. So if they give you enough range in that flattened log video that you have, you'll be able to capture the sky and keep everything intact, and it'll still look pretty decent. Just like you would, not exactly like if you had a RAW clip, but pretty close. So that's a huge improvement. And also the lens filters, there's so many effects that are built in that we can use as far as lens filters, the optical diffusion. There's a ton of lens filters built into there, like the Tiffin filters, right? The Black Pro Mist, all this kind of stuff is kind of built into the effect. So you don't have to screw it on to your camera anymore, meaning it's not baked into your footage. So you can work with a nice flattened file that's gonna do a lot of work for you in post. So sometimes, I'm a fan of shooting under and shooting over for the instance that you get stuff looking like this, okay? In order to get this kind of stuff, you shoot under and then you push the highlights up higher. Or if you want to blow things out and kind of wash it out and give it this really interesting look, you shoot higher. So you don't always have to stay within the exposure values that they suggest for you to stay in. You can actually pump them up and give yourself a real stylized version. But again, stylized, All right. If you add too much salt to your dish, it becomes salty. So just a pinch. Okay. Right here, I'm kind of just pumping it and pushing it just to show you how much we can work with. So, in the Red Giant atmosphere, right, in the Red Giant family, there's also a really nice and interesting lens flare tool. Works inside of After Effects. And basically, you can design your own flare, and you can put a flare just off screen. So if you did decide to do something that looked like you shot with a cinematic camera, if you point a cinematic lens, and you point it right at the sun, you're going to get this beautiful flares. But if you shot it with the $200 lens that you got as a kit lens, and you point it up there, now you can use this effect to kind of give you that look as though you did have that cinematic lens. So I can show that. Again, I will be on the back side of this booth, and I can show you how to build some of these things so you can add some texture to your video as well. Besides that, the optical diffusion is pretty amazing, and it just gives you this real, natural, organic look. And halation, of course, kind of giving you the film look and giving you those really, really subtle glows on the exterior of our highlights. And of course, ACE's color management inside of Magic Bullet Looks is huge because, like I said, you could be working with a flattened file. Maybe you just ripped down a promo and you have to repurpose it because this kind of stuff happens in real life broadcast. And maybe you just need to do color on some drone shot that was used in a promo already, which does happen. You could flatten that out. You can add color back to it after already desaturating it and adjusting the exposure. Pretty awesome stuff. So with that said, I would say that will leave us open to questions, and I will showcase some of these effects and filters on the back side of this booth here, and I will gladly dig into all the settings. I hope this was an eye-opener for some of you, and I hope you enjoy the new filters and effects. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right,
Thank
I think
you
I'm at
thank you,
42.
sir. Yeah, look at you. Check. Hello. There I am. I'm back. All right, folks. Once again, live questions first. We do have a couple online, but you have priority because you sat here, you got the knowledge firsthand, you get the firsthand questions from the audience. So that's the thing about these, like the presentation. You guys have been doing such a bang-up job on presentations. Everybody's just like, nope, I got it. It was clear, done.
Well,
Ship
also,
it.
you can ask me over here. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
I don't bite. Don't be shy. Ask me any question. No dumb questions. You want me to do something in Universe or Magic Bullet or even using Colorista, any of that, let me know.
Yeah, so he'll be back there with footage and you can check it out. But we did have a couple questions from the interwebs. Hello, interwebs. Questions. First question is, what did you use on the C70? What lens did you use on the C70?
Canon.
It was a
So the
Canon lens.
The Canon, in particularly, those are the new RF lenses. So I want to say it's a RF 50 prime,
Okay.
and we had a 2470 and a 50 prime.
Okay. And someone was wondering about Nuke. That's a good question. The plugins for Nuke.
As far as these go, I want to say they go across the full ecosystem. I'm not 100%. So
Not 100%.
Yeah, I'm not in the Nuke realm.
I think I'm gonna have to talk to Simon on that.
Yes.
So until then, Anthony will be in back. Let's give him another big round of applause and stay tuned because we'll be back right after this with our very own Ellie Wade.
All right. Thank you.
High, low, in stereo. like to love in stereo.
welcome everyone to the NAB booth. Maxon's NAB booth here at NAB 2022. Sorry, mixed that up a little bit backwards. Mixing it up today. We got new folks, we got old folks, and we have our resident AI, our own meta-human, the living meta-human.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. Wait, in the virtual flesh. It's in the virtual. Virtual, right? So it's our virtual meta-human. From training, I've been trying to bring her across the pond for a long time, and she made it after all the craziness. We finally got her out. So from our own training team, Ellie Wade.
Thank you so much. Hey everyone, how's it going? It's so good to be here and see everyone in person. First NAB, first time in America as well. And yeah, I'm loving it. So I'm having a good time. It's been nice to have met a whole bunch of you over the last couple of days. It's been good. So yeah, as Matthias said, I'm kind of shortish on time, so I'm not going to give the whole spiel, but my name's Ellie, and I work for the Maxon training team, and a lot of that is, doing live sessions, a lot of the stuff like this. We do a lot of them on YouTube, so we have demystifying post-production, we have Ask the Trainer, we have hands-on workshops, which are very near and dear to my heart, because I do them in Cinema 4D, and I do them in Redshift as well. And yeah, so today, the plan is to do a little bit of stuff in the new simulation that's come in S26. And then we're also going to take that, we're going to turn it into a MoGraph version of the simulation. And then we're going to take the data, and we're going to take it into Redshift, and we're going to basically just use color user data to make a really cool shader, and it's going to change all the different things, but it's going to be one material. So instead of me just talking about it, I'm actually going to show you guys what we're going to be doing. So this was a little animation I put together for this, just to kind of have a look at. So this is just the new rope dynamic simulation stuff that has come in S26, which came on Wednesday. So is anyone here in 26? Yeah? Nice, love it, cool. So if you're not, hopefully this will kind of, entice you to get into it. So let's have a look at the project file. Wrong way. Right, so this is the project file that I created. And as you can see on the right-hand side in our objects manager, it's actually just 11 individual simulations, and each of those has a Redshift material on. And I thought, that's okay, that was fine, it worked for what I needed, but instead of doing it this way and having to kind of control each one and rotate each one to get this simulation or this animation, let's now build this same stuff but make it use cloners, use fractures, MoGraph stuff and effectors, and then take that information into Redshift and use color user data and create some cool looking stuff. So we're going to start off by just building our simulation. And so I'm going to come in, and we're going to build this all from scratch. And I'm getting used to this mouse already. Cool, let's grab a disk. And let me just make this a little bit nicer to look at. And so the easiest way and the quickest way to create a straight spline is to actually come into here, grab an end side, and then if we change our side to 2, we've got a nice little straight spline. So that is perfect. And I'm just going to change my radius, and the radius is effectively becoming our length now. And let me just make this a little bit smaller. And I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. Here we go. I'm just going to pull it up. So let me get in here. I'm getting used to this mouse. Right, what I'm going to do as well, for the sakes of this presentation, I'm going to change my display color of my spline to a bright yellow. So hopefully everyone can see it clearer than the sort of gray that it was before. So it's up here at the moment. And yeah, so now we can set up our dynamics simulation, and we can do that with a new spline dynamics, which is called rope dynamics. So for anyone who doesn't know, the way that we set up simulations inside of Cinema 4D is we use Cinema 4D tags. And the way that we access our tags is we just have to right-click on one of our objects, and then we get a whole variety of tags in here for different things. We've got materials, we've got rigging, we've got Redshift ones in there as well. And if we come pretty much down to the bottom, we have our simulation tags. And so we have cloth and we have rope. And these are the ones that have been converted now for the new approach. So we've got a new simulation approach, which what it does is it kind of divides our objects into particles. And that's why we're getting better performance, we're getting better collisions, and we're getting less intersections. And we just have so much more control and so much more functionality. And if you're used to the previous version of cinema, and you're wondering, hey, where's rigid and soft body gone? Well, that's now up in our bullet tags. And so this is the kind of previous simulation system. So we still have that in there. Hopefully everything will come over soon, which would be lovely. So let's grab our rope tag. And let me just rename this stuff. And I don't normally do that. I'm like the least organized person ever. But for you guys, I'll do it. So we've got our rope tag on our, oh, I've spelled spline wrong. Never mind. So we've got our rope spline, we've got our floor, and I just need to set a collider on my floor as well. Because the trouble is, if I just made my rope spline dynamic, but I didn't make my floor a collider, it's just going to go straight through it, and that's not really what we want. So I'm not going to change anything yet. I'm just going to play it, and we're going to see what happens. Okay, so hopefully we can see. Let me come a little bit closer in here. And actually, let me just make this a black material. This is also, we can see it better. This isn't like something that you would need to do. So if you play it through, okay, so it's dynamic, but it's not doing what I kind of want it to do. Like I want it to coil up like a piece of string or a piece of rope. And so what we need to do, we need to come into, let me just go back to the beginning. If I come into my rope spline, in my object, the trouble is my intermediate points are set to adaptive. So because it's a straight spline, Cinema 4D is going to adapt the number of points based on the curvature, but we have no curvature because it's straight. So we only have 2 points, and so what's happening is it's just kind of coming flat, and it's staying like that, and it's going to keep its shape, and it eventually would fall down. But I want it to kind of coil in on itself like a piece of rope or a piece of string would. And so all I need to do, there's actually 2 ways we could do this. We could change it to subdivided, and so it's going to subdivide our spline. Cool. But what I like to do is I like to do uniform, and the uniform is going to allow me to enter the number of subdivisions or the number of points for my spline. And so I have a little bit more control than if I just did subdivided. So let's go with 40 for now. We're going to increase this a bit later on, but for now, let's do this. Now as you press play, we can see it's actually doing, kind of what we hoped it would. It's starting to coil and come together and look a little bit more like a piece of string. So once we've got to this part, once we have our kind of simulation going, this is where we can come into our rope tag settings and start to really define it. And what I love about these new rope tag settings is the naming convention. It's like I've written it myself. Bendiness, stretchiness, cool. I'm not a very technical person. Anyone that's seen any of my stuff will know. No, I'm creative, artistic. I don't understand why things do the stuff they do. And I don't understand some of the words, but this is so perfect for me. I'm like, okay, cool. If I want it to be more bendy, I'm going to increase my bendiness. Wonderful. So to kind of see what each of these do, let me just kind of decrease my bendiness. And what it's going to do, so bendiness, so with the new approach, what it's doing, it's dividing our spline into individual particles. And so what bendiness is going to do, if I have not a lot of bendiness, which I don't, I've got 0.1, it's going to try and keep its structural shape. It's not going to allow any kind of bend and curling to happen. And so if I kind of play it now, you're going to see it's going to try and land and almost not bounce back, but it's going to try and keep its shape. So as you can see here, we're not allowing the particles or the points to kind of come in on themselves and coil together. So this is kind of the opposite of what I want. But I think it's a nice way of showing, what exactly bendiness does. So now I'm going to go to something like 30, which is a little bit of a, a bigger thing. And so we now have that. And so this is kind of getting a bit closer. And eventually we're going to subdivide it more, and then we'll turn it into geometry. But this is doing more along the lines of what I'm kind of hoping for. Stretchiness, what that's going to do? It's going to basically allow a stretch between each of our points or each of our particles that are making up our spline simulation. And so we can create some stretch. And we may not see it really now, but it's going to kind of increase its length, and it's going to, because our gravity is going to pull it down, and it's going to just look, it's going to look pretty cool. The next two, bounciness, friction, I'm not going to worry about going into everything. They're things that we're used to when we're working with Cinema 4D's dynamics. We're used to bounce, we're used to friction. But radius is super important here, and this is an amazing setting, especially when it comes to turning stuff into geometry. So if I just play this through, and we kind of get in here, hopefully you guys can see that everything isn't actually touching, and that's because we're telling Cinema 4D that each of these particles has a radius of 0.5. And so we're going to have a minimum distance of 0.5 between each of our points. And this is great. So if we turn this into geometry, we can now control our collision margin. And that's kind of the same type of thing from the previous system to this one. And then mass is great. So mass, if I had like a massive rock and a tiny pebble and I dropped them at the same time, the velocity or the speed at which they fall and how they bounce and how they land is all going to be different. So if I want to create a realistic simulation for a heavy object, all I have to do is increase my mass here. Okay, so let me just decrease this to 0.1 for now because I want some intersections to happen. Okay. I'm definitely getting used to this mouse. Okay, cool. So we have some intersections. That's cool. Like I wanted that to happen because then we can have a look at the new simulation settings inside of our project settings and start to fix some of this stuff. So if I press Command D, this is going to open up. For anyone who's used to Cinema 4D, you'll know that this is where we can access our simulation settings inside of here. The ones you'll recognize are the bullet simulation settings. So this is what we had previously, and these are the ones that remain for rigid and soft body. But the new ones are in our simulation settings. And so what's great is we can now run our sim on the CPU or the GPU. So depending on what kind of machine you have and what kind of capabilities, we can control that. We can control our gravity and our scene scale, similar things that we're used to. But substeps is where it's really important. And this is similar-ish to the steps per frame. What it's going to do, it's going to calculate the sim. We have 20 substeps, so it's going to calculate the sim 20 times per frame. And so what's happening here is that's not enough to be seeing all of our collisions. And so we can up this value. And what's nice is the performance is so good that I can kind of up it now. Let me come back up to here and play it through. And it's going to fix some of that stuff, but not everything. This is not going well. And then, so we can continue to up this, or we can continue to go down the settings and adjust different things. Iterations is how many times the substeps are going to occur. So we can up, if we're still having intersections like we do, we can up our iterations. And play this through again. And so we're getting a little bit closer. We're still getting some, but that's fine. That is expected. Smoothing iterations, whilst it's there, we can talk about. It's going to smooth out our animation, and this could help resolve some issues as well. So let me just put that on 1 and see what this does. So it's actually going to smooth out that animation, smooth out some of that jittering. And then, so we're still getting intersections, still getting some stuff, but it's great because we have so many more settings than we had in the previous simulation settings. So let me just maybe up my collision passes. So what's going to happen is it's going to calculate the collisions, and it's going to calculate the distance and the position of the particles at the start of each frame. And so now it's going to calculate it 3 times, and hopefully it should catch them. Okay, so it's pretty much caught them. We've got a little straggler in there, but that's fine. That's cool. Because then we can do post-collision passes. And so this is going to calculate the collisions at the end of each frame. So let's see if this fixes it. Okay, cool. So we've kind of got there. Like, I'm fine with that for now. And then dampening, what the dampening is going to do, if I add this like a high value, it's going to add a dampening value to each of our particles, and we can see it slowing down our simulation. And so this is quite like a high percentage, which is why it's really exaggerated, but it's nice to see how it works. And so this is cool, but I'm going to go reduce this down to like 15%. Cool, so we're getting closer to the kind of simulation that I'm after. What I'm going to do now, I'm I'm going to come back into my rope spline, and I'm going to increase my number of points. And we're going to see this is going to really drastically change how this sim looks. So now this is more like the animation that I showed at the beginning. These were very similar to the settings that we used for that. So what we can do as well, one quick thing, if we just sort of come back to the beginning that we can show, and let me have a look at that. So we can actually anchor points. So for the sake of this, I'm just going to duplicate my spline and then maybe make it like ZY or ZY, seeing as I'm in the States. And to anchor points, we have to have a spline that we have access to the points. So we have to make it editable, which is why I duplicated it, so I haven't broken my previous spline. And to make something editable, all we do is hit the C key, and then if we grab our points mode, we can grab like the start and the end point, and then we can come back to our rope tag, and we can actually fix these points. And once I've done that, and I press play, and come out of it, we then have 2 fixed points, but the rest of our spline is then dynamic, and it's just like a lot of fun. Cool, so let's just get rid of that for now. And let's come back to here. And now let's focus on what we've got time-wise. Okay, let's turn this into geometry and then make it like MoGraphable, and then we'll get into some cool Redshift stuff. So how do we turn this into geometry? All we need is to grab our sweep generator. If we drop our rope spline into our sweep, what the sweep needs is it needs like a second spline that's going to generate the shape of our geometry. And because I want to create a piece of string or a piece of rope, I just need to get a circle. So it's going to be nice and simple. So if I get a circle, let's make it small. This is going to be like the thickness. And then all we do is just drop that inside of here. And let's get a bit closer. And press play. Okay, so we have our geometry, we have our simulation. As you can see, it's still like super fast. But you're probably thinking, Ellie, we're getting some weird intersections going on. I thought this was supposed to be a dynamic simulation. Well, the thing is, this is where the setting inside the rope tag is super important. So the radius here, we've told Cinema 4D that our simulation has a radius, and our collisions have a radius of 0.1. However, our geometry has a radius of 0.5. And so that's why we're getting, it's the geometry that's intersecting, whereas the spline dynamics isn't. And so we just need to match these values. So I'm going to do like 0.2, and then 0.2. And this was the stuff I ended up with in the final animation. I'll play this through. And now we can see we don't have any of those intersections happening, which is cool. And then we can make it look a bit nicer by shoving it into a subdivision surface, and then maybe just adding a little cap to here. And so now we have like the same rope spline that we have in our original scene. So in here, so these are exactly how these are created, the exact same setup. So let's come back again. So let me get a better view. Okay, so what if we now want to have a whole load of these? And what if we don't want to copy and paste like I did and change the rotation for each one? So if I sort of come back here, what I did was, as you can see, copied and pasted all of these individual simulations, repositioned them, rotated them, and I'm kind of embarrassed to admit how many times I actually rotated some of them just to get the simulation that I was happy with, or the animation I was happy with. But this isn't ideal. This isn't like an ideal workflow because it's a little bit clunky. So let's do this same thing, but let's do it with like MoGraph. And so we're all probably thinking, all right, cool. We're going to get a cloner, drop our subdivision surface into our cloner, maybe reduce the size a little bit so everything's a little bit closer. And then we're going to press play. Oh, and then nothing happens. Why? Why is that happening? Well, the thing is, because we're doing spline dynamics, our cloner is actually cloning geometry, and so it's not able to calculate the two together. So we have to do it in a slightly different order. And what we have to do is we have to clone our spline dynamics first, and then we can turn it into geometry. So if we do this, and that's fine, we can just sort of adjust a little bit of rotation. Back in the cloner. Okay. Get in there. I'm just going to pull this all the way up. Okay. So now we're pre-syncing. Oh, wait, it still doesn't work. So in this case, with this setup, our spline tag needs to be on our cloner. So, because our cloner is now creating our 9 different rope splines. So now we need to tell the cloner that they all need to be controlled by our spline dynamics. So all we have to do, drop that on there, play this through. And now we have what we were kind of hoping for. And so at this point, let me get rid of my material, because we don't need that now. And let me just come back and grab that same rock. And this is actually from the asset browser. This same stone you can find in the asset browser. Just going to paste that in there. I'm going to hopefully paste that in there. Let's try that again. Okay, cool. Don't need that. Don't want that. And don't want that. Cool, so we have our rock now. Just to make it look a little bit more interesting than it hitting like our floor here. And what I need to do, I need to also make sure this is a collider object. And now as you press play, our sim is going to collide, and it looks okay. So let's turn this into some geometry now. So how do we turn all this into geometry? Well, we pretty much do the same thing. We grab our sweep, drop our cloner into our sweep, grab our circle spline, make sure we match that radius again, 0.2. And hopefully you guys can see that we're actually only getting one of our rope splines being like swept and turned into geometry. And this is where, if you ever come across this kind of issue when you're using like the cloner and generators, more often than not, we can work around this by grabbing a wonderful thing called a connect, drop our connect into here, and then drop our cloner into our connect, and it's going to fix all these issues for us. Cool, so let me sort of come out. And we press play. And so this simulation is still super fast, which is great. Cool, so let me just play that all the way through. Okay, so this is working well. Let me find a little better view. And then we just drop that into a subdivision surface and make it look a little bit nicer. So now we have a very similar setup to what we had before. Let me just add a little cap so we have some nice rounding. Okay, so now we need to turn this into MoGraph geometry. So even though we're using a cloner, we're cloning splines. When we want to use color user data, or I don't know if anyone knows a workaround for this, I couldn't find one with this set up exactly like this. I couldn't seem to use color user data with the cloner because it's not creating geometry. And so a workaround that I found, but yeah, if anyone has one, please come find me afterwards and let me know, because I spent a lot of time with Darren trying to figure this out. And this was our solution, and it's not great, but it kind of works. So the fracture is basically going to turn all of this into MoGraph geometry. Then we can take the MoGraph data from the fracture as opposed to from the cloner. And let me just, what have we got on here? Let me just reduce that down, just so this is a bit faster for you guys to see. Now this is coming down. Cool. So now we have this looking like this. We can now get into some redshift stuff. So we have our simulation set up. We've got MoGraph geometry because we've used our fracture. And now we can take that information, we can take the fracture data, and we can use it inside of a shader or inside of a material in Redshift. And it's going to be able to control which shader or which material is going to be on which rope or which piece of rope. So for anyone who is new to 26, what you might find is if you're used to using Redshift, you're probably looking at it thinking, where is my Redshift menu gone? Redshift everywhere? Yes, we do have it everywhere. All you have to do is come into your render settings, come up to your renderer, change it to Redshift, and then they've increased the integration. So now what you'll notice is we now have our lovely Redshift tab here. And all of our Cinema 4D tools, so our lights and our environments, that are normally the standard and the physical, standard Cinema 4D stuff, is now our Redshift stuff. So it's great, so we can come into here and find all of our lovely Redshift bits and bobs inside of Cinema 4D. It's really improved the integration with this new release. And now, because I've changed my renderer to Redshift, when I double-click a material, it's going to create a Redshift material, and this is going to be a Cinema 4D node material, and this is what we're going to be working in. But before we do that, let's open up our Redshift render view. So I like to work in the render view. If you see my stuff, you know I don't really use the viewport IPR. I like to just have the two windows, and that's just how I work. And so let's have a look at how not beautiful this looks. So let's just set up some simple lighting before we do our material. So I'm going to grab a dome light. Let's get a little bit closer. Too close. This mouse. I should be more used to it, shouldn't I, by now? It's been about 25 minutes. And then let me just come into, what do I need? I want to grab my HDR. And here, actually, let me just grab one out of the asset browser. So for anyone who doesn't know or doesn't use the asset browser, it's a really great tool to find textures, materials, HDRI images, and objects for you to use inside your Cinema 4D scene. So if I just search the word HDR and come down a little bit, we have our .hdr images that we can then use in our dome lights. Let me just use this one. This is like my most overused HDR from the asset browser. And it's going to download kind of quick. Sweet, there we go. Cool, so we've got our lighting set up, just some simple lighting for this. I'll show you the setup at the end for the other one. It's got a different HDR and it's got a couple of different area lights as well, but we don't have time for that. I want to get more into the material creation because that's the fun bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop this onto my fracture. That's important. And everything's going to go this horrible gray color. So let me open up my Redshift material. And now what happens is it opens sort of like a intermediary material editor. And this is for Redshift. But what I want is I want the node editor. That's how I like to work. So I'm going to open up my node editor here. And this is the Cinema 4D node editor, and you can access and create your Redshift materials inside of here as opposed to the shader graph. And so I'm going to admit, I'm very used to the shader graph. That's how I learned Redshift, and that's how I often work. But over the last couple of weeks, I've really been diving into the node editor with the new integration that's happened with this new release. I thought I'd teach this one instead. So I'm just going to dock it just to make it easier for everyone to see everything that's going on. Okay, so here we go. Let's make some room. Okay, cool. So what we can do, because we made this MoGraph geometry, we can take the MoGraph data and we can now do some kind of fun things. So let's have a look at some of that stuff. So inside of Cinema 4D's node editor, if you hit the C key, it's going to open up a shortcut to your nodes. And all you have to do is type in the node that you want, just like you would in the shader graph. So color user data is the one that we need. We can drag and drop that in. And this is going to allow us to kind of take some data from a variety of different presets. So we have our MoGraph data, color and index ratio. We then have geometry ID and display color, and then we can do particle color as well if you want to. So just to sort of demo this, I'm going to grab my geometry ID color, and let's just connect this together. So I'm going to connect this to my Redshift material color. And what it's going to do, it's going to take each individual kind of piece of rope, and it's going to apply a random color to it. Also, what I've realized is I haven't done the best bit. Let me kind of pull this down. So the whole reason for using the cloner was to add some random rotation and variation, which I haven't done. So let's just come back to my cloner and get a little bit closer here. So So on the original scene, I added some like random rotation to everything. So if we come to our cloner, benefits of working with the cloner, we can now use our effectors. And my favorite effector is the random effector. And let's just add a little bit of like random variation in here. And what this is going to do, when we then play our sim, it's just going to make it look a little bit cooler. So at the moment, as we can see in the render view, like it's not looking that great. They're all sort of just like coming down and like coiling together. But if we add some random position and rotation, they're going to sort of like intertwine with one another and just make it look a little bit more interesting. Let's add some stuff in here. So we can see now this looks a lot more similar to the original one. So now if we play this through, if we come back to here, play this through. I'm going to try and catch it. So it's a little bit slower because, you know, it's subdivided now as well. Let's just leave it like that. You know what? No, I'm not happy with that. Let me add some friction. Because everything's like slipping and sliding everywhere. So let's come back into here and let's just sort of decrease my subdivision surface just so it's going to play through nice and smooth. Okay, cool. And now just put it back on like 1. Okay, cool. So, right. Back to the nodes. Cool, yeah, so what this is doing is it is taking the individual geometry ID and it's going to assign a random color to it. That's cool, that's fine. And then we can grab ourselves a ramp. And what I love about Cinema 4D's nodes is if I highlight it over, it's just going to apply it where it should be, so I don't have to worry about plugging things in and out like I do in the shader graph. And then we can assign a series of colors. And so once that updates, we have some cool colors. And so this is cool, this is nice, this is fun. But the trouble with this is everything is still defined. Each material is still defined by one set of base material properties. So if I adjust the roughness in this material, it's going to be adjusting the roughness on all of our individual pieces of string or pieces of rope. But what if we want to have more control over our shaders and we want to create some more advanced shaders, but still use like this color user data? Well, we can do that. So if we just get rid of that for now, and let's get some room. So if I hit the C key again and grab something called a shader switch and pull that in, I'm just going to plug that into my output surface. And everything's going to go white, and that is fine. And if we look at the shader switch in like the bottom right down here, you'll see that we can now have 9 different shaders connected to the shader switch, and then we can use a shader selector to define which one is going to be shown. So let's just turn that off. I'm just going to create some basic materials for now, and then we're going to change them when we can. Cool, so let's just change some colors just so we can see what this is exactly doing. So we're going to plug that in there. Shader 0. And then grab another one. And let's just make this like yellow, just like some random colors here. And then a third one. It's going to be white. Shader 2. Cool. So I'm just going to work with 3 for now, but as you can see, we can go up to 9. Okay, so now as we've set up our shaders, we can come into our shader selector, sorry, and we can change this value, and it's going to change to the different shader that we've assigned. And you're probably thinking, okay, Ellie, but you're manually changing them. So how can we now take our color user data and use that and those different color values to control the change of shaders? Well, we can do that. If we just sort of come into our color user data, what we need to do is we need to grab something called a change range. And what a change range is going to do, if I change this color user data, so it works with geometry ID, but I'm going to do it with the index ratio. So it's going to now apply like a grayscale value to each different index. And now we can take this color information and we can turn it into numerical data and numerical information, so 0, 1, 2, etc. And we can now have that control which shader is going to be on which individual piece of rope. And so let's see how exactly that would work. So I'm going to plug this into my change range, input. And our change range, we can see we have like range min and max of 0 to 1. Then we plug our change range into our shader switch. And so now what's happening is it's taking that color information, converting it into numerical data, and that data is now controlling our shader switch. Our shader switch needed a number value, so we needed to use the change range to create the number value. And you're probably thinking, okay, Ellie, but we can only see 2 different colors here. Okay, even though we have 3 shaders set up. So all we need to do is come into our change range, and if we change so at the moment we've only got 0 to 1, so we've only got shaders 0 to 1. If I change this to 2, we now have all 3 of our shaders, and it would work the same if we added another shader as well. So the benefit of working this way is we now have full control of each individual material. So before, when we had like the random colors, all of that was plugged into the same base materials, so the same base properties. But now what I can do, I can have any kind of materials, or any kind of like shaders that I want, and it's going to be defined now by this data information. So let's kind of like do something fun. Let's mess with these shaders a little bit. Cool, so let's come in here, and so we're going to change this pink one. And one of my favorite things to do is to blend materials using a material blender. So if I just highlight that over there. Now our pink has become our base color by default because we just plugged it over like the line. And then let's like duplicate this white. And our white is going to become our material color, so layer 1. And then what we can do with the material blender, it needs what I would call a mask, but it's a blend color. And so we can take a grayscale or a black and white texture or texture map, and it's going to then use those black and white values to blend and show the different colors. And so the best way to create one is to get a good old max on noise. So if I drop that in here, let's give myself a bit more room. And let's get a bit closer. So if I hit this solo button, it's going to show me how this max on noise is being kind of projected onto here. And now I can start to choose a different one. I think this is the one I'm after. Yeah, so SEMA is a really cool one. If I actually remap it to make it smaller, we have this like really, really funky pattern. Let's come in here and see what that looks like. And so now what we can do, we can take the max on noise, which is our black and white values, and use it as a mask between our different materials here. So I'll plug it into my blend color. We now have a pretty cool looking material that's only actually using like 2 colors and a max on noise. And so that's like our first material. That looks kind of cool. And we could even use this same noise to control like the roughness values. So now the areas that are pink, which are technically black on our max on noise, are going to have a roughness value of 0. So they're going to be super shiny and glossy, like we can see they are here. And everything that is then white is going to have a roughness value of 1, so is going to be, pretty rough. But what if we wanted it the other way around? So what if I wanted the white areas on this texture here to be the shiny areas, and vice versa? Then we can use good old ramp node, plug that into there, and then with a click of a button, it's going to invert those black and white colors of the max on noise, which is now going to invert those roughness values. So now everything that we can see as pink is going to have a roughness value of 1, so it's going to be rough, and everything that we see as white is going to have a roughness value of 0 and be glossy. Cool, so that's one of our textures, that's one of our materials. And let's have a little look at time-wise, we're good. So let's do something with this yellow one here. And so let's grab, what kind of normal maps do we have in here? Do we have a normal? Let's see if we have something like, what could look cool? So maybe we could do some like cobbles just to make it look interesting. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's just use a max on noise because I love working with like procedural materials. It's so much easier to work with, especially when it comes to creating stuff like this, because we don't want to have to worry about using a triplanar because we get flickering. I don't really want to have to worry about having to like remap a texture. So let's just use a max on noise. And again, I'm just going to solo it just so I can see how it's mapping on here. And then what's going to be a nice looking one? I think it's going to be Foxo. Yeah, so this looks pretty cool. So now we can use this max on noise as a bump map. Let's get a bit closer to one of our yellow materials here so we can really see how it's working. And grab a bump map. And let's just connect everything together. So output straight into our input on our bump map, and that goes straight into our bump map. We already have that input here already. Let's see how this is working. Okay, so it's a little bit too big. So by default, it's got a height scale of 1, which is way, way too big. Let's make it like a 0.1 value. See how it looks. Oh, a little bit too small now. So a lot of what I like to do is Redshift materials are so fun to play with. Like I like to just sit and I'll tweak everything, and I'll just spend like hours and hours creating and building all these different materials with a whole bunch of different settings. And I can use this same max on noise inside of my roughness as well. So we have sort of like some crazy roughness values going on based on these this black and white max on noise. Okay, cool. So let's sort of come back out a little bit, see what we have going on so far. Okay, so before I wrap up, there's one final thing I want to do. I'm actually going to grab a fourth material. So let's come in. And I'm going to deliberately use a new feature or a new thing that came with Redshift on Wednesday, and that is the standard surface material. And if anyone's used to working in Arnold, this is the equivalent to the standard surface material they have in there. And it's a more industry standard way of working. And yeah, it's now been integrated into Redshift 3.5, which is so fun. It's so cool. We can now create like really nice diffuse like sand and porous materials with the new diffuse models. So we have a Lambertian spheres, which is really, really nice. We can also create metal materials really, really easily and quickly. And so let's come a little bit in here. Connect that to our shader switch, which is going to be shader 3. And then we need to remember to come into our change range and change our new max to be now 3, because we now have 4 different materials going on. Cool, so we can see this little guy down here. And so again, if you want to change how this looks, you can drop a ramp inside of here and tweak the black and white values, and it's going to tweak how these textures are kind of mapped onto our simulation. Cool, so really quickly back into the standard material, so our standard surface. If we have a quick look down, it's settings that we're probably used to, but we have so much more control now of the stuff that we want to create. And so just to keep it simple, if we want to create a metal material, all I need to do is up my metalness value. Nice and simple. And then soon it should update. Hopefully, she says. Let me just do a little refresh. There we go. So that should update now. Sometimes this happens with a render view, especially when you have like a lot going on in a shader or in a scene. It just needs to kind of have a little think about it. Maybe it's because it's late in the day. Or maybe it's because I'm presenting live and it doesn't want to work. Let's try this. Here we go. There we go. Second time lucky. Cool. So now, as you can see, we have our metal material, and all we had to do was up our metalness value. And what I love about this, no more do we have to do like that edge color or anything. All we can do is we come into the color and we can define the color inside of the diffuse here. So we can do like a rose gold kind of material. Maybe something like this. And when it updates, it's not liking me today. Okay, cool, there we go. So all we have to do is then define the color inside of the color here instead of having to worry about tweaking all those other different metalness values that we're used to from inside of like a standard material, which like we have inside of here. So this is what the original sort of reflection and metalness settings were like. Cool. So yeah, I'm very aware that I should be wrapping up because I've been about 45 minutes. But yeah, so in kind of like, just to recap, we had a quick look at the spline and rope settings and set up our simulation inside of Cinema 4D S26. And then what we did, we turned that into MoGraph geometry by using the fracture. And then once we did that, we can then take that MoGraph data and that information, and we can use that data to drive our change in shaders inside of here. And yes, that was sort of what we ended up with if we sort of create this. So just again, a quick little reminder, this was the animation that I sort of ended up creating for this. Cool. Thanks everyone. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Ellie, our resident AI metahuman. It's always appreciated. So we do have time for a quick question or two from our live audience, if we have it. If not, I'm going to go to the internet. You know, live gets, in person gets priority, but I'd be happy to. Is that Hannah Hathaway? No, that's not Anne Hathaway. You didn't get, no.
She never misses the conference.
Never misses anything. All right.
Always round here.
Well, this is a question from the Blender folks because they want to know if shader switch node is like the material blender node? No. So shader switch node replaced the material blender node, or does that still exist?
No. So we still have. So we actually use the two. So the material blender, what that does is we can define like our different materials. So in our case here, we had a base material, we had a second, so we had like a pink and we had a white. And then we use a blending mask to blend between them. So we use like a Maxon noise to create this like funky looking pink and white here.
Right.
Whereas what the shader switch is doing is we're plugging in all of our different materials in our shaders, and then we use a shader selector to choose between which of those shaders is going to be on our like objects. And so what we did,
based on some type of index.
Yeah. So what we did, so you could not do that. So like we could switch that off. If we just like switch that off, we could just choose. Okay, we want it to be shader 0 or 1 or 2.
Oh, okay.
But
so it's one shader with a lot in there based on the index value. Then it would choose which one is going to be applied to which index.
Yeah. So yeah, we took the MoGraph index ratio data, which was color, into the change range because we need numerical values for the shader switch. And so the change range converts that color data into numerical numbers, and then it then chooses which based on the
which
index
number
ratio.
to where.
Yeah, so
There you go.
doesn't replace it. Both are very good, both very useful, and yeah, both used in this.
And
in
work
this
well
scene.
together, obviously.
They do work very well together.
If you do have more questions, Ellie will be in the back as we close
Yes.
out today's show. But also, she has another presentation tomorrow. Do we have you tomorrow or Wednesday?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
tomorrow.
Me and Chad.
Yeah, and Chad. So, yeah, you get double trouble tomorrow, folks. So definitely tune in for that. Let's give her another big round of applause and stay tuned, interwebs.
Thanks,
We're going to
everyone.
have a master editor and educator coming up next, Jeff Greenberg. So definitely hold on tight, and we'll see you after this.
Nice.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. Good vibe.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based Mogurt templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
This counts down from 30.
Okay, we can just keep going. All right, welcome everyone to day 2 here at NAB 2022. We're at the Maxon booth, showcasing how our amazing artists use Maxon One products in their workflow. And I have to say, to my left is one of the most talented educators, editors, and just all around amazing people in our industry, the one, the only, Jeff Goldberg. Take it out here, Jeff. Take it, Jeff Greenberg, folks. Take it.
Thank you so much. My name's Jeff Greenberg, and I actually don't like to tell you who I am. I like to sit back and prove to you that I have information that's worth seeing, worth learning about. I'm an editor. I do other things. I'll put that QR code up later. That gets you to my email. That gets you to my notes, the stuff I give away for free. I'm even happy to talk to any human being on this planet for 20 minutes for free. Meanwhile, today, we're going to do something a little dangerous, and I'm doing it from the editor's chair. I got to tell you, I'm totally intimidated by the Cinema 4D, the ZBrush, all the After Effects people. I've been using After Effects for years, but I can't call myself an artist the way these people call themselves an artist. I'm a colorist, I'm an editor. And what I deal with a lot is the need to go fast. So here's the danger. I launched Media Composer. I launched Resolve. I launched Premiere. And we're going to take a look at some of the ways that when I work with people, we use the Maxon tools to just do some amazing things quickly. It's not about necessarily getting art. It's about making deliveries. Because if you don't meet the deadline, those pretty pictures don't matter anyway. So let's see. Each tool is great and have their pain points, and I'm going to be swapping back and forth as we go. We're going to be focusing on edit. I'm looking at the particular set of tools here. One item out of the VFX suite. I'm going to look at some magic bullet items, and I'm going to look at Universe. And I want to do a couple items here out of the gate. I'm not just going to do Maxon items. I want to sit back and show you some other tips while I'm in these tools that help make me fast. And the first one I want to do, how many of you, by the way, up front or out there, have sat back and you've got the new Adobe Premiere installed? Yeah? And you go, where are my workspaces? John right here, I went and showed him this about 2 minutes ago. You can go up here at the top under workspaces and look at that right there. It says show workspace tabs. And now suddenly you have all your workspaces back. It's like you've got that nice click functionality back on the system. And I really love that. I want to do one more that again is hidden. And John and a couple of you, if this helps, if what I'm about to do changes the way you use Premiere, give me just a little applause to let me know I showed you something cool. I'd like you to see there happens to be right here a history palette. Now, I typically will take the history palette and dock it in here because as I work, I want to know what I undid or did as I work. Under the little flyout, and this is a Premiere thing, this isn't a Maxon thing, under settings, I'd like to go from 32 undos to 99 undos and say okay. And it's just that extra little forgiveness that makes it easier to work. So those are 2 little tips. We'll do other tips as we get to other pieces of these tools. I want to go ahead here though and grab a particular timeline. I'm going to look at the front here. There we go. I have this really nice screenshot. I have a background, and you're just going to have to take my word for it at the moment. This won't key well with Ultra, the built-in keyer of Premiere. And if you're like me, your tendency is when you have a key that fails, you're going to go to After Effects and use Keylight. I'd rather do it in the editorial tool because they may change the background. They may want to do story changes, and it's better for me to work here. So we're going to talk a little bit about keying. And before you key, I'm going to go ahead here and bring up my effect controls. I'm going to teach you just again. My pedagogy about teaching is natural language models. I'd like you to know that Shift 1 takes you to the project window. Shift 2 takes you to the source window. Shift 3, timeline. Shift 4. What comes after 4? Shift 5, right there, brings up my effect controls. It's just a little bit faster when I work like this. And I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to delete the keyer I have on here. We'll build it from scratch. I am going to take the opacity here, and I'm going to build a mask because when you key, what's out here on the edges doesn't count. What counts is that I don't want to have to roto, and I certainly don't want to have to roto hair like this. And I'm going to end up using Primat in a moment. Let's go ahead here, though. I'm just going to zoom out. Let's take this down to about 50%. Ooh, 25. There we go. And I'm going to just quickly draw a quick garbage mat. You just need to make sure she doesn't put her arms or anything through it. I don't want my keyer to have to worry about these pieces. All right, so we've matted her out. I now need Primat. Wait, I did Shift 1, Shift 2, Shift 3, Shift 4, Shift 5, skip Shift 6. Go right to Shift 7. Go right to Shift 7. Ooh, I'm dead in the water. Something's not right. Matthias, my friend. Oh, it's working, sorry. It just needed your smile. Shift 7 brings up my effects. I'll go ahead to my video effects. I'm going to just come down here a little bit, and I'm going to go to Red Giant VFX and grab my Primat keyer and throw it on the shot. So this is a tough shot to key. I'll go ahead and try an auto-define because I'd like it to just do the work, and in a lot of cases this does work. It's done an okay job, not a perfect job, an okay job. I'm going to want to use and sample the background and the foreground. I want you to know that the next time you try something like Primat in Premiere, you have to click the name of it for these tools to actually work on the overlay directly. So this is part of the background here, and I'm just going to say, right there's the background. I'll undo those last two. Let's try that with this. I'd like you to add this to the background. There we go. There we go. It'd be even better for me to see the mat. So let's look at the mat of this. When you do keying work, you want to see that mat to see what it's keying and what it's not keying. It's pretty good. I would like to make sure the black is totally black at the top. Matte black point. I'm just going to click and slide a little bit. That's even better. Do you see her eyes are beginning to key? I had no idea this existed about a year ago, and I found out this little button, Core Matte, says everything on the inside should just key out. There you go. Done. No holdout mats, a single click. I'm still like a little bit in awe of that. And this looks good when I'm done. It's not going to be perfect. We're going to make it look better. So it looks pretty good. How do you feel about the brightness of her shot, her gamma? It's way off, right? So really good keys aren't about keying. Really good keys are everything after you key. That's what sells the key. So for this, I'm going to want to use, I could use Magic Bullet, but I'm going to use an Adobe tool. I'm going to go ahead here because I love Adobe. I'm going to go to color. I'm going to use my Lumetri scopes. Now, if you read scopes, great. If you don't, she's in the center. Does everybody see she's darker than the background? She's brighter than the background? I can fix this any way you want. I'm just going to use the curves. I'm just going to pull down the top of this. I'll put the brightest moment right about there. I'm going to pick up the shadows. I'm going to make the shadows just as muddy. It's beginning to look really good. The color temperature is a little off. I'm just going to go to basic correction, play with the temperature, move the temperature a little bit left and right until she begins to seem, I think she's still a little mid-tone bright. Let's go to curves and take the mid-tone down a little bit. And she's beginning to look like she belongs in that scene. And that, at the end of the day, is something I'm trying to do quickly. If my producer, if my storytelling self says, I need to extend this shot because it's an interview, I need to do something different, I don't have to kick it back over to After Effects, make more adjustments. I'm doing it here in the bottom of the foundation, my editorial tool, and I'm able to be a better storyteller with tools like Primat. So I'm pretty happy with that. Time for us to do a little bit of Mojo. So I'm going to switch to a different timeline, or actually this timeline. Let's. I have an adjustment layer over the top. I just want to. I'm going to delete the adjustment layer. I'd like to show you something a little bit about building adjustment layers in Premiere. I'm going to go ahead and build an adjustment layer from scratch. So with a little bit more space here, let's go back to editing. There we go. Shift-1, bring me back to the project. There we go. I'm just going to right-click and say New Item, Adjustment Layer. Whatever it does is fine. Adjustment layer, I'm going to double-click. It's going to load it up here. It's 5 seconds of an adjustment layer, and I need more than 5 seconds. So what I'm going to do is just pull that out, pull this over a little bit, and I'll pull this out to about 30 seconds. I like a 30-second or so adjustment layer sitting in my projects, and because I double-click this, because this is in the actual bin, this is an adjustment layer I can use for the rest of time. And that means practically for me, this will become part of my project templates. I'm going to call this a 30-second adjustment. Now, instead of me ever building an adjustment layer again, I've got a nice 30-second piece that I can slap across the top and drag out to whatever distance I want. Now, I teach color correction. I teach a bunch of tools, but all I want to do is use a quick tool because we don't have the time. This is fairly well shot, this material, but what we need to do is we need to get it out with just a little bit of punch, a little bit of mojo, if you will. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit a Shift-7 to bring up all of my effects. I'll just type in Mojo. And I'm just going to drag Mojo on top. We're going to watch the image. 1, 2, 3. It got just a little moodier, a little bit nicer. I'm going to go ahead and hit a Shift-5 so you can see what this footage looks like. I like the idea of punching it a little bit. Let's give it a little bit of extra punch. It's got a built-in vignette. It's got a couple nice built-in items, and it's one-click touching that I'm going for here because I'm an editor and I don't get to go home. I don't get to go home till this is output. And because I've just got it punchy enough, the client's happy. So there's a little bit of mojo for you. It's a great little piece of the Magic Bullet suite. And I'm always stunned when I see these in suites and people aren't using them for this quick sort of work. I'm going to be doing deeper work as we go. Don't worry. So here we go. Let's have some danger. I'm over here in Media Composer. I've got a guy here. He's too bright. This is where I'm going to end up heading. I'm going to remove this effect and this effect. I'm going to remove this effect and this effect. These are just overly bright. They were exposed a little bit too high. I'm going to use that same effect mojo here for my effect palette. But before I do, I want to show you a hidden Media How many Media Composer editors are there? Is there anybody here using Media Composer? None of you here. That's okay. This is what they cut all the feature films with, guys. You know, it's a great tool. It's a great tool. One of the things, though, that I get frustrated by is that when I go ahead and I put an effect, in this case I want a Magic Bullet mojo on this shot in a moment, I have to go into effect mode, kind of like when you go into Premiere and you say go to the effect controls. You know what would be really nice? I can go ahead here and show the timeline settings of Avid under Edit. I don't know if you can see what that says right there. Applying effects opens the effect editor. If any of you use Avid, look, it's just for you. Then I'm going to throw the effect, and I'm instantly in effect mode. And you go, why didn't I know about it? It's been in there for about 4 years or so. Applying effects opens effect editor. I'm going to say OK. I'm going to grab Mojo. I'm going to put some Mojo on that shot. We're looking over here. This is where I like to point out to people, Avid has this really nice workspace called Effects. I'm going to get into effect mode. And here in effect mode, here's my effect. It's well overexposed. Notice it says corrections. This works like stops. I'm just going to start pulling this back until I feel it's not overexposed. Now, I'm a Symphony instructor. If you're not aware, Avid's color correction suite is called Symphony. I actually teach the trainer classes. I do it out of Burbank. What I'd like you to know is that a lot of people may just use Avid for a rough color correction, or they don't know how to color correct, and Symphony often gets you deep into switches. I've just pulled back the exposure just enough that he's looking pretty decent here. The only thing is, I'd like to give it a little bit of extra color. One of the things that I love as a filmic look is a bleach bypass. Bleach bypass pulls, gives it some extra blues, pulls out some of the chrominance. You'll notice the bleach it zeros in the middle. I can reverse the bleach bypass to actually add a little warmth to the shot and add a little nice saturation with a single slider, making me faster than if I was using a whole bunch of other tools and had to drill down. Now, the only problem is, and we get this with every human being on this planet, nobody's face, nobody is perfect. And in this case, my client might go, hey, can you do something? He's a little ruddy, he's a little red. They didn't notice it because he was overexposed. So I'm going to use a little bit of cosmetic, what they call Cosmo. And for those of you who've never seen Avid effects, you have to hold down the Alt key to put one effect on top of another. So I'm going to take Cosmo here. I'm going to hold down the Alt key. I'm going to drag it on top. 1, 2, 3, I'm done. And what I need to do is say, all right, I'd like to sample some of his skin, and particularly that red selection. So I'm going to say skin sample. I'm going to come over here and take that red. And instantly, it's a little bit better. I can say, show me that selection. It's actually pretty good. I was going to make a change, but I don't need to. I'm going to come down here, and I'm just going to play with the automatic color correct. I'm going to take it off, take it up. I'm going to say, I'm going to play a little bit with the yellow and pink. Use a little bit more of unification of his skin. Now, I just want you to see here, he looked once upon a time like this, and I now have him looking, ooh, where did it go? I know what I did. There you go. And now I have them looking like this. And I realize this shot is overexposed the same way. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to run into this as a problem on a show like this. I'm going to go to my bins. I happen to have a effects bin here. I'm going to go ahead in effect mode. Not remove effect, effect mode. There we go. I'm going to close up Cosmo. It's still there. I'm going to take Mojo, put it in a bin. And now I come to this shot, and I can take this Mojo, not Mojo, Jeff, Cosmo. You wanted the original effect. Effect mode. I did want Mojo. That is what I wanted. I'm going to take Mojo, throw it on this clip, and it's corrected the same way because it was shot under the same circumstances. This is a very quick and fast way to work. This is Media Composer. Working fast is the key here. All right. Let's jump back to Premiere for a second. By the way, have you ever seen somebody bang between two editors like this? No, it's crazy, right? The key here is speed. In any one given week, I was telling this to somebody earlier today, in the last 7 days, not even for this, I was using 3 different editorial tools for 3 different clients based on what their host platform is. I don't want them to not hire me because I'm not fast or I'm not capable of their weapon of choice. And the whole beauty of these tools for me is that it allows me to keep being fast at what I do. So I'm back in Premiere, and I've got the Magic Bullet Suite, Shift 1. I want to get back to my project. And I'm going to go ahead here and open up this different piece here called Paris. I've got something finished here, so I'm going to go ahead with it selected and delete the coloristas that are on here. So let's see if I put the slide in, if I was smart enough to put the slide in. I did not put the slide in. I was an idiot. Mr. Simon Walker, I forgot my favorite slide. My favorite slide is about teaching color correction in an intuitive way. And basically speaking, we as a career struggle a little bit around color without good instruction. And generally, whether it's Symphony, whether it's Resolve, I teach color for a group called the ICA, the International Colorist Academy, icolorist.com. What I'd like you to hear is this is an 8-year sentence. This sentence took me 8 years to get. Everything is a Luma issue or a Chroma issue. If you can figure out which, you got a shot at working the controls. And in fact, to go a step further, I want to sit back and desaturate a shot to see the luminance issues, and then supersaturate a shot to see the chrominance issues. You with me conceptually? What if somebody could walk me through that process? It's funny you say that. What I'm going to do here is use Magic Bullet to do Colorist to do exactly that. So a Shift 7. Let's drill these open all the way. Video effects. I'm going to go to Magic Bullet. I'm going to take Colorista. I'm going to drag it on the shot. Now, down here, it's got all these controls. Look at that control. Everything's a Luma issue or a Chroma issue. If you can figure out which, you got a shot at the controls. And I'm just going to click for the guided color correction. You don't have to use this, but it's neat. This happens to be standard video. And first, let's set the black points. I hate to tell you, they built in a wizard to do a rough, decent color correction. And I think it's pretty good. It's pretty much the way I teach intuitive color. I taught an Adobe Max Lab for Premiere that has footage that really walks you through a Lumetri-based one, but it's really similar conceptually. I'm going to pull my black levels down till I get a little bit of tickling of blue right here. I'm going to go ahead. The white levels are good right where they are. And then it goes, hey, how does this look mid-tone-wise? And I'm just going to rock it back and forth. Oh, I like that a little bit better. This is its guess. I'm going to say contrast. I'm playing with the contrast. I'm just looking for an appealing picture. If the black and white doesn't look good, the color's not going to look good. And now I'm going to come back here and start saturating it. Now, as I saturate it, there are going to be some cool, it's not showing me the cool overlays are next. So I'll take it past where I like to go and then back it off. Now, I work in color calibrated environments. But if you know nothing about color correction and you have a shot that's problematic, suddenly here this guided color correction can make a shot bearable or decent. Notice in here these colors, it knows that a memory color like sky or grass is supposed to be, or flesh tones. As I move this around, it's going, oh, you know, this is what the sky is supposed to look like. Now this happens to be a very overcast day. I'm fairly happy with that. I'll let that go. I'm going to be done. I'm going to say finished. Before, after, I went from this, scrolling up, to this. It's good, but that sky's a little much for me still. I want to come back and handle just that sky. And to do this, I'm really a huge fan of this idea that when I work with color, I've got this panel over to the right. What if, Shift 5, bringing this back up. What's that say right there? Open as a what? Panel. And as I open this as a panel, Colorista shows up here. I've got one Colorista on it. I'd like you to know that I could add a second. Let's, by the way, let's take this first one. Let's right-click on it. Let's name it Primary. Let's add a second one. And now you'll see up here, I can get to both of those Coloristas, because this second one, all I wanted to do is play in the highlights. We'll use the keyer. The keyer is really nice here. Structure and lighting, hue and sat. Come on, I can find it. Keyer. There it is. Keyer, I'd like to get that sky. Give me a little bit more. Do a little additive here. This is a lot better than the HSL keyers on the market. If I can select anything with my speaker blindness, I can just grab this and say, grab all the bright items. Look at it beginning to pink up that sky. Now it's getting me some of the other information. There we go, I did softness, come on. Add to it hue, saturation, lightness. Give me that whole sky. Ooh, greens. Ooh, pull up, pull down. Am I getting it perfectly? I'm certainly not going fast. It's killing me as a color corrector. We'll leave that there for the time being. Anytime you have a matte, you always add a little bit of softness to the matte. And with it set there, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to push a lot more blue into the image. But it's only going to be up there in this keyed area. Let's just push some blue into the highlights. There we go. And this now is a much more tolerable looking sky. I would probably do a little bit of masking, but I wanted to give you a feel with that. So this is Magic Bullet Suite. This is Colorista. I so far have touched Premiere twice. I've touched Media Composer. You know what I'm not going to do personally? I'm probably not going to rely on color tools in Resolve, because Resolve's a really amazing editor, color corrector tool. But we can do some other stuff here with Resolve that's pretty powerful. So I want to do I'm working on the edit page, and if you're not familiar with the color tools, being able to work on this page, even with the Magic Bullet looks, is really nice. I do want to show you one crazy thing in Resolve here. And by the way, Fusion is a great compositor. I'm teaching a class on that tomorrow. I want to show you one cool Resolve item. If I'm trying to audition and say like how well this shot looks or something about it, I'm going to hit play. And then I may want to come back and make a change. You know what would be really nice? If my software knew when I said stop to go back where I started. It's something you can turn on in Resolve under playback. It's called stop and go to last position. Now, for those of you who live as editors, constantly tweaking, I now go to do something and I hit play. And when I hit stop, it puts me back where I started, which is great for me making adjustments as I work. So, all right, where I really like Resolve as a editor, or I like Resolve as a color tool, I'm not as always happy with its titles. So I'm going to go to Effects, and I just want you to see here, there are some really nice effects. I'm looking, oh, do you see how my project is here? Let's just close up the project. We now just have all the effects sitting here in Resolve. And in fact, I'm not using the source monitor. It's wasted space. I can go up here and click this dot, and we're just looking almost kind of After Effects-ish. I'm able to sit back and get really isolated direct work for what I want to do. I'm coming to this first shot. I want to put a title on it. I already have one on it. Let me bring up the inspector and remove that. Effects, delete, there we go. So this is the opening shot here. And what I've got, wow, are you guys really going to let me go the full length? I guess you will. I'll do 2 more things because I'm going to run out of time. I'm going to go to my generators here. I'd like you to see, actually, let's do it under filters. I'm going to scroll down to some of the universe items. And I happen to have a universe item that I like a lot called, it's not there. Why isn't it there? Ooh, it should be there. I would like, let's see what, Uni-Typecast. Uni-Typecast. Hey, this is sort of like the old school live type. It's an animated text block that I can do anything I want with. I'm going to make the inspector a little bit larger so I have more control. And all I'm going to do just is a little bit of effect adjustment for its start and end. Let's edit that text. We'll go, I love great fast tools. I'm going to select this. I'm going to make it a lot bigger. Let's make it 48 point. Let's see what we get. Oh, yeah, got to select everything first. Yeah. Let's say OK. Better. I want it a little bit bigger. Let's make it 72 point. So right now, it's not animated. It's also not against the background. I'll change the blend mode to normal. It's now against the background. I've got an effect start here. It's doing it letter by letter. I've had to set essentially no keyframe so far for this animation. I'll put a keyframe right here as the effect start. I'll go a little bit into the shot. And all I'm going to do is scrub this until the entire item has come down. And I've set my second keyframe. If you're an editor, you want to work fast, this is really nice. I'm going to change it to going word by word. I'm going to hit play. It's going to play this back. And here I've got really attractive, quick text, easier than what's built into Resolve's text tools. It's not that it can't do it, it's just not doing it as fast as I'd like it to. So there's a little bit in Resolve. And while I'm here, just some other fun text items that exist. There is, aside from this type on, and this is your computer text, there's also screen text. And there's a whole bunch of presets for like coding work. If you've ever worked on a show where they're in news, where they're doing all the latest, we did this AI stuff, instead of using some generic piece of stock art, you can go through and get some really nice animated computer-looking text going on. All right. Oh, one more I got to show here, because we get asked for it all the time, is Progresso. I'm just going to throw Progresso on the shot for a moment to show you here a little bit about the presets. If you've, I have the wrong one there. Let's delete that. There we go, presets. Choose a preset. If you've ever had to build or need as an editor a thermometer that's building and you'd go, oh no, man, I got to go and talk to the graphic department, I'm able to do it here and go, I'd like this to be, power up. Apply it. And then I just need to keyframe this as far as where the progress is. Here I am, the editor who doesn't have great motion graphic skills or time, and I'm able to quickly do some wonderful animation to add to my work. There are some great fun transitions here, and one of the neat parts is Resolve. When you go ahead and you look at a transition, let's come about down here. Resolve will scrub your transitions so you can see what they do without actually having to apply anything. This becomes a really, and it's real easy to get cheesy transitions in general with the rule kind of like fonts. You're allowed to use 1, 2 different types of transitions in a work. You're not allowed to use 10. But when you start adding it to text and the like, it's super crazy powerful. And on that super crazy powerful one, I'll maybe switch here. I'll do, I love this, color mosaic and color stripe. The idea that I would use, let's go ahead, let's drag and drop that on. This color stripe, let's see that. Let's try that one more time. Play, It's not playing that well. Let's undo that. Let's try it on one different one. Let's put it over here. There we go. Play that back. I have no idea why it's not playing correctly, but the big thing I'd like you to hear conceptually is I'll set this to client colors, product colors, because it becomes a really beautiful wipe that's really part of the project. All right, let's go back to Avid. Avid, again, struggles a little bit in having really nice transitions, things that are a little bit different. And I'm going to go here to this transition play timeline. And I like these transitions that exist here. I find that the big thing that we look for right now, there are a couple looks we see, a grunge look and a VHS look. And one of the things that Universe is known for are these looks. So I'm going to show you a couple transitions here, like this light transition, like this film. I'll go to this. I went to film school. I love this. I don't want it to be an 8mm soundtrack. I'd like it to be 16mm or maybe a projection frame. It just gives me a little bit more oomph when I'm trying to show something that has, let's say here in effects, a channel blur or a glitch transition. I'm just going to say, you know what, it's a little bit much. Let's try a little bit of color loss. Let's try a little bit of data strips just to give it a little distinctive look. You should know in Media Composer, my one guy who knows Media Composer left. That's all right. Media Composer, one of the neatest things that you can do is when you get something like this you love, you go ahead and you create a bin called Quick Effects. Oh, no, Quick Transitions. Almost blew it. And I can set the length of this. I can say, you know what, this should be a 15-frame transition. And I'm going to drag this into the bin. Now, as a longtime Avid editor, one of the nice things is Avid's got a key, a button, that lets you bring up quickly and set transitions on one clip or multiple clips. Did you see what I called that bin? Quick Transitions? Because what you then can do is, because it's in a bin called Quick Transitions, Media Composer now sees that glitch as one of the default transitions you can get to quickly. That's been a Media Composer for 20 years, and I've discovered Avid editors every day who don't know it for whatever reason. It's one of the things I love. I have a bin of Quick Transitions I bring with me all the time just to have that little bit extra bit of speed. So along those lines of speed, Universe is a godsend for me. I'm going to go ahead here, switch over to Premiere and just show a couple last-minute pieces. I'm going to leave this color layout that now has Colorista as well as Lumetri available to me. I'm going to go to Editing here, and I've got my system set to automatically selection follows playhead, so it's automatically selecting the clips. And one of the items that I think that gets missed in our tool sets is that there is up here under the window extensions. You can see some of the extensions I've got, but one of the ones that's just magical is the fact that Red Giant Universe is an actual panel. So instead of me trying to go and just look at presets, I can bring this up, make it part of the interface if I want or not, and pick something I want and look through the dial what they are. And this right here, this line is something I get asked all the time in product videos. Man, I love After Effects. I love After Effects. The problem is, I do not want to have to go over to After Effects to draw an animated line and then have to generate it and come back, or even save and use Dynamic Link to come back to my editor. What I really want to be able to do is just apply the effect, come here to the line, select the line. Remember, you have to select the name for Premiere to light this stuff up, because I want to go, hey, this right here is the important thing. And then all we're going to do here with Universe Line is we're going to animate, don't help me, the draw on percentage. So I can sit back and say, hey, I just wanted to go from here to here. This becomes a wonderful way professionally to do lines. What else is there? There's lines, there's transition swish pan. Actually, I'm going to go to my favorite one at the moment, which is called Warp. I'd like a video transition called Uni Warp. This right now is my personal favorite social media transition. And what makes it my favorite is when I drag this onto a clip. Let's turn off selection follows playhead. I'm going to drag Uni Warp right here. I'm going to zoom in. And as I zoom in, it's got this really cool sort of... Ooh, I didn't expect the audio to be there. Let's lose that audio. And let's tell my kid can't talk to her right now. All right. I'm going to go ahead here and play Universe Warp. It's got that really nice warpy, spinny thing that you would do in camera. Well, there are a bunch of presets for this. There are a bunch of presets ready to go. And these presets allow me to zoom backwards just to be quick, to give it like I did a whole bunch of social media work, ready to go. And then I'm going to take this warp because I could use and save it as a Red Giant preset, a Maxon preset. But I'd like you to know that if you go up here and you right-click at the top, you can make it a Premiere preset to use. And I'm going to call this Social 1. Say OK. And now it's up here in my presets for Premiere, allowing me to put it onto a lot of clips faster, natively inside of Premiere rather than going through the interface because I want to go fast. Universe is a godsend to me. Now here's the crazy thing. I took about 35 minutes. I did about 28 different techniques, how I worked faster using Maxon products, whether it's Primat, whether it happens to be Magic Bullet, whether it happens to be Universe. And that's what makes me a fan, is that I'm going fast, and it's what allows me to make deliverables happen for my clients. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I'm going to be around hanging out for a little bit. My name is Jeff Greenberg. I am a passionate user of these tools. I'm a master trainer. I teach other people how to teach them. I teach directly with groups. If you go to that Scan Me, you go to jgreenbergconsulting.com. I'm happy to talk to you about training, consulting, whether your weapon of choice is Avid, Adobe, Blackmagic. I'm happy to help you become better at these tools. What I do for a living, I help make smart people smarter. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Greenberg. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
Hey, interwebs. Don't forget the interwebs up there. Hey, everybody.
I spoke to them at the end.
I hope you've been enjoying the presentations. I hope everybody out here enjoyed the presentations. Were there any initial questions?
It's 5:30.
It's 5:30. Well, no, it's actually 5:40.
5:40 on NAB floor.
Has everybody had their saturation of information at this point?
We had vibrance, not saturation, vibrance.
Vibrance of information, yes. So, hey, for everybody on the interwebs or everybody here, we're going to have another set of great presentations tomorrow. A whole bunch of different artists coming in tomorrow starting at 9:30. We'll be online at 9:30 with a bunch of great presentations. I hope you can all come back, and thank you again.
Oh, it's totally my pleasure, Paul. I love these products.
These presentations will be archived on the 3D Motion Show, available to you, and you can watch them later on, pick through them, get all the good stuff out. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. to love in stereo.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based Mogurt templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most. And stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community 24/7.